All right, hello guys. Welcome back to the Grease Goblins Reread channel. This is just going to be a compilation of my first 19 episodes that were already released on my main channel. I'm porting them over to here just so people can maybe catch up that are viewers exclusively to my second channel. I had a couple questions or comments about the reread schedule. As of right now, I'm individually posting all of the Game of Thrones rereads daily outside of Tuesday. Tuesday will be reserved for where I am currently with the series. So again, if you're reading those Game of Thrones rereads, which I love if you are, I put a lot of work into those. I'm very proud of those. Those are very outdated. Most of those, especially the earlier episodes, 2 years plus in the past, they're just being re-uploaded onto here. So eventually, when I do get done with the Game of Thrones, I will then upload all my Clash of Kings rereads outside of having a big compilation. But this is going to be a long video. It's going to put together the first 19 chapters of A Clash of Kings. If I'm even allowed to post it that long, this might have to be a part 1, part 2 situation. But yeah, so if you were wondering why there's a Clash of Kings content on the channel, and I'm still not even done with the Game of Thrones, well, it's because I've already finished a Game of Thrones, and this is where I am currently. More of a long-term position than a short-term idea, right? Trying to, put my reread content on one channel. So I hope you guys enjoy this long video, and let's dive in right away.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you
Subscribe and like.
or you die. There is no middle ground.
All right, hello YouTube. Welcome back to the Grease Goblins YouTube channel. Today's video will be the starting up of my Clash of Kings reread. I know a lot of you guys, missed it because we haven't done this series or the reread finished for the first book a couple months ago. I took some time off to kind of get some preparation, plan how I wanted to do the second book and all of that and just get ready. But I went with more of a simplified little backdrop for you guys, and I want to have actually more images and stuff like that for you guys as well. So yeah, what I want to say, I want a preference before we actually get into the reread. When I have the page number up, it's going to be different for you guys, but I have the big version of A Clash of Kings, so the pages are probably going to be different for you if you're trying to follow along, but we'll take one chapter at a time, so that's the way we're basically going to do it. For you guys that were not there for the Game of Thrones reread, basically how we did that is I would upload these videos at Tuesday every single week, so these will be up on here and also Spotify. So if you want to listen to them on Spotify, they will be in the description. I'll be doing them for every single week, and all those are on there. And let's get into A Clash of Kings, the prologue with Cresson, and we begin this journey of A Clash of Kings, which will more than likely take at least another year, maybe 2, to get through A Clash of Kings, my favorite book. So we start with Cresson seeing the comet in the sky as it hovers over Dragonstone. As Cresson stands on the balcony outside of his chambers, as this was where the ravens would come. Cresson thinks of the gargoyles the Targaryens had made in their fortress. There were thousands when he came here. They made him uneasy, but now he thought of them as old friends. So what Cresson's POV is meant to really show, and we get that right away, is just to introduce us into Dragonstone. We've heard a lot about Dragonstone in the first book. We've heard a lot about Stannis at Dragonstone, and Cresson is really an introduction into what the main plot line of this book is going to be. So very different from, say, the Game of Thrones prologue, where the Game of Thrones prologue was not only the entry to the first book, but the entry to the world and what the actual big meaning of it is, the threat of the others. This book takes a completely different approach, and so we're kind of learning about this comet in the sky that many people have different meanings and believe what they think it should mean, and we're going to think about this comet all the time in this book, because so many different people have different interpretations, but you really get a feeling for how ancient and old and maybe even imposing this castle is with these gargoyles. The Targaryens' fortress of the Dragonstone is made to look very fearsome to those that are not part of the Targaryen family. But it also paints this idea of how Cresson is an older man getting close to death, as he thinks of these gargoyles as old friends because they've been here for so long with him. As Cresson looks in the sky with foreboding, he cannot deny the strangeness of the comet as the color of blood, fire, and the sunsets. He wonders if the gargoyles had seen one like it, for they had been here long before he had, and would be here long after his death. He wishes they could speak, but alas, they cannot. And yeah, the gargoyles definitely have probably seen a comet in the past, but It's interesting the way that Crescent instantly describes this comet as being Targaryen things, right? Fire and blood. That is their motto. Interesting that that's the first thing that comes to mind for Crescent because in a lot of ways he's kind of right. The comet seems to symbolize Daenerys bringing magic back into the world with the dragons in the first book. That's what it seems to symbolize. And so Crescent kind of picks that up almost right away, even if he doesn't truly know what the meaning of that is. But he chides himself, thinking of talking gargoyles and prophecies of the comet. He was an old, done man. Had his wit gone with his strength? How he had been a maester from Oldtown, and he had lived his life as a maester. And it goes back to something we kind of talked about with Bran's plotline, specifically in book one. In book one of the things that grows is the magical element of the world. And it's kind of this battle between Lewin and Bran in his last chapter about what does his dreams about Ned being dead mean? Is it some sort of magic or prophesizing the future, or is it just dreams, right? And so Crescent's kind of thinking about that in a way as well, because he's been taught that magic does not exist anymore, and all these things are just crazy, right? And that's going to play into, once again, that theory being tested of is magic a thing with Melisandre in this chapter. And so that's a part of it. But also it's just the kind of the uncomfortability of, Crescent's body and mind are breaking down. And as you get older, unfortunately, your mind loses a step physically, your body just breaks down. I definitely relate to this. I'm only 24, but I mean, I can feel it in my back and stuff like that. Like, just your body breaks down if you don't take care of yourself and, you push your body too much. So all of that is going to kind of catch up to Crescent over all of these long years, especially in this world, right? A lot of people don't reach the age that Crescent gets to, and Crescent is in a world where there isn't the best of healthcare and all that stuff. So it's really going to take its toll, but that'll get us into the second page. But Crescent still thinks of the comet as it hung there above Dragonstone, but even a white raven had come telling of summer's end. Crescent thinks this is all too convenient. What does it mean? He wanted to cry. Again, there's just a lot of things occurring all at the same time that are kind of overwhelming, right? One, you have Joffrey taking the throne, and Stannis is going to be declaring himself as the actual heir, going to war. You have summer at its end, going into autumn and then into winter. You have, this idea of this red comet. What does it signify? It seems to be, right above Dragonstone, just overlooking it, kind of signaling maybe the Targaryen rise that eventually will come back to Dragonstone. All of that is at the front of Crescent's mind, or at least not the Targaryen part, but the other stuff there. All of it seems to be weird, right? Magic seems to be at play here. But at this, Pylos interrupts him as the Princess Shireen wishes to see the White Raven. Crescent seems a little on edge with Pylos as he notices how he's always correct in how he called Shireen princess, as her father is a king. If only of a rock he is still a king. Pylos notes her fool is with her. And it's a little bit of Crescent kind of being jealous of Pylos, because exactly what we just talked about in the kind of the last page, Crescent is someone that's losing some of his wit and some of his, mental capabilities. And here's Pylos, who's a sharp, kind of younger man who's going to be taking his role. That is what Pylos is there for, right? When Crescent dies, you don't have to send for a maester and have no maester there for a little while. Pylos is already there learning from Crescent and how to take over his role. It's always a very uncomfortable feeling. Think about if you're in a job or if you're whatever, and you know that as soon as you leave, that person that's been working underneath you, that you've been maybe training or whatever, they're going to take your job. That's what their point is. Just a very uncomfortable feeling, and that leads to a lot of like interesting situations, right? But even that, right? You also have this idea of, he's already kind of Crescent on edge about this White Raven and everything going on, and now you have Shireen wanting to see that exact thing that he's kind of getting stressed out about. And also this paints an idea of that Stannis may call himself a king, but he has no power to back it up, right? He is the king of just Dragonstone. He doesn't have a lot of men, all that type of stuff. But the old man turned and asked for help to his chair. Pylos helps him, but Crescent thinks of his old body as he was approaching 80, and his body was failing. He had fallen and shattered a hip 2 years past, and recently he had fallen ill. And Pylos had been sent to him to help him, but Crescent knew the truth. He is there to replace him when he is dead, which he accepts, but it is coming sooner than he would have liked. Yeah, it's this idea of, again, death, right? We've spent so much time in book one talking about death and how that can affect characters. And you have a character like Crescent where he's lived a very long life. And when you're having all these conditions, it's one of those things where death sneaks up on you and it comes up quicker than you would hope. Crescent realizes he's going to die soon, right? Because of his hip and because of his, physical condition, and because of, his illness, all this stuff. He knows he's going to die soon, but he still doesn't like it. He can accept it, but he doesn't particularly enjoy the thought of dying, what comes after. But when Crescent was settled in, he told Pylos to let them in as he looks at his skin, which shows the signs of aging. When Pylos returned, he brought the shy Shireen with him and her fool, who had an antler helm on with bells. Very interesting description for the fool that is Patchface that we'll learn about in the coming kind of paragraphs. Crescent asks who comes, and Shireen notes her and her fool, Patches. He thinks how Shireen was not a pretty sight, inheriting Stannis' square jaw and her mother's ears, as well as having grayscale that almost killed her. But she showed the dead stone skin on one side of cheek down her neck. As Shireen says, Pylos said, we may have a look at the White Raven. Yeah, not the best thing in the world, especially if you think about what Sansa's whole POV is about, right? Is that, you need to be pretty and you need to be, a certain way to be a woman in this world, because beauty is one of the biggest things that women actually have towards being able to manipulate and get power and to have some sort of influence, and not even thinking about it like in a Cersei way of just attaining power, but to have any type of influence. And one of the most, damaging things in this world is how women are viewed as, if you're ugly, like you just have almost no use in this world, which is just a crazy thought. And so you get that right away with Shireen, like the situation that she would be facing. Not only did she have an illness as a child that nearly killed her, but she also inherited some of the worst physical qualities of both her father and her mother. That gets us into page 3. Crescent agrees, as he would never deny her anything, as she had been denied too often. He thinks of his failures in not being the one able to stop the grayscale. He also notes how she is 9 but closing in on 10, as he tells Pylos to get the bird. That's another thing that's interesting if you think about Crescent and Stannis' relationship, is Stannis very much in this chapter starts to go kind of against Crescent, right, in terms of turning towards Pylos. And is this something that maybe Stannis holds a grudge against Crescent on, of not being able to save his daughter and, allowing this disease to continue so that it actually had like a permanent, lingering feature on his daughter's skin? Does he blame Crescent for that? And that could be something that, if you think about how Stannis is, that could be very much possible. But Pylos leaves to get the bird, but Crescent notes he is only 25, but has the personality of a 60-year-old. Dragonstone needed more humor. It was a dark and grim place. Crescent had come here 12 years past and served well, but the place never felt like home, and lately his sleep was interrupted by dreams of the Red Woman. So a lot of things to unpack there. One, you just get the feel that Pylos is somebody that's very mature at his age. He's someone that doesn't have a lot of humor, I think is the best way to kind of place it, like Crescent does. But another part of it is just Dragonstone and the vibe that you get here. It's a place that is pretty dark. It's pretty grim. It's a unhappy place. And a lot of that is based on a couple things, right? Dragonstone is a place for Targaryens. It doesn't, like these people that aren't Targaryens, right? You have the Baratheon family taking over. And so you have that aspect of it, is that this castle was never meant for outsiders. You also have Stannis himself, and his actual attitudes and things like that don't really present a happy place. And you come to this, situation where you have a young girl like Shireen growing up here in a dark place. And you even think about, the past Targaryens that would have grown up here, and maybe it would have been different. But if you think about somebody like, say, Visenya and Maegor, right? Her raising him on Dragonstone or anything like that, you get the feeling of why Maegor could have turned out the way he did. And if you even think about all the horrible things that ever happened in Dragonstone, right? You think about the dance, you think about, other stuff within the Targaryen past, and it is a very haunted place. It's similar to like Harrenhal, for instance. And you really get that, vibe. And even Crescent himself, he's being interrupted by dreams of the Red Woman. It seems very similar to what we see with, like, say, Daemon's plot in Harrenhal in House of the Dragon, where he's being haunted by dreams. And is that Melisandre's own work, right, to give him paranoia and to all these things? Or is that just his own fears? And I think it could be very well likely a mix of both. But as Pylos leaves, Patchway says that under the sea, birds have scales for fish. Could this be kind of a reference to the dragons, right? Given scales kind of thinks you think of the dragons right away and all of that stuff. Maybe that's just a reference to the dragons being reborn or something like that. Again, have a lot of patch face prophecy stuff in this chapter. And so, as we go through them, if you have any thoughts on these, I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. I kind of tried to go back with I made a patch face prophecy video in the past and tried to look at some of the things that you guys were saying and some of the things that I thought. And I think a lot of this stuff is still very much up in the air to see what they truly mean. But Crescent notes the sorry thing with Patchface was, is once he had evoked laughter, but that had been taken away with his wits along with his memory. As Crescent also notes, he is obese and prone to twitchiness. Now only Shireen laughed at him or cared for him at all. And there's a number of things that I think you can take away from that. If you think about this chapter, it's really about Crescent and his failing wit and his failing strength, just physically. And you can apply that almost straight to Patchface, right? He is somebody that's lost those things almost completely. And now you see Crescent, who will be degraded into that role as we go further into the chapter. Crescent thinks of the company they have and the sad tales that could be sung, but he asked her to come sit with him and asked why she is here so early. But Shireen said she was woken by dreams of the dragons coming to eat her. And this could allude to many different things. This is something I didn't actually remember from this chapter before doing my reread, and I find this interesting. Could this allude to eventually Shireen will be killed by fire? Most likely she will be killed by Stannis. Does it mean something to do with the awakening of the dragons? As the dragons have just been reborn and they will try to conquer Westeros in the future? Or will it be some idea of Stannis being killed by Daenerys? Or, I guess, Shireen's family dying to the dragons because Stannis will not bend the knee? A lot of different things there that you could really go to. But I do want to read a description of Dragonstone, as I cannot describe Dragonstone better than, say, someone like George. The child had been plagued by nightmares as far back as Maester Crescent could recall. We have talked of this before, he said gently. The dragons cannot come to life. They are carved of stone, child. In olden days, our island was the westernmost outpost of the great freehold of Valyria. It was the Valyrians who raised this citadel, and they have ways of shaping stones since lost to us. A castle must have towers wherever two walls meet at an angle for defense. The Valyrians fashioned these towers in the shape of dragons to make their fortresses seem more fearsome, just as they crowned their walls with 1,000 gargoyles instead of simple crenellations. He took her small pink hand in his own frail spotted one and gave it a gentle squeeze. So you see, there is nothing to fear. So a lot of descriptions there that are quite interesting. Like Crescent talks about, the Targaryens built this kind of castle not to be a normal castle, more or less, but to show the fearsomeness of the dragons, of who the Targaryens really were. And so all of that is made very apparent with the description there. But also something that's interesting is they've lost the way to actually make castles this way just to begin with, in terms of, building a castle like this, only something that would have been known in Valyria, for instance. I think all that is quite interesting to understand with the idea of Dragonstone. But that gets us into page 4. Shireen asked about the Red Comet, as she had heard from people that the Red Woman had told her mother it was the dragons breathing. If that is the case, won't they be coming alive? Right away, again, another interesting note, because this is kind of true, right? The dragons are coming back into the world, and that is likely the case. Daenerys birthing the dragons forward. Now, they don't know that, right? And they don't know that, but that's their guess. And Melisandre saying that is quite interesting. But it also shows another thing that Crescent's going to pick up on, is that, again, Melisandre is manipulating and slowly playing with Selyse's mind to gain influence and power. Crescent thinks bitterly about the Red Woman and how she is poisoning her mother and now Shireen's dreams. But Crescent tells her it is just a comet, one not like to see another in their lifetime. Shireen nods, but then says Mother had told her the White Raven means summer is at an end. And yeah, just kind of reiterating what I just talked about there, Melisandre is gaining influence within Stannis' household, and that's all going to be important going forward. Crescent agrees, saying the White Raven only comes from the Citadel to carry important messages. This time, the Maesters had gathered all the reports and declared the summer that lasted 10 years and 2 months and 16 days, the longest recorded summer, is over. And that is interesting, though, Think about it. A very long summer coming before it seems like even a longer winter, or the next coming of the long night, and this conflict with the others foreshadows quite a lot. And Shireen asks if it will get cold now, as she had never lived through a winter. Crescent says it will, but hopefully they will have time to prepare and gather harvests, but leaves out that people believe a long summer means an even longer winter. Yeah, talking about what I just was basically, that there's going to be a long winter probably to follow. But also, something that's even more important is you think about if you're an average person and winter's coming, and then winter's something that lasts for years. Think about our real world. Winter is, I would say, by a lot of people, their least favorite season, and mainly it's because it gets extremely cold. But could you think about living back in a time, 200, 300 years ago, where there was no heating, right? That wasn't a thing. The way you stayed, hot during the winter would have been through campfires and all that stuff, and having a lot of clothing. That is something that's vital. So if you think about people that in Westeros that aren't living in castles, that are just living in, maybe little log cabins or just little houses that they could build, winter is going to be brutal if it goes on for years and years and years, because how do you gather enough food to feed everyone, right? And that's another part of it, which makes this so dire, is that you're preparing for a long winter, but at the same time, you're going to have a war that's going to basically create an entire country that is starving, right? Because you're having to feed armies, you're having to do all these things. You're, putting all these people's crops to the fire, right? It is the reason why it's so important that this war wreaks complete havoc, and it's going to break them to being desperate when it comes for the long night and the others. That's going to get us to another Patchface quote that I want to end the page with. Patchface rang his bells. It is always summer under the sea, he intoned. The Mer wives wear nenny moons in their hair and wear gowns of silver seaweed. I know, oh. Shireen giggled. I should like a gown of silver seaweed. Under the sea it snows up, said the fool, and the rain is dry as bone. I know. Will it truly snow, the child asks. It will, said Crescent said, but not for years yet, I pray, and then not for long. And here is Pylos with the bird. So let's talk about some of the things that Patchface kind of brings up. He brings up this, Mer wives wear nenny moons in their hair and weave gowns of silver seaweed. So again, I think part of that is definitely referencing Sansa. She seems to have this poison in this silver hairnet that she wears. That seems to imply something like that. Another part that I think is kind of interesting that's brought up here is under the sea it snows up. What does that mean? Does that just mean something like death? If you think about what we occur with winter and snowing, that seems to mean death, right? Because of people not being able to feed themselves, severe cold. Possibly it could be something along those lines. But who knows on that one? If you even think about Patchface, right? He is somebody that survives drowning and he basically floats up. He could be himself some sort of half dead creature. So it could mean something like that. Then you also have that he says, and the rain is dry as bone, I know. Now, this is one I think is interesting because if you think about the Rains of Castamere, so the Red Wedding, Catelyn gets cut to the bone and her throat. That's the exact wording that she used to describe it. That could be more foreshadowing to the Red Wedding. Even this under the sea, it snows up could also be referencing to the Red Wedding as well, given the carnage that occurs there. But yeah, some of this stuff very much made unclear. I'm not sure what it means by, and he also utters, it is always summer under the sea. I would love to see what you guys think that one means. Maybe that winter doesn't come for under the sea, maybe? I don't know. The others can't get to the bottom of the sea. I don't know. That's an interesting one. But yeah, let's continue into page 5. So moving into page 5, Shireen gave a cry of delight, and even Crescent noticed how amazing it looked as he notes it was bigger than any hawk and breed purely at the Citadel. And it was bred purely at the Citadel, as it was no albino, as it had black eyes. He called the bird to him. It landed on the table next to him. And yeah, so referencing the bird that comes in that delivered the message about summer being over. It's an interesting bird, the way it's described. It's not natural. It's not like a normal kind of albino. Very interesting. And to think that the Citadel, how they breed these birds to, directly to send these messages accurately and all that stuff, it is a testament to some of the things the Citadel is able to do. But at this, Pylos readies to have their breakfast brought. He tells the Raven This is Lady Shireen. And the bird says lady to Shireen, shock, asking that it can talk, to which Crescent agrees. The bird knows a few words, but is very clever. Yeah, and kind of also referencing, if you think about the stuff going on at the wall, if you look at Gior Mormont's bird, also is able to talk. Just kind of an interesting note there, right? But you also do think about things like what the birds mean and when they're getting warged. And if you think about the theory about Gior Mormonts and how Bloodraven has been manipulating that bird to say things to Jon, I do think that that's very interesting. But once again, I want to defer to the book because we have some more Patchface quotes. Patchface then goes, "Clever bird, clever man, clever, clever fool," said Patchface, jangling. "Oh, clever, clever, clever fool." He began to sing, "The shadows come to dance, my lord, dance, my lord, dance, my lord." He sang, hopping from one foot to the other and back again. "The shadows come to stay, my lord, stay, my lord, stay, my lord." He jerked his head with each word, the bell in his antlers sending up a clangor. And there's a lot to kind of think about here, right? You have the shadows dancing, which seems to, again, imply what we ended up seeing with the ritual that Miri did in book 1. That seems to reference some of that, but also there's more to it than just that. We know that there's going to be some killings that Melisandre is able to do with like her shadow babies, so that also seems to be indicated here. But also, even if you think about this own chapter as a whole, the idea of a clever fool is something that Melisandre brings up later on in this chapter. She calls Patchface a clever fool, but then calls Crescent something not like that at all. And so it's something that's very interesting, right? There's a little bit of that foreshadowing there as well, because it seems like Patchface can see visions or prophecies and that. But this seemed to deeply upset the room, as the White Raven screamed, upset by this, and Shireen herself told him to stop saying this, but he continues on, as she asks Crescent to make him stop. Crescent wonders how he can do that, but knows that once he had the chance to silence him, as he remembers how he had found Patchface. And this is where we get a lot of the origin for Patchface. A lot of what we know about Patchface actually comes directly from this chapter with Crescent, which is quite interesting, given how much Patchface is still in the story going forward and is still, I think, a main interesting character in the Stannis plotline with Shireen at the wall. It's interesting to know that like most of the information we have on this character comes from Crescent and this chapter alone. Crescent remembers Lord Stefan finding him in Volantis during the time when Aerys had asked him to find a suitable partner for Rhaegar. He notes how Stefan had written to him before his death as Patchface was very nimble and quick-witted and had great qualities of a fool. He knew that Robert would like him and in time could even make Stannis laugh. It's interesting because you think about a lot of the things that end up occurring there, right? Like if Aerys had not actually made, Stefan do those things, what could have occurred? Or even if Stefan had been able to successfully come back, it seems like Stefan would have been in the position to eventually become Hand of the King, given that Aerys still believed in him. They were actually good friends from, their younger years, especially in the Stepstones. And so, you think about this journey and it all goes wrong. How many countless lives could have been saved if Stefan was able to find a suitable partner for Rhaegar? Or, if he was able to just live? But it is interesting to think that Patchface was once someone that was very quick of wit and he was nimble. He was somebody that was very, able-bodied. But now he seems not that. He seems almost this dead prophecy, but like half-living type character. But even it shows you a lot more is that you see the differences in the personality between Robert and Stannis right away, right? Robert was somebody that liked to be, entertained. He liked to laugh, all these things. And Stannis was the opposite. Stannis didn't laugh. He was not happy. He didn't have those things in his life. And it saddened Crescent to remember this letter because Stannis had never learned to laugh, least of all from Patchface. Patchface, if I was Stannis, Patchface would be a constant reminder of my parents' death. So, of course, he wouldn't find Patchface very enjoyable. It'd be a constant remembrance of probably one of the most traumatic things that could possibly happen to a person. Stannis and Robert had watched as their father's ship, the Windproud, broke up on the rocks below Storm's End, and him and 100 oarsmen died. For days, corpses washed up on the shore. Yeah, could you imagine, at being such a young age, watching as your family dies and you have nothing you can do about it? It is definitely a very traumatic thing to have been able to have to see as a young child. But that'll get us into page 6. Getting into page number 6, Crescent notes that the boy had washed up on the third day completely naked, with pale white flesh that was wrinkled and covered in sand. They had thought him dead, but when they had gone to grab him, the boy had coughed up water, and even now it said when he washed up, his skin was clammy cold. That is a very weird description. You look at this character, and all these things kind of make sense given that he's been in the water, and he's been theoretically just basically has been inside of this water for a long time. You think about the wrinkles you get on your hand when you're in the swimming pool too long, or you're in a bath, or you're just in contact with water for a long time. This is kind of what happens to your skin. And so that kind of makes sense. But the description of like this pale white flesh and his body being extremely cold, it makes you think of like a White Walker or an Other or some other like half-dead creature that seems to be Patchface. No one knew truly what happened in those 2 days he was in the water. Some had suggested that mermaids taught him to breathe underwater for his seed, something that I think Mushroom would have said. Maybe he was helped by the mermaids, but I don't think it was because of that. Patchface, though, said nothing. Everything Stefan had said of him was gone, in body and in mind. He was no longer the nimble and quick-witted fool, but it was him beyond a doubt. He had the face painting custom in Volantis for slaves and servants. He had a pattern of red and green on his face. Yeah, just very weird. Patchface should have been dead. There's almost no way that he should have survived here, unless maybe he is a prophet of the drowned god. That seems to be the running theory in the community. What went on there, right? Because he seems to come back with these abilities to see the future or to see events, but that was never there before, and beforehand, he was just a normal kind of jester. Very weird. Sir Harbert, who had been Castellan at the time, had wanted him to be killed out of a mercy as he was completely broken and gone mad, suggesting to give him milk of the poppy and ease his passing. But Crescent had won out and did none of that, as the boy lived, but he was unsure if Patchface was happy about that. Yeah, how do you know if Patchface wanted to keep living? He's come back and he's not the same person anymore. Is there any parts of the old Patchface even still in there? Or is this a different being entirely? And I think it's more the latter, that there's been some sort of possession of Patchface as a whole, and that anything that was left there before is gone. Similar to, if you want to think about how they did, for instance, Bran in Game of Thrones, it's kind of similar to that idea where like Bran's actual personality completely like went away and was replaced by the old gods more or less, or the information he was getting from, this three-eyed raven-esque character. That seems to be kind of what I personally believe on Patchface's change as a character. But Patchface once again says this quote again about the shadows dancing to everyone's unease, but the raven also repeats the word Lord, indicating Crescent's coming death. Given that in the actual phrasing Patchface is using, it's saying that the shadows are coming to dance with this Lord-esque character, and I personally think that seems to apply to Patchface. The shadows are seeming to kind of coming for him and killing him, as this chapter will prove. But it could mean other things as well, right? Could be reference to, for instance, Renly, who's going to die later on, or even more people, right? So, yeah, that one kind of left up to interpretation kind of almost as well. But Crescent tells her to not take his words to heart, as he may remember another song tomorrow and never sing this one. At this, Crescent thinks of how Patchface had known 4 tongues, but none were present here. That's actually very impressive to know 4 languages, just to show how smart Patchface was before. But let's continue. But at this, Pylos interrupts, and Crescent notes the lack of porridge, which he finds odd. But Pylos notes that he heard from the kitchens Davos had returned in the night and thought Crescent would want to know. Crescent asks where he is now, and Pylos says with the king they have been speaking through the night. Crescent thinks how in the past he would have been woken but for counsel. He complains that he should have been woken and told, but nonetheless he tells Shireen he must see her father and ask Pylos to help him, as there are many steps in the castle. So a lot of things to kind of interpret from this, right? So Crescent is somebody that is used to being kind of valued, right? His counsel mattering, and Stannis is kind of the opposite of that right now. He sees the truth of the statement that Crescent is kind of losing a step, right? Physically, he's not able to really climb these steps to even getting to where Stannis needs him to be. Even his mind, even Cresson seems to admit that his mind is starting to waver a bit. It's all those things that's the reason why Stannis probably wouldn't call on Cresson. Even if it's not the nicest thing in the world, that is what Stannis is seeing. He's seeing the reality of the situation. The more that he asks Cresson to tax himself, the quicker Cresson's going to die. And so you can almost view it as Stannis being kind to Cresson, like not wanting him to have to exert himself and to live out the rest of his days in much more pleasure. But at the same time, it's not the kindest of wording. Stannis's biggest pitfall has always been his communication. But that gets us into page 7. Shireen and Patchface followed out, but soon they dashed ahead because of their slow pace. Children also just don't want to be behind old people. That's just how it usually is. Cresson began descending the Sea Dragon Tower as he knew Stannis would be at the painted table chamber in the stone drum, the main keep of Dragonstone. It was named for the way the sound it made during storms. For a young man, they would take 2 steps at a time, but for Cresson with a bad hip, every step was a pain. But he must do this as Stannis would not come to him. And just a little bit of lore there about the castle and Cresson himself. I really do, feel for him, right? As someone that I've kind of given up like walking long distances without breaks and stuff like that. I can feel that. Like I understand where Cresson is kind of coming from, and especially with steps as you're getting older. And so, it's one of those things where it's like, we're not in an age where there's things that are able to get you up the stairs without having to actually physically walk them. And that this is the exact reason as to why Stannis isn't calling Cresson for counsel. As harsh as it may seem from Cresson, that's why. But as they continued, he saw the outer wall and the fishing villages, the men practicing archery, 3,000 men taking their breakfast, the ships in the bay with Stannis' fury, which took 300 oars. But he noticed that Dragonstone for the last half year had not allowed any ships to leave the island. Again, makes a lot of sense. Stannis is trying to prepare for a war that he knows is inevitable. And even with all this preparation and beginning to try and rally his support to him, it's not gone well, right? 3,000 men, that's all Stannis has. Think about how many men Robb has. And Robb basically built up his army on the fly. It really shows you how Stannis is viewed by Westeros, that he can only gather 3,000 men. But it also kind of builds the idea of why Stannis wasn't allowing ships to leave the island. He doesn't want people being able to say how many men he has, how many ships he has, all these things, because he is already viewed as one of the more dangerous people in Westeros because of his ability to command. If you start letting people know that he only has 3,000 men, well, then maybe, somebody tries to come and take him out early because he's in a weakened state right now. There's a lot of that stuff going on. But yeah, if you even think about in book 1, everything we don't hear about Stannis is very mysterious and odd. This is that reason. It's very smart by Stannis. They finally got to the keep and passed the guardsmen as they knew them by sight. He told Pylos to wait here as he would rather see Stannis alone, which Pylos questions as there are many steps, which Cresson is frustrated with, saying he has climbed them many times, but halfway up he regretted this decision, but he heard Davos as he was coming down the stairs. It's a lot of pride here, right? It's Cresson, for one, I would say probably being angered by the fact that Pylos is going to eventually replace him. And 2, it's not wanting to have to always need help and having to lean on people because of your own condition. I can completely understand this, right? As somebody that has arthritis, there are just certain things I can't do anymore, right? Like if you ask me to help you move, I can maybe lift lighter stuff. I can't move heavier stuff anymore. I have to rely on other people to be able to do those things. And that's very frustrating. And as somebody that's 24, that's very frustrating. Cresson's very much older than me, but I understand the feeling that Cresson has. It can affect your mood quite a lot, not being able to physically be able to do things that you used to maybe like doing, or being able to, do things when you were younger, being able to climb the stairs to give Stannis counsel or whatnot. Cresson describes Davos as a common-looking man with a green cloak that was faded. He wore common clothing, a pouch hung around his neck, and gloves to disguise his maimed fingers. Definitely getting the feeling from Cresson's first description that Davos is just somebody that's not like one of these high lords. He doesn't get a description that's very fancy. He's someone that's very plain, and that really does go to describe who Davos is. He's kind of this person that has kind of struggled with his position, right? In terms of all these other lords look down on him, and he is somebody that, isn't that, right? He's somebody that's newly made a lord and doesn't have a lot of power and things like that. But Cresson greets him and asks when he returned. Davos notes in the black of the night his favorite time, as Cresson thinks of his past as a notorious smuggler before Stannis had knighted him. Cresson asks him what news, and Davos notes it was as he had said, they will not rise for him, they do not love him. And that's the major part of the whole crux of the issue for Stannis' camp. He isn't well loved. People may fear him, people may, respect parts of, his commanding and all that stuff, but they're never going to go out of their way to back him and want him to be their king. That's the crux of the issue that Stannis has. Whereas, like, if you think about Robb in book 1, Robb's whole journey is about managing how to be respected while also being loved, right? And you think about that, how that plays out with somebody like Great John Umber, who is somebody that doesn't respect Robb and all those things. And Robb has to put a little bit of fear into him, show himself as being kind of a man. And that's something that Stannis has really just never been able to balance. Cresson thinks that they never will. Stannis was an able man, strong and just, but no, it has never been enough. And Cresson asks if he spoke to all of them. Yeah, Stannis is somebody that just has never really been enough for people to love him because of other things that he has that are good characteristics. Those have never outshined some of the lesser qualities that other people don't like in him. Davos notes some, but not all. He met with Lord Tarth, Julian Swan, Old Penrose. For some of the others, Beric Dondarrion had gone missing, and Lord Caron is in Renly's Rainbow Guard, but Davos notes none respected him. They saw him as the Onion Knight. Again, you're going to these high lords who, for generations and generations, they have been these big lords and ruled over, peasants and all these things. And here is this guy in Davos who is a known smuggler, who has very little good reputation, coming to your castle to want you to bow to Stannis. It's not going to look the best for some of these people. And because they're very classist, right? They don't feel like somebody like Davos should be viewed as an equal to them. But Cresson asks about the Rainbow Guard, and Davos notes Renly has made his own King's Guard, with each one representing a color, with Loras as their Lord Commander. And this has so many different meanings. This is some of the stuff I love about George, is that he wastes no time. No one thing seems to have a single meaning, right? The Rainbow Guard means a couple things. One, Renly loves his bright colors and fabrics, like Cresson's going to note here. But he's also somebody that, if you think about in real life, the way we look at, LGBT stuff is that's usually like a rainbow type color thing. And so it kind of is a double meaning, right? It's to mean that Renly, isn't really like straight. He's trying to put on this facade, but he isn't really truly that. And so I like those double meanings that George has in the story. But another key part of this is Loras is their Lord Commander. It goes back to Ned back in book 1, where he chooses specifically not to allow Loras to go after the mountain. How could that have changed certain things if that would have gone differently? Would the Tyrells have been a little bit more favorable to Ned and the Starks? But Cresson knew it was just the thing Renly would do. He always loved the bright colors and garments and games. Cresson remembered him as a boy at Storm's End, running around saying he was a dragon, wizard, or rain god. He remembers the bold little boy with black hair, but now he is 21, and he still plays games. Does he realize the situation, or the game he is playing, does no one care for him but me? Instead, though, he asks what the responses for not supporting Stannis were. And it's quite interesting because we think of somebody 21, right? That is an age where, you're able to start drinking in the United States. It's kind of almost the point where we look at and that, like, that's adulthood almost. And it's weird to think about, how people are viewed in this world, right? Where you think about Robb, who's 15 and he's leading an army and he's been named King of the North and all of these different things. It's interesting the way that Renly doesn't really seem to realize that this is a war and what that entails and all of that stuff like that. Very interesting, and again, it just shows the differences between Renly and Stannis and why Stannis would not be very favorable to Renly as he's grown up. But Davos notes that some gave soft words or blunt, some promises and lies. But in the end, words are wind, and Cresson is horrified to hear this, saying, "You could bring him no hope." Davos is completely right, and it's just different personalities, right? Some people try to, flatter or try to, say some words to get out of the situation, right? End the conversation. But in the end, not really either support Stannis or Renly. Maybe they'll stay out of it, or maybe they'll back Renly, or some people will just be upfront. It's just the different, ways that people would interact and dance around the subject of politics. And Davos is one of those people that will tell the truth about that situation. And Cresson is someone that would have wanted Stannis to feel some sort of happiness or at least something, but there was none, right? And that's what Creston's going to kind of realize as we get into page 9. Getting into page 9, Davos notes only the false sort, and the king wanted the truth. Creston remembered the day Davos had been knighted. They had been sieged by Mace Tyrell and Paxter Redwine for almost a year. They had eaten everything, even rats, and were close to breaking, but Davos, with a completely black ship, dared the siege and slipped past with a boat of onions and saltfish. It hadn't been a lot, but enough to hold them over until Ned had broken the siege. Just a lot of little, nice lore for us, but it shows a lot about who Davos is as a person. Davos is not somebody that's going to be a flatterer or somebody that's going to lie to you. He's going to tell you the bleak truth because he's somebody that has kind of grown up in those experiences, right? That's just kind of the person that he is. And you even think about Davos as a person, he has this weird type of courage. Not many people would have gone out of their way to help Stannis. And Davos doesn't really seem to help Stannis because he wants some sort of reward or because he wants some sort of, lordship or whatever. He seems to help because he wants to. And that's an interesting motivation. You don't see a lot of people like Davos. That's what makes Davos so unique, but almost not unique at the same time, because he is very, common. He is somebody that has a low birth, but he gets to a place of, having a lordship, having a future for his family. It's very interesting. And the way that Davos kind of does that during the siege of Storm's End. But it also goes to show another part of this, right? As Creston continues on, afterwards, Stannis had rewarded him with choice lands on Cape Wrath, a small keep, a knight's honor, but for his smuggling, he must lose 4 fingers. Davos submitted, but would only take it if Stannis himself did. And Stannis then took a butcher's cleaver for a better cut and took them off. Davos was heard to say it was 4 less fingernails to clean. But if you think about a lot of things about what happens afterwards, right? You think about how Ned gets all the credit for some of the things that Stannis had done, holding the siege for so long, doing really the dirty work. And you even think about the relationship between Stannis and Davos. Davos is the exact type of person that Stannis would like, right? Somebody that was willing to submit to punishment of crimes they did in the past, but also somebody that didn't shy away from those things. It just shows why Davos and Stannis' relationship works so well, because Stannis can rely upon Davos to tell him the truth and what he believes in. Cresson knew no man like that would give false hope or soften a hard truth. He notes that truth can be hard even to a man like Stannis. All he wants to do is sail his host to King's Landing and destroy his enemies. But now, as he is cut off, Davos notes, if he takes this meager host, it will only be to die. Davos continues saying his finger will grow back before he bends to sense. So again, a lot of things set up here. Stannis is somebody that is very much set in his ways. He's very stubborn, prideful. And even though this host, which is extremely weak, Stannis is thinking about, how do I use this force? How do I take the Iron Throne with so few men? And that's kind of the truth of it right there. And even like to someone like Stannis, and to Cresson's credit, even though Stannis is somebody that is very willful and strong and doesn't show a lot of emotion, that isn't to say these truths and these things that are happening, these facts that are happening, aren't affecting him, right? And that's something I think that's so interesting, why I love the character of Stannis, is because in a lot of ways, this is kind of what you think with what my channel has kind of been built around. So one of the main reasons I started this channel, for people that don't know, is for kind of like men's mental health, because it's kind of like where this universe was kind of my escape when I had some issues in the past. Stannis is kind of almost the spotlight of that, because he's a character that is viewed by everybody else as having no emotion, as this man who, holds it all in, and he's very strong, but at the same time has a lot of issues. He has a lot of insecurities. He has a lot of, he has very little happiness in his life. He is somebody that is basically depressed at this time. So I really like the way that we're introduced into Stannis without even meeting the character right away. But Cresson sighed and said he would do what he could, and he must add his voice to Davos's. And in the room, Cresson notes the old chambers where Aegon the Conqueror had planned his conquest. It had forged large windows and a giant 50-foot table that showed Westeros in the time of Aegon. Could you imagine this? Like Aegon, making this table or whatnot, and you think about this, it's 50 feet long. Think about how long it would take you to get from one side of the table to the other. But it shows, like, even when you're at dinner or whether you're doing whatever, you can still see what the world is like. Plan your invasion. You can understand why Aegon would have liked this. it's a very iconic part of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones, and I really do love the way that they kind of represented this table in House of the Dragon. It looks sick in House of the Dragon, way better than it does in Game of Thrones, in my opinion. And that'll get us into page 10, where we will meet Stannis Baratheon for the first time. There was only one chair in the room, and it was elevated to see the map better. It was at the point where Dragonstone lied, right off of the coast. And at this, I want to give a nice little description of Stannis from George's own words. When Maester Crescent entered, he glanced up. I knew you would come, old man, whether I summoned you or no. There was no hint of warmth in his voice. There seldom was. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, and by the grace of the gods, rightful heir to the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, was broad of shoulder, sinewy of limb, with a tightness to his face and flesh that spoke of a leather cured in the sun until it was as tough as steel. Hard was the word men used when they spoke of Stannis, and hard he was. Though he was not yet 35, only a fringe of thin black hair remained on his head, circling behind his ears like the shadow of a crown. His brother, the late King Robert, had grown a beard in his final years. Maester Crescent had never seen it, but they said it was a wild thing, thick and fierce. As if in answer, Stannis kept his own whiskers cropped tight and short. They lay like a blue-black shadow across his square jaw and the bony hollows of his cheeks. His eyes were open wounds beneath his heavy brows, a blue as dark as the sea by night. His mouth would have given despair to even the drollest of fools. It was a mouth made for frowns and scowls, and sharply worded commands, all thin, pale lips and clenched muscles, a mouth that had forgotten how to smile and had never known how to laugh. Sometimes, when the world grew very still and silent of a night, Maester Crescent fancied he could hear Lord Stannis grinding his teeth half a castle away. A lot to talk about in there. So Stannis, again, is somebody that seems to almost be the polar opposite of Robert. Robert was somebody that was overbearing and muscle and being a tall figure. Stannis is not that. Yes, Stannis is still kind of broad, but he's never described as being an overpowering presence. Stannis is somebody that's balding, whereas Robert is not. Stannis is somebody that really has his facial hair pretty much cut down, pretty much. I guess maybe similar to maybe like mine, or even more like than mine, even cut even lower than mine. And he is somebody that just is basically the complete opposite of Robert. He has no happiness. He seems, angry all the time, or at least moody or sad. He is someone that is deeply distraught over some of the things going on and some of the things that have happened in his past. And you get that really in one description. Crescent notes that once you would have woken me, but Stannis in his blunt tone, holding nothing back, saying what he thought, notes, once you were young, now you are old and sick and need sleep. He knew Crescent would hear it. From Davos, he always does. And again, like I talked about earlier on in the chapter, Stannis is somebody that isn't cruel, right? He's never been described as being cruel like Maegor, right? Especially at least to this point of the story. And when you think about that, you think about what he thinks about Crescent, he's just to the point, right? He doesn't hide any punches, right? If you think about the way that, you may go about talking with, say, a family member or a friend, you might, try to be nicer about the way you say things. But Stannis isn't that person. He doesn't do those things. He just flat out says, Crescent, you're old and sick. You need to rest. You're not fit to really do this position anymore. And that's so hard to hear as a person, that that you are not as valuable as you once were and you need to rest. It's just something hard that it's very difficult for people to accept. I think the closest thing I would think about that in my own life is I have an uncle, someone that's worked, a ton his entire life. And he's somebody that always wants to keep going, even though he's getting, older, even though he's getting later in life, he's still somebody that always is trying to do projects or having at least a side job. It reminds me a lot of the way Crescent goes about things, that he still wants to be viewed as valuable and still wants to be, involved in things. Crescent notes he would be of no help if he did not. He met Davos on the stair. Stannis continues noting he should have shortened his tongue, not his fingers. Stannis is just a little frustrated that some of the things that come in his counsel are told to other people, right? And I'm also kind of like this, right? I think even in my own life, I am someone that is very, I wouldn't say I'm a private person, but when there are things that are going on in my life and I tell somebody of those things, I don't want them to then go telling everybody else about my things that I tell them. I want to be the person to tell, everybody of what my thing is. So like if I am having back issues, right? I don't want everybody to know that just based off like whatever. I want to be able to tell those things to people. And so I can definitely understand Stannis there. But yeah, but that gets us into page number 11. Cresson notes he would have made a poor envoy if his tongue had been shortened, but Stannis notes he already did. None of the Stormlords would come to his cause. None will take up his cause for justice. The cowardly ones will stay behind their walls, and the bold ones have declared for Renly, as he repeats the name, spitting in disgust. Yeah, it's just one of those things where Stannis has to deal with the truth of people don't really like him. And it's not Davos's fault. Like, part of it is, sending Davos as an envoy is not going to be received the best because, again, people just don't like Davos because he should be lower class, or they feel that he is lower class than them. But Davos is a pretty good negotiator. We see that throughout really the entire story. And it's really just Stannis having to understand in himself that he is not the most likable, and also being betrayed by his own brother. That's a very gut-wrenching thing to think about. That, you, Stannis, you supported your elder brother his entire life, and then when it comes time for your younger brother to support you, he doesn't do the same things you did and actually takes things from you. It just really goes about how great George is able to build the character of Stannis before we even met him. We understand exactly what he thinks about here, even on a first read. Cresson counters, noting Renly has ruled over the Stormlands for 13 years. The bannermen are his. Stannis is not pleased by this, noting his when they should be mine by rights. He never wanted Dragonstone, but when his brother ordered the castle taken, he built the ships and took it like a good younger brother. How Renly should be to him. What was his thanks? He got Dragonstone, while Renly got what should have been his. Again, Stannis is quite right here, right? Like, the Stormlands should have been Stannis's, right? By all the laws of Westeros, when Robert became king, Stannis should have taken over Storm's End. But he didn't. And I've talked about this at length as to why Robert gave Dragonstone to Stannis, and it seems like, well, one, Robert didn't have an heir at the time, so Stannis was the heir, and that's usually where Dragonstone was. That was usually the Targaryen heir would reign there. Similar to, like, for instance, Rhaenyra, when she goes to Dragonstone. Kind of a different situation, but she was the heir, so she was granted Dragonstone. And also because if there was going to be another Targaryen invasion with Viserys in the future, the first place that he would land would probably be Dragonstone. And so you want Stannis, somebody that you know and is proven can hold a castle for a long amount of time, to be there. And he trusted Stannis. That would be kind of the way I look at it. But Stannis doesn't view it as that, right? Stannis views it as almost a punishment. He never wanted Dragonstone. He wanted his home. And I really can respect that and understand where Stannis is kind of coming from. Cresson knows that this is an old grievous that was heavily impacting Stannis now. Dragonstone was a mighty castle, but had very few houses loyal to it. Even with his sellswords, his forces was too small to challenge the Lannisters. Cresson reasons with Stannis, said that it was an injustice, but Robert needed a strong man to guard it. And Cresson's quite right? Cresson understands why Robert gave it to Stannis. Because Renly at the time was also a child, so you couldn't have given it to Renly either. Stannis notes he is still a child with a chill of anger in the air. He notes how Renly looks to steal the crown off his brow. What has Renly ever done to earn it? He jests with Littlefinger at small council meetings and rides in tourneys with his rich armor and gets knocked down by better men. He asks why the gods inflicted him with brothers. And you even go a step further, right? Renly looks exactly like Robert. So it's part of that as well, is that every time he looks at Renly, he's reminded of the grievances that he has with Robert. And Renly stands for everything that Stannis doesn't. Stannis doesn't care about bright colors, doesn't care about tournaments. He doesn't care about all these laughing and jokes and all these things. Those are the exact things that Renly stands for. And Renly doesn't take things seriously like Stannis does. Cresson says he cannot answer for the gods, and Stannis scoffs at that, noting he rarely answers at all anymore. He asks what Renly's maester said when he attempted to take the crown. Maybe he should send for him. He may like his counsel better. But Cresson responds saying Renly probably did not seek counsel at all. And Cresson 100% is correct. Renly does not care about the counsel of maesters whatsoever. And it's really just Stannis taking out his frustration on Cresson. Because of Cresson's declining, health, he hasn't been somebody that's able to be there for Stannis at all times. Stannis himself is pushing Cresson away as a whole. And so, yeah, it's just a lot of frustration that's kind of boiling over with the character of Stannis right now. That'll get us into page 12. So getting into page 12, Cresson thinks on Renly, the youngest of Stefan's sons, but he was bold, but did not think about his actions. He was once again more like Robert than he ever was Stannis. Again, Robert's just somebody that also didn't think, right? That's proven all the way through book 1. Robert doesn't think. Renly kind of follows suit. Now, I think it's a little bit... I would say Renly does think a lot more than Robert does. Like, Renly makes a bold action to go for the crown, but he also has the backing to do so. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say, he's completely like Robert, but I do get this sentiment. Stannis spits at the title of your grace that he's been called. What is he the king of? A few rocks? He descends the chair, pointing at the table. There is my kingdom. He notes he will sup with the lords tonight. What is he to tell them? Lord Velaryon will threaten to go home if they do not strike. Celtigar will want to know which Stormlords support him. Lord Sunglass mutters the will of the seven, and Salador will ask about his promised gold. What must he do? Stannis is completely backed into a corner. His position looks completely lost. He has no support. He has no gold. He is completely screwed. That right now is the point of what Stannis is saying. Stannis realizes the truth of his position. He just is screwed. That's basically what's going on right now. And Cresson notes that the Lannisters are the true enemy. If he and Renly could make a peace, but Stannis cuts him off, saying he will not treat with Renly while he calls himself king. And there's the crux of the issue. Stannis is not willing to put away his pride to make an alliance with either Robb or Renly because they're also named a king, and you can understand that. Right? Stannis is supposed to be the king of the seven kingdoms. Why is he the one that has to go begging to other people that, let's make an alliance, let's settle this? And I think if most people were put in Stannis' position, you would also feel similar feelings of Stannis. Now, maybe you would act different. Maybe you'd have those feelings, but you would also see that, have to do that. But I think everybody can understand exactly where Stannis is coming from in this point. Cresson agrees, not Renly. He thinks his lord is both stubborn and too proud. He says, what of Robb, who has the power of Winterfell and Riverrun behind him? Stannis rebukes this as a green boy. Is he to accept a fractured kingdom? Again, another good point by Stannis, right? If he allies with Robb and Robb doesn't bend the knee to him, well, he's basically just saying, I'm willing to give up like a good half of my kingdom. Like, it makes Stannis look weak. It makes Stannis look like, people can just walk right over him and nothing matters, right? It's those things of, again, pride and how he's going to be viewed. Stannis does not have the benefit of being loved. He has the benefit of being feared. And if he doesn't have either of those things, well, then you're really screwed. Cresson notes that half a kingdom is better than none. And if you help him avenge his father, and at this, he is cut off. Stannis asks, why should he avenge him? Yes, his brother loved Ned. He never sought to let him forget. When Stannis had kept the siege together, eating rats to survive, watching good men die, who got the credit? Ned, for lifting the siege. Stannis never got appreciation for anything. Even when he built the ships to take Dragonstone, it was placed at his feet for William Darry escaping with the Targaryen kids, as if he could stop them. Even at court, he and Jon Arryn ruled the realm for 15 years in his name while he drank and whored. But was he named hand? No, his dear friend Ned was. It's just Stannis realizing that Robert never treated him like a brother, never gave him any of his appreciation or love. He treated him like a servant. And that's kind of the extent of it. Because Stannis wasn't somebody like Robert. Robert couldn't find enjoyment with Stannis like he could with, say, Ned. It's just Stannis, having all of these things building up and crashing together at the same time. And it's being overlooked. Stannis is the quintessential middle child. He didn't get any attention. He didn't get any love. And that's kind of created the man that he is today. That gets us into page 13. Cresson notes that is in the past. If you would align with a Stark boy and maybe Lysa, who possibly believes the king killed her husband, offer a marriage between Shireen and Robin. Now, this is actually quite an interesting idea. Because Lysa wouldn't do this, I don't think, to begin with, right? I don't think Littlefinger would let her do that. And also, I don't think that Lysa would be nice. I think she would be quite rude about Shireen's condition and who she, is with her grayscale, plague stuff. So I don't think that this is actually feasible. But from the outset looking in, what the information that Cresson knows, this is actually a pretty good suggestion. But Stannis is not pleased by this, as Robin is sick and weak. Even Jon Arryn saw that, as he wanted Stannis to foster the boy, which could have done the boy good, but Cersei killed him before it could be done. Now nothing will part the boy from his mother. But this is once again the moment where Catelyn, we have to think about book 1 and realize everything that she learned in the first book about, it seems likely that Stannis was the one that was supposed to foster Robin, not Tywin. This is brought up and pretty much confirmed here with Stannis himself. And it could have been such a different world if Jon Arryn had lived quite a lot longer. And it's very understandable as to why Jon Arryn wanted Robin with Stannis, because Robin was somebody that's weak. He was too attached to his mother. Stannis was the opposite. Stannis would make Robin, more of a man, is kind of what Jon Arryn would have wanted. Cresson notes that he must send Shireen and her fool to the Eyrie. It is a cruel place in Dragonstone to grow up in. Even Stannis believes this may be worth trying, but then another voice enters the room. It seems like Cresson almost had him, but then it all goes wrong, like we'll see later on in this chapter as well. But Selyse asks if the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms must beg to usurpers and widows. Cresson acknowledges her as he did not see her come in, but Stannis notes he does not beg to anyone, and she best remember that. Again, it's Selyse kind of manipulating Stannis right here. Right here, she knows that Stannis will not like the wording of begging to another, because it's not exactly begging, it's trying to make an alliance, but the way Selyse uses those words will completely take Stannis away from wanting to do this plan. But let's get into the description of Selyse. Page 13. Lady Selyse was as tall as her husband, thin of body and thin of face, with prominent ears, a sharp nose, and the faintest hint of a mustache in her upper lip. She plucked it daily and cursed it regularly, yet it never failed to return. Her eyes were pale, her mouth stern, her voice a whip. She cracked it now. Lady Arryn owes you her alliance, as do the Starks, your brother Renly, and all the rest. You are their one true king. It would not be fitting to plead and bargain with them for what is rightfully yours by the grace of God. Again, Selyse does not seem to be a particularly good-looking woman. She has a mustache. She doesn't seem to have any, good features that Cresson can pick out. Really adding to Stannis' probably unhappiness. If you also look at her voice and how it sounds like a cracking of a whip, it kind of adds to why Stannis probably isn't the happiest. But Cresson thinks she had said God, not gods. The Red Woman had finally won her over from the gods of the kingdoms to the Lord of the Light. To the Lord of Light, which is really insane, right? The Lord of Light is not something that is praised on much in Westeros. It's definitely an Essos type of religion. And just that slight wordage, it tells you that Cresson still has some of his wit, that he's still all there for, or at least the most part, right? He's able to pick up on something as simple as that. But Stannis notes her God can keep his grace. Cresson thinks his grace had not taken the Lord of Light. Stannis notes, does this god have an army hidden away? Cresson thinks there was no affection in his tone. He and his wife had never gotten along, and he seemed to be uncomfortable around women. When he had gone to King's Landing, he had left her behind, sending messages fewer each year. He did do his duty once or twice a year, but there was no pleasure in it, and the sons he had hoped had never come. So there's a lot to kind of explore here with Stannis and his relationship with Selyse, but also Stannis and his relationship with the Lord of Light. It's made quite clear. Stannis doesn't care about the Lord of Light. He does not care. He's not bought into it. He's not been manipulated by it. And when we see Stannis have this flip, where he does seem to go with the Lord of Light and all these things, it's not from a place of believing in it. It's from a place of using it, right? When you think about everything that's already occurred, right? With the Lords of the Stormlands not backing him, any of that stuff, everything's going wrong. It's really like, what could really go wrong with backing the Lord of Light, right? Like, what's really the problem? You've already tried a certain approach and nobody's backed you and nobody likes you regardless. Why not flip? And so that's part of this. But also, if you think about Selyse and Stannis, right? You think about how they don't get along, and Stannis feels uncomfortable around women, and I can definitely understand that. Women, especially if you're a woman watching this, y'all are intimidating sometimes. But you see that, even Selyse wasn't even taken to court. Now, court's not a great place, from what we can tell based off the last book. So maybe that was Stannis doing her a kindness, but I think it's more Stannis just didn't want to be around her. But yeah, it also tells you that they weren't really to ever have actually children that came out right, outside of Shireen. Shireen is the only kid that they have together that is not stillborn or has some issue in childbirth. But that gets us into page 14. She notes her brothers and uncles have an army, and House Florent will declare for you. Stannis himself was not as sure. He notes they have 2,000 men at best. As Cresson thinks, it was said he knew the strength of every house. But even they would not raise their banners for him. They were too close to Highgarden and Mace Tyrell's wrath. Which is correct, right? If you're House Florent and you declare for Stannis, who's on the other side of the country, it makes no sense. The Tyrells, whoever else is just going to come down, wipe you out, and yeah, that's the end of it. So Yeah, right. That's a lot of wisdom between Crescent and Stannis to even question that. But to think that Stannis knows the power of every single house in Westeros shows why he's probably the most dangerous military commander in Westeros. He can approximate how many men you have just based upon what house to declare for you, not even doing like, sending spies or trying to figure out information. That tells you a lot about Stannis and his ability to command. There is another way, Lady Selyse said as she looks to the comet, as she believes it is an omen for Stannis, and suggests that, as did Aegon, he will sail from this place. All he must do is accept the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. Again, like we talked about at the very beginning of this chapter, people think about this comet in very different ways. They use it for what they want to believe it is. So for Selyse, representing the Lord of Light and Stannis' upcoming, basically, invasion of Westeros, similar to Aegon the Conqueror, kind of similar if you look at the idea that Stannis doesn't have a lot of men, but unfortunately for Stannis, he does not have dragons. So, unfortunately, Selyse, I don't know about that one. But Stannis asks how many swords he will put in my hand, and Selyse notes, all you need. The swords of Storm's End and Highgarden. Stannis rebukes this, as Stavos said they have all gone for Renly. They love him like they never loved me. But Selyse notes, yes, but what if Renly should die? And there gets to the crux of the question. The key to Stannis gaining power is for Renly to die. But how does one kill Renly? He's completely surrounded by way more men than Stannis has himself. And that's kind of what Crescent thinks about, but he also goes even a step further. Remember, Crescent views the Baratheon kids as his own children because they grew up without really a father and a mother. And Crescent could take no more. He says this cannot be done. Whatever follies Renly has committed, but is cut it off, as Stannis notes, follies? He calls them treasons as he turns again to his wife. Renly is a strong man with a large host and his rainbow guard to protect him. And again, Stannis is not like worried on the idea of having to kill Renly, because as soon as Renly declares himself a king, that is treason. That is a punishable offense by death, right? If you think about what in House of the Dragon Rhaenyra has to do, how she says she has to kill Aegon, that is the case. And so Stannis is kind of already past the idea that, yeah, Renly has to die at some point if he doesn't bend the knee. And so Stannis is more interested on how they could actually kill Renly. She notes Mel has looked in the flames and seen him dead. Crescent is horrified by this, as he calls it fratricide, and he must not do this and to listen to him. Selyse turns to him, measuring him up, and says, why? So you can have Stannis begging on his knees and selling out their daughter? Stannis notes he has heard his counsel and now will hear hers. Again, if you're Stannis and Crescent comes to you with all this counsel, none of it's helpful. None of it gives you any type of hope or glimmer that you can actually win this war. The only option that's been given to you that has seemed any way of giving a success in the way forward is what Selyse says. And if you're Stannis also, you're not as worried about turning to the Lord of Light, because what have the Faith of the Seven done for you, right? That's the way Stannis would view it. And we even see more of that later on. But in that sense, Stannis is using the Lord of Light as like a weapon right now. That's what he's trying to figure out. But that gets us into page 15. Crescent bent his stiff knee with Selyse's eyes on his back as he descended the keep until he met Pylos asking for help. When he was back in his own quarters, he sent Pylos away and watched as one of San's warships faded away from view. As Crescent wishes his fears could fade away as easily. Crescent has a lot on his mind right now. Stannis is in a horrible position. He's thinking about trying to kill Renly. He himself is becoming less and less valuable to Stannis. He is losing his position and is also probably fearing his death that is coming soon. When a maester put on his collar, he foregoed having children, but after Stephen's death, he seemed to have 3 children, Robert, Stannis, and Renly, and he would not sit by as one murdered the other. Again, Crescent is desperate. He doesn't know what else he can do to stop what the impending, probably things that Stannis is going to do is going to happen. Crescent knew the heart of the problem was Mel, something that Davos will also see as in the 3rd book, that the key to all the problems is Mel. Not Selyse. Selyse was kind of a puppet of Mel's, right? One thing I will give Selyse credit on, though, she does know how to manipulate with words Stannis. If you think about what we just talked about, how she uses the words of begging, something that she knew would turn Stannis off of Cressen's plans. But Mel herself was a shadowbinder, a sorcerer from a shy. He would not allow her evil to leave Dragonstone. And not only that, Cressen also is completely against magic based upon the Maesters, and that's what they teach, that magic is gone. And this goes directly against his entire ideology, everything that he's been taught. And so a lot of this is why I bring this up. Even though Cressen, we know, seems to be a good person, he's honestly trying to defend Stannis, he is also going above what his station is. He's taking action into his own hands. And so when we get to this idea of like a Grand Maester conspiracy, a lot of it is built upon this idea, right? Like Cressen is a normal human being. He has basically been taught his entire life a certain way or view of magic, and that leads him to do drastic things like trying to poison Mel, right? That's going to cost him his life. And so that's where I think you bring on that plus what Marwyn kind of tells Sam in Feast for Crows. That's where a lot of the Grand Maester's conspiracy stuff comes from, because of how much influence that the Maesters have. His chambers seemed dim and gloomy, but he lit a candle and went to the workroom looking for a certain little container, which he spilled out, which contained a few different purple crystals, no bigger than seeds. The chain around his throat felt heavy as he touched the crystal, wondering how such a small thing held the power between life and death. The crystals were made from a certain plant on a small island in the Jade Sea. The leaves had to be aged and soaked in lime, sugar water, and certain rare spices from the Summer Isles. Not much really to kind of talk about on this part of it, but again, just trying to find this poison that is eventually going to try and be used on Mel, which will be his downfall. But afterward, he notes they could be discarded as the potion must be thickened with ash and made to crystallize. The process was slow and difficult to acquire, all the ingredients as they were costly. The alchemists of Lys, the Faceless Men, and even the Maesters knew the craft. It was not something talked about outside of the Citadel, but men who knew how to heal also knew how to kill. Again, that's a very interesting comment that's made there, right? The fact that the Maesters don't really say anything about, oh yeah, we also know how to kill people, right? We have poisons and know how to make poisons at our disposal that could be used at any time, right? Like this type of a poison could be used at any time and nobody would know. And that's where so much of those things, like if you think about, I think one that sticks out to me is like Balon Targaryen and his mysterious death, or Balon the Brave, one of Jaehaerys' sons. It's one of those things where it's like at any point a Maester could have poisoned him and we'd never know, right? It's left up to speculation. And that's one of the things that I find so interesting about the Citadel, because we don't have many times where we are just fully learning about how the Maesters were taught, right? Cressen is the one POV we know that is a Maester that would have a lot of this information. I find it just fascinating in this part of the chapter because it fuels a lot of what people believe on the Maester conspiracy theory. But that gets us into page 16. Cressen no longer remembered the name that Ashai had given the leaf, nor the crystal's name, but at Old Town it was simply called the Strangler. It would close your windpipe like choking on food and was said to make a man's face go purple. Interesting that this gets brought up here, because we know that likely this exact poison is used in the next book. And the fact that we've not only gotten one, we've gotten the poison that's going to be used in this chapter, but also we've gotten the actual prophecy for Joffrey's death with the idea of like Sansa's hairnet, which is where it seems like the poison came from. That's a lot of fascinating writing, that George is so far in advance planning things out that even in the first chapter of the second book, he's planning out stuff for the Purple Wedding, which is going to happen like in the middle of Storm of Swords. That is some just fantastic writing. But Cressen knew tonight Stannis would feast his bannermen, his wife, and Mel. He must do it tonight, but he must rest his hands, because they can't shake nor his courage waver. It was a horrible thing he must do, but the gods must forgive him. He went for a nap with the comment in his mind, foreshadowing blood and murder to come. Even Cressen has to justify, how do I murder someone? He has to be so desperate enough to realize that there is no other way forward than to kill Mel, because she has completely taken all the power and sway over Stannis, which isn't really necessarily true, but in terms of what Stannis is wanting to do, like killing Renly, yeah, that is a major component. If he can kill Mel, that would never happen. When he awoke, it was dark. He was deep into the night. His body ached, and he struggled to get up. And he knew that he had not been summoned to the feast. Stannis always summoned him to be close by his side, but not this time. Again, it seems like this last meeting was kind of the end of Crescent being considered a council member for Stannis, and even just not even waking him up, and the disrespect that comes with that. Even though Stannis might not mean it as disrespect, it is, right? To not even give Crescent the option to come to this feast. Crescent saw the face of Stannis, not the man he had become, but the boy had always been second in everything, and Robert's shadow. He must help the poor boy. The maester swept up his crystals, putting them in one of his many pouches the maesters had in the robes. He called for Pylos, but no response came, which was weird. His chamber was nearby. And this is really the dagger, right? He has finally been replaced. Pylos is taking the position of Crescent, and it's going to be very heartbreaking for Crescent to be kind of basically put aside because he views Stannis as a son. He ended up getting the servants to help him as it was already too late and they would be feasting and drinking. He should have been woken. And that gets us into page 17. He once again made the journey through the castle, noticing the fires of other camps as he finally reached the Great Hall. Upon reaching it, he told the servants to leave him as to not appear feeble and weak. The guards opened the doors for him, and he saw and heard the feast before him. Again, all these people, everybody that's important is at this feast, and Crescent has been neglected. He's not even been awoken to even be notified that there's a feast going on. He heard and saw the men eating and drinking with hushed small talk between the fighting men. He heard Patchface repeating a song about the shadows. The hall was eerie, not joyful, and full of laughter, as Stannis did not like such things. Again, think about how much time we spent in the last book with feasts and dinners and all these things, and how elaborate they were, full of laughter and entertainment. The opposite is here with Stannis. It seems like a dark hall where, yes, it is a feast, but there is no joy in it. Crescent made his way towards the platform, sweeping wide around Patchface, but the fool neither saw nor heard him as he ran into Crescent, sweeping him off of his feet to the laughter of the hall. Now, not only has Crescent been neglected and not allowed to really come to this feast at all, he also now is being made a fool of in front of the entire court that Stannis has. It's just, you feel so bad for Crescent in this moment. With Patchface on top of him, the fool leapt up, continuing the song, with stating that under the sea you fall up, representing, in my opinion, death, as he continues his dance. Trying to make the best of it, he tried to smile and rise, but pain went straight to his hip, and he feared he had broken it again. But someone came to his rescue, helping him up. Crescent thought it was a knight or a sir calling out, but stopping as Mel had helped him up. Yeah, doesn't realize that it was Mel, the one person that he's against and doesn't want to really have anything to do with trying to murder them, is the person that helps him and saves him from the embarrassment of not being able to get up. It's an interesting little way things work out. Maybe this is Mel trying to reason with Crescent not to do what he's about to do because maybe she has pity on him. But I want to give a description of Mel before we continue on with the rest of the feast. Maester, said Lady Melisandre, her deep voice flavored with the music of the Jade Sea. You ought to take more care, as ever she wore red head to heel, a long loose gown, a flowing silk as bright as fire, with jagged sleeves and deep slashes in her bodice that showed glimpses of a darker, blood-red fabric beneath. Around her throat was a red gold choker tighter than any maester's chain, ornamented with a single great ruby. Her hair was not the orange or strawberry color of common red-haired men, but a deep burnished copper that shone in the light of the torches. Even her eyes were red, but her skin was smooth and white, unblemished, pale as cream. Slender she was, graceful, taller than most knights, with full breasts and narrow waists and a heart-shaped face. Men's eyes that once found her did not quickly look away, not even a maester's eyes. Many called her beautiful. She was not beautiful, she was red and terrible and red. Quite a description, right? Melisandre is someone that seems to be very beautiful, seems to be almost unnatural in her description, how she has no blemishes, nothing like that. Again, it seems that there is some sort of glimmer going on, or at least some sort of magic that keeps her appearance looking like this. But that gets us into page 18. Crescent thanks her, but Mel says a man his age must be wary of where he steps, as the night is dark and full of terrors. Almost a double meaning, right? Not only talking about how he walks and things like that, but also the steps he's about to take. Crescent knew the faith as part of her religion, but Crescent had his own religion and states only children are afraid of the dark. But even this he doubts as Patchface begins his song again with the phrase repeating of the shadows come to stay. Again, it seems the darkness is coming for Crescent, and even he seems to kind of doubt himself. Mel seems amused by this as she calls him a foolish wise man and Patchface a clever fool. Again, nice little note back to what Patchface said earlier about, the fools in the room and the clever men and all that stuff. Again, seems a little too connected for my taste. As she picks up Patchface's crown with the bells, she puts it on his head to the laughter of the hall. And once again, Crescent is publicly humiliated. He bit back his rage and played the feeble old man, but he was a maester of Old Town. She would know it before the end of the night, but he only says he needs no crown but truth. Yeah, and Crescent's just trying to play a role. He doesn't want to make it seem suspicious as to why he's here. He doesn't want anyone to suspect him. He wants to almost be kind of in the background so he can do this assassination. Mel fires back, stating, "Not all truths are taught at Old Town," and turns to leave to return to the Queen and King. Crescent gives the crown back to Patchface, but in this moment, he notices Pylos in his place. He says, stunned, that he did not wake him. And yeah, this has got to be a horrible feeling for Crescent. Not only is he being publicly humiliated, especially by his enemy, Melisandre, but then he sees that he's been replaced. And if you're Crescent, you thought, yeah, this is definitely going to happen after you die, but even when you're still living, it's a horrible feeling. Even if you understand why it's being done and you can see Stannis' side, you still got to feel bad for Crescent. Pylos notes that Stannis had bid him rest as he was not needed here, as Pylos blushed while saying it. Crescent looked over the lords dressed richly, Lord Celticar, Velaryon, Axel Florent, Bar Eamon, and others, but only Davos met his eyes with pity. You really see how a lot of these other lords, they just don't care about Crescent. They're so caught up in themselves, and they don't have any of that humanity and don't know what it's like for people lower than them. And you really, it makes you understand why Davos is so likable. But that gets into page 19. But at this, Stannis pipes up, noting he is too sick to serve and counsel him. Pylos will take his place as he already deals with the ravens, as Crescent cannot climb the stairs. He will not have Crescent kill himself over him. Again, you can see that Stannis does care about Crescent. He's not being cruel. He's not trying to be cruel, but it comes off kind of cruel in a way. Like, you're publicly just like replacing him and all this stuff. You're not letting him come to feasts and all this. You understand what Stannis is coming from, but it's just, yeah. I mean, you feel for Crescent. Crescent heard the words, but it could not be Stannis, the boy he had known. Crescent blinks, too stunned to speak. Stannis could not do this. Crescent had lived, loved, and cared for Stannis his whole life. Stannis was the son he never had, and he had loved him more than Robert or Renly, because Stannis was unloved and needed him most. It's being set aside by the person you care about almost the most, and that's what's the most heartbreaking part of this chapter. But all he said was, "As you command," but he is hungry. Might not he have a place at his table, even though Crescent really means at his side? Davos pipes up, allowing him to sit by him, and Stannis allows this. Crescent saw where Mel sat at the right hand of Stannis, with Selyse on his left. Again, people that are holding influence over Stannis are closest to him. And if you're someone like Crescent, that's an obvious bad sign. But Crescent thinks about how is he going to even get the poison to her. He's so far away. Again, Davos is somebody that is not of high birth, not high station. He's quite far away from where her cup would be to even poison Mel. He moved to sit next to Davos as Patchface continues, "As we eat fish up here under the sea, the fish eat us." Again, you could also that could be a reference to bodies being basically dumped in the ocean, or dead bodies in rivers and fish eating us because we're food. Davos tells Crescent how this is folly. Mel has her victory and has seen it in the flames. Stannis will press his claim despite his numbers, and they may all soon see what Patchface saw under the sea. Again, it's Davos being a pragmatist, right? It's Davos being realistic. They don't have the numbers, and right now it doesn't seem like they are going to do anything but get themselves killed. Crescent seems to not hear this as he puts his hand into his robe as if for warmth, but in reality to find the crystals he calls for Lord Stannis. First mistake, King Stannis, but also you see how Crescent is being so sly and manipulative. But Selyse responds, "King Stannis," but Stannis shuts her down as he is old and his mind forgets and wanders and to speak freely. He states that as he must sail, he must make common cause with Lord Stark and Lady Arryn, but Stannis cuts him off, stating he makes common cause with no one. Again, Stannis' fatal flaw. Why he can't make friends, he's not good at making allies, he can't settle things, he can't negotiate. And that kind of comes to the forefront here as we get into page 20. Sleece pops in, noting that the light does not make common cause with darkness, and Stannis agrees that Robb is trying to steal half his kingdom as the Lannisters steal his throne, and Renly steals what is his by rights. They are all usurpers. Cresson knew he had lost him and tries to figure out how to get at Mel's cup as he tries to stall, saying that he is Robert's true heir and the rightful king, but he cannot take the throne with no allies, which Cresson is true, right? Like, taking the throne with no allies, very difficult to do. And at this time, like, nobody knows what Melisandre's magic really does. It seems like Stannis has pretty much gone mad. Lady Sleece cuts in again, saying he has an ally in the Lord of Light, but Cresson notes gods make uncertain allies, and this one has no power here. So for Cresson, again, he believes in the faith of the Seven, right? It's a faith-based system. You don't see the gods, you don't really see their power. It's built upon faith, very similar to like Christianity or like a lot of religions in today's world. But R'hllor is a little different, as Cresson's going to find out. Mel questions him on this as her ruby at her neck seems to glow brighter. She says if he thinks that, he should put on the fool's crown again, and Sleece agrees, commanding him to wear. This isn't a suggestion. Sleece is telling them to put the crown basically back on his head. Sleece is cruel. Stannis is not someone like this, and that's something that it's like the final nail in the coffin for Cresson going about doing this action. Patchface once again utters the line, under the sea, no one wears hats. Stannis seemed to ponder this as he grind his teeth in anger, as he always did, as he commanded Patchface to give him the crown. And that's it. Stannis also condones it, right? Stannis allows for Cresson to be made a bigger fool than he already looks like. The old Maester despairs, thinking that Stannis was never cruel. He was always just and hard, but never cruel. He never understood mockery or laughter. Patchface placed the crown on his head, and Sleece continues, noting maybe he should sing his counsel from now on, but Stannis notes that is too far. He is an old man and served him well. Stannis is in a tough position, right? He is someone that recognizes Cresson's position. He needs to be replaced, all these things. But at the same time, he doesn't hate Cresson. He doesn't want him to be made a fool of. Cresson thinks he will serve him well one last time, as he finally saw the way with Davos's cup of wine. He took one of the big crystals, and very deftly the crystal was gone in an instant. No one had even seen outside of Davos, he was sure, and at this he stood. Cresson is making his big play, and unfortunately, in about 99.9% of cases, his plan would have gone flawlessly. But this is Melisandre we're talking about. And Cresson tries to save Stannis, but let's see how it plays out as we get into page 21, the final page of the chapter. Mayhaps I have been a fool, Lady Melisandre. Will you share a cup of wine with me, a cup in honor of your god, your Lord of Light, a cup to toast his power? The Red Woman studied him. If you wish. He could feel them all watching him. Davos clutched at him as he left the bench, catching his sleeve with the fingers that Lord Stannis had shortened. What are you doing? He whispered. A thing that must be done, Maester Cresson answered, for the sake of the realm and the soul of my lord. He shook off Davos's hand, spilling a drop of wine on the rushes. She met him beneath the high table with every man's eyes upon them, but Cresson saw only her. Red silk, red eyes, the ruby red at her throat, red lips curled in a faint smile as she put her hand atop his own. Around the cup, her skin felt hot, feverish. It is not too late to spill the wine, Maester. No, he whispered hoarsely. No. As you will. Melisandre of Ashai took the cup from his hands and drank long and deep. There was only half a swallow of wine remaining when she offered it back to him. And now you. His hands were shaking, but he made himself be strong. A Maester of the Citadel must not be afraid. The wine was sour on his tongue. He let the empty cup drop from his fingers to shatter on the floor. He does have power here, my lord, the woman said, and fire cleanses. At her throat, the ruby shimmered redly. Cresson tried to reply, but his words caught in his throat. His cough became a terrible, thin whistle as he strained to suck in air. Iron fingers tightened around his neck as he sank to his knees. Still he shook his head, denying her power, denying her magic, denying her god. And the cowbells pealed in his antlers. singing "Fool, fool, fool," while the red woman looked down on him in pity, the candle flames dancing in her red eyes. And that is the end of chapter 1, or the prologue of A Clash of Kings. Again, one of my favorite openings to all of the books. I have a personal love for it, just because it is Stannis. It's the introduction to that character. But if we even think about what happens there, Melisandre gives Crescent every opportunity to stop. Even tries to foreshadow what's going to happen, but just doesn't happen. It doesn't occur that way. And unfortunately for him, he passes away trying to save someone he viewed as a son and is unsuccessful. But Crescent himself probably knew that his time was coming, that he was going to die soon. Better to die for a good cause or something that he believed was justified than to sit and allow it to happen. But that is the end. I want to again remind you guys, these videos / podcasts will be up every single Tuesday until we finish the book, barring, illness or whatever. Can't predict the future, but for the most part, the normal schedule will be I will have a Clash of Kings reread up every Tuesday on both YouTube and Spotify. So if you want to check those out, follow the Spotify as well. I will have a link to the actual podcast on there if you want to listen to it while you're working or, while you're driving, whatever, it will be there. This is by far the longest chapter and longest reread video I've done. As of recording it, before I condense it all down, it's going to be around probably an hour and a half, hour 40. I hope you guys all enjoyed. The next one will not be nearly as long as Arya's is probably about a third of this chapter. But let's not waste any time. Let's get into Arya 1. But I do want to give us a little bit of a reminder of where we left this character in A Game of Thrones. So George R. Martin kind of leaves Arya on very much a cliffhanger. The last thing we see of Arya is basically Yoren has a knife to her, basically taking out her hair, it would seem like, or whatever. It's not made specified. It's very much left open to interpretation. And so it's not like the show at all. In the show, season 1 ends with Arya actually leaving the capital. That's going to happen in this first chapter. And so just a little bit of a refresher of where we are exactly in Arya's journey. But that'll get us into page 22 of Arya 1, Clash of Kings. Arya thinks how she had once thought that nothing could be worse than at Winterfell being called Horseface. But now she had been named Lumpyhead by Lamy. You got to think, Arya has just basically gotten a haircut, especially with Arya where it's a very short cut because you're trying to say that Arya is a boy. Gonna leave a lot of blisters, a lot of, things like that. And also, it's Arya at a time where she's already grieving for her father to also be being bullied and picked on. It's going to remind her of those, things at Winterfell. She remembered the day her father had died. Her head did feel lumpy because on that day she thought Yoren meant to kill her, but instead he hacked off her hair until there was only stubble left. He told her he was taking men and boys to the wall. Yeah, just clearing up everything that we kind of saw at the very end of the last book. It wasn't made very clear like I talked about, but Arya under a lot of stress, right? Your whole appearance is basically being changed by this, and you're having to run away from your father and everyone you've ever known and trusting Yoren to take you basically home. Yoren had told her that leaving the city would be the easy part, but the road to Winterfell would be hard. But the people with her, with this party with Yoren, they were not like Jon, right? Jon is someone very honorable and all those things, but the other black brothers that were coming to join were not going to be like that at all. Some of them would be wanting food or just some sort of clothing. Others would be taken from the dungeons and could be some of the worst criminals of King's Landing. As Ned had given Yoren access to the dungeons, if any of these men knew who she was, they would sell her to the queen. Only half of them would, I'm not going to say that word, but let's just say sexually assault her first. YouTube's not a big fan of that word, and especially this early in the video, we're not going to say that. From now on, she must keep to herself and go to the bathroom in the forest away from anyone and to not drink more than she needs. A lot here for Arya, right? Not only is she having to leave the city, she's putting on this whole different persona. She also has to pretend she's a boy because remember, the Night's Watch doesn't take women. And so Arya is having to live a lie and also among some of the more dangerous people of the city. If you're, a common person, let's put this into perspective, right? Let's not just get Arya's perspective here. If you're one of these people that you're so desperate that you're willing to go to the Night's Watch because you can't feed yourself. Think about Arya's last chapter in A Game of Thrones. She was struggling to feed herself. And you find out that Arya is a Stark. Well, you don't know what's going on with the Starks and Lancers. All you've been told is that, it seems like Ned Stark tried a coup to take over the throne. Arya would be his daughter. This would be a way for you to get some sort of coin and to change your entire life. And so I know that Yoren tries to put into her head really badly that these people are not great people, but you got to also look at their circumstances of their life and why they would try to sell her out. It wouldn't be a personal thing. It would be survival. Avoiding this life of going to the Night's Watch, because some of the people going there are not criminals, or at least are not known criminals, but others are. And of course, Yoren does have the right of it. A lot of these people probably would sexually assault her as well. So not a great look, kind of shows the brutality of this world. But another thing to touch on, it's kind of interesting, right? Arya's last chapter is all about struggling how to get out of the city. And here Yoren is saying, it's going to be pretty easy. The problem is going to be on the road. Because if you remember what's going on, Robb and Tywin are at war. You have Stannis gearing up for war. Renly is at war. Again, the roads are not going to be very safe, and that's going to be the dangerous part of their journey, which Yoren is completely correct on. But getting into page 23, Yoren had been right, as when they came upon the gates, it had been easy. He only needed to call to a guard, and they were sent through. People just know who Yoren is, and you're not going to be expecting Arya to be with the Night's Watch, all these boys and things like that. You're just not going to be looking there for Arya. And I think that's what guards would be thinking, right? So you can't blame the guards here, and they're looking for a specific girl. They're looking for a highborn girl. Arya doesn't look like that right now. And Arya even thinks this. She knew they would be looking for a highborn girl, not a skinny boy with his hair chopped off. She wished the water and the rush would sweep over the castle, taking everyone with it, especially Joffrey and the queen. But then she thought of Sansa and decided to wish for Winterfell instead. It's one of those weird things because if you think about Sansa, she's someone that didn't really think about Arya at all after Ned's coup. And here you have Arya, even in this just moment of thinking about, wanting all these bad people to go away, she thinks of her sister, right? It just shows very how intelligent I feel like Arya is, or mature she is. She's kind of the polar opposite of Sansa, like we talked about all in book 1. But Yoren had been wrong about one thing. Pissing had not been the hardest. The two orphan boys, Lamy and Hot Pie, had been the worst. Yoren had found them on the streets and promised them food and shoes, and they had come along. But even as they left, Yoren had told them the wall needed good men, but they would have to do. Lamy and Hot Pie are not exactly the ideal recruits for the wall, but they need anybody, right? They're struggling for men. But Lamy and Hot Pie, it's weird because, we're seeing the story from Arya's perspective, of course, so we're not going to like Lamy and Hot Pie at first because they're kind of bullies. But at the same time, you look at these kids that have been basically left to fend for themselves. Hot Pie, his mother died, and he was kind of like helping her bake and things like that and run her business. What are they supposed to do in this world, right? They're basically just left to die. And you understand that and you feel for them a bit, but at the same time, they also don't present themselves that well to Arya. Yoren had taken others from the dungeons, thieves, and once again, sexual assaulters, but, there's another word in there. There were 3 that seemed particularly even scare Yoren, as they wore fetters in the back of a wagon at all times until they got to the wall. Very interesting, one of these especially. Well, all 3 of them are actually pretty important to the story, but when we do get to Jaqen and when we learn more about the character and wondering why he was here, that's a whole video for itself. But for this chapter, they are just 3 very dangerous people to Arya. The 3 that were being locked up had been found in the black cells. Arya notes Rorge, who is missing a nose, and Biter with his sharp teeth and bald head, with weeping sores on his cheeks and eyes. Yoren had also gotten supplies in King's Landing as he left with 5 wagons of supplies, like ravens, hides, parchments, and ink. He had also bought 2 horses and donkeys for travel. Arya herself would have preferred a horse, but the donkey was better than the wagon. This is exactly like Arya. Like, some people might prefer to sit on the wagon all day, but Arya is somebody that likes to explore. She's very tomboyish. It fits kind of her personality. You think back to book 1 when Sansa is getting to ride in the big wagon or whatever you want to call it. I don't remember the exact terminology, but in book 1 to go sit with the queen and her children, Arya doesn't want to go on that. She wants to explore. And so that's just who she is. But it also kind of shows how important Yoren is to the wall. He's someone that's not only trying to get recruits, he's also getting, things that the wall needs. Parchments, all those things for Maester Aemon, being able to send messages, all that. Because, if you're at Castle Black, nobody's really coming to trade with you, right? The only people that are probably going to come trade to the wall is going to be at Eastwatch. And we see a lot more of that perspective from Jon in the 5th book, the way he has to deal with all these micromanaging issues of the wall. But it shows how somebody like Yoren is very vital to the actual survival of the Watch. The men ignored her, but not so the boys. She was 2 years younger than the next orphan boy and skinnier and smaller. She was also silent, which the boys took for her being stupid, scared, or deaf. Arya just is not a normal child, right? If you think about kids, especially Arya that age, they like to play. They're not usually like very, silent and quiet, and not interacting with other people. That's just not usually how children are, right? And so, yes, that's not to say every child's like that, right? But I would say generally Arya gives off very weird behavior because she's much more mature. She doesn't want to interact with all these other people because she realizes that could get her in trouble. But other boys, they're going to see that as weakness. They're going to pick on her because she's different. That's just how it is. Unfortunately, that's just how the world seems to be. The people that are different, especially, I think children can be brutal to each other. People that don't fit in, a lot of times, they will get maybe made fun of. And I have experience. I don't think I was ever personally bullied, but I know if some of my friends were before I moved when I was younger. But children suck to each other. That's all I got to say. But getting back to Arya, one day as they had been crossing fields and orchards, Lami had asked where she had gotten her sword. As Arya notes, he was a dryer's apprentice before he got caught stealing. Lami, again, desperate, wanted stuff. I can understand why he would steal. Arya thinks about that exact thing in her last chapter as well. But it's also weird. If you think about it, Arya seems to be this orphan boy. How does she have a castle forged sword? That's going to come off as really weird automatically. It's something I think is quite interesting. Why didn't Yoren take it from her? If I was Yoren, I would have told her they need to hide it. Like, it needs to be hidden within some of the supplies going to the wall, because that's going to give off a lot of attention. Why would she have that? As he continues pushing for how she got the sword, Arya gets a bit nervous, chewing her lip, but she was determined to not go crying for Yoren's help, showing a little bit of that anxiety that Arya's having. If you want to compare it to, say, for instance, House of the Dragon, when you have Alicent, how she's biting her nails, and everybody has their quirk, right, towards anxiety. I am someone that tends to shake my leg a lot. I don't know, I just had that since I was very young, but this is just Arya's thing, chewing her lip. Hot Pie suggests maybe she was a squire, as Arya notes his mother had been a baker and he pushed a cart through the streets all day shouting hot pies, but then his mother had died, given how he gets the name Hot Pie. But also kind of a tragic story for Hot Pie, right? Seemed like he had a decent living at least until his mother died, and that's also very tragic at a young age, something Hot Pie and Arya could maybe connect on, right? But that's not going to happen yet. We're still on not great terms with Arya and Hot Pie, as they're going to press her, right? How did she get this sword? And also, they're bigger than her, right? So they're going to be thinking in their head, they're going to be like, okay, we can just take this sword from her, right? They have nothing, more or less. That'll get us into page 24. They continue noting he is no squire, and the sword probably isn't real, just tin, which makes a lot of sense, right? An orphan boy having this sword makes sense they would kind of be fake. But Arya hated them talking about Needle, telling them that it was real, and they better shut up, glaring at them. The boys laughed at her, and Hot Pie once again asked where she got the sword, as Lami suggests she probably stole it, which does seem likely. If I was in Lami's position, that's probably what I would guess as well. And Arya's pissed at this, noting it was not stolen. She could bear being called names, but not Jon and her family really being called thieves. Hot Pie reasons if she stole the sword, it isn't his anyway, and he could use a sword like that. Lami then dares him to take it off of her. Hot Pie, again, is just rationalizing, okay, if I'm stealing from somebody, it's okay because she stole it from somebody else. That's basically his logic, even though it's still stealing, right? It's trying to justify why you do something. Arya tries to justify stealing in her last chapter, right? Because she's going to die if she doesn't. It's for survival. Hot Pie edged closer with his donkey as Arya describes him having a fat face, sunburnt and peeling, with straw hair. Not a great description of Hot Pie from Arya, but Hot Pie tells her she does not know how to use the sword. Arya wanted to say yes she did, as she had killed the stable boy back in book 1. She could kill him as well from annoying her, but she dare not in front of Yoren. She had not even told him about the stable boy. She knew some of the men here were murderers, especially the ones in the wagon, but it was different for her. They were looking for her. Arya is trying to avoid all attention, right? Telling Yoren that she killed a guy or a boy. I don't think Yoren would really care that much, given the boy tried to turn her in. I think he'd be a bit concerned, given she's still a child and killed somebody already. But it's something that if I was Arya, I would also probably keep to myself. At this point, especially when you're in a very perplexing situation, maybe wait until you're back in Winterfell. When you and Yoren are parting, you maybe tell him the truth of all this stuff. For now, it doesn't seem to be the most important thing going on. But yeah, Lami taunts her again, asking if she's going to cry, which Arya admits while thinking she had during the night over her father, and woke up red-eyed and dry. She could not shed another tear if her life depended on it. Hot Pie thinks she's going to wet her pants when Gendry steps in. And I want to read kind of this scuffle that's going to happen, a little bit of Gendry's introduction, but something to think about. Arya is still a kid. Losing your father, she's going to cry over, she's going to be sad, all those things. It's completely normal. Just shows the state of mind she's in, right? Angry, depressed over all these different things. But yeah, let's get into the description and kind of the fight that happens on page 24 and into page 25 as well. "Leave him be," said the boy with the shaggy black hair who rode behind them. Lami had named him the Bull on account of his horned helm he had polished all the time but never wore. Lami didn't dare mock the bull. He was older and big for his age, with a broad chest and strong-looking arms. "You better give Hot Pie the sword, Ari," Lami said. "Hot Pie wants it bad. He kicked the boy to death. He'll do the same to you, I bet. I knocked him down, and I kicked him in the balls, and I kept kicking him there until he was dead." Hot Pie boasted. "I kicked him all to pieces. His balls were broke open and bloody, and his cock turned black. You better give me the sword." Arya slid her practice sword from her belt. "You can have this one," she told Hot Pie, not wanting to fight. "That's just some stick." He rode nearer and tried to reach over for Needle's hilt. Gendry, first introduction, right away, pretty impressive. He's a big dude, especially for being so young. He's very muscular. He's a little bit like Robert himself. And also, it's just, Arya preparing basically to have to fight, which will get us into page 25. Arya then hit her stick on Hot Pie's donkey, making it buck. It sent Hot Pie to the ground. She left from her own to hit him a few more times on the ground, drawing blood as she turns to Lami, asking if he wants it as well, but he holds his hand in front of his face, squealing to get her away. Just showing Arya is quite resourceful. She's quite smart. She's good on her feet, right? She thinks very quickly. Yes, Hot Pie might be bigger than her, all these things, but she uses kind of the advantages she has. Hit the donkey, make Hot Pie go to the ground, and then she can attack first. It's just Arya what she does. She's very smart at these things. Gendry warned her as Hot Pie was grabbing a rock. She let him throw it, dodging it, and continuing to beat him bloody all over the place and over the back of his head, the whole time dodging his hands, trying to get her. She went into her water dance form and lunged at him, getting him again between his legs. Hot Pie is getting the worst end of the deal here, and a little bit of this is definitely Arya taking out her anger, her frustration on Hot Pie, and that's not to say that Hot Pie wasn't asking for it, right? He was trying to steal from her, but Arya does go, I think, a little bit over the top, as she basically completely almost kills Hot Pie. Eventually, Yoren was there, pulling the boy up, who seems to have soiled himself. Yoren puts an end to this, asking if she wanted to kill him. But Yoren also whirls on the others, threatening them if this happens again, and he tells Arya to follow him. A number of things has to happen. Arya has to get her punishment, for one, but two, he wants to put her to the side. He's realizing some of the issues she's dealing with in terms of her father's death, but Arya is forced to follow Yoren. They were all staring at her, but Arya was half dragged away from the group into the wood, as Yoren berates her, telling her if he had any sense, he would have left her in King's Landing. He tells her to pull down her breeches and to not worry, no one can see. And Yoren is quite an interesting character because he didn't need to help Arya. It isn't like in the show at all, where Ned tells Yoren where Arya is and basically begs for help. Yoren goes out of his way to kind of help Arya. Right now, Yoren was staying back because he was supposed to transport Ned himself, so he already had this plan. He was going to be taking a Stark, but he gets the wrong one. He gets Arya instead, and he wasn't planning to do that. He didn't need to do that, right? He puts more risk on himself by doing this. It's a great deed that Yoren is kind of doing for Arya and kind of the Starks as well, but that'll get us into page 26. Unfortunately, Arya is going to have to be punished by Yoren. To see that there's some equality here, that there's no favoritism, right? Because he doesn't want to put a target on Arya's back that she doesn't get any punishment for acting out, right? Yoren wants it to be as natural as possible, that there is no favoritism here, that he doesn't know her beforehand. Arya did as she was told and was told to hug a tree and to scream loud. Again, Yoren wants Arya to scream loud because not because he wants to hurt her or any of these things, but because he wants the others to hear that, right? Keep them in place and all these things. This is what happens if you act out, right? But also, he wants her to scream loud because he's not trying to hit her that hard. He wants to hit her, enough to where it is going to leave some sort of mark, but he wants to do it in a way that is the least amount of damage to Arya as possible. Arya stubbornly thinks that she won't because Arya just doesn't understand what's going on here. She doesn't understand what Yoren's trying to do. But when Yoren laid the wood against her back, she let out a shriek, all the same as he continues hitting her 2 more times. The last one Arya flinches at as she hears it coming. She felt the blood going down her thigh, and it hurt a good amount from the sting. Yoren tells her that hopefully he has got her attention now, and next time she assaults a brother, she will get double what she gave. Just, again, trying to make it to where there's no more fighting in here, don't put a target on her back, and all of that. It still sucks that Arya has to, basically get beaten, which just didn't almost never happen at all, but, that's just how it was in this world. But, yeah. Arya thinks they are not her brothers as she pulls her breeches up, and at this Yoren asks if she is hurt, to which she tries to remain calm like Syrio taught her. She says, some. Arya's just trying to take it, right? She doesn't want to talk about all these feelings that she has, and even the brothers comment, it makes her think of her family. It makes her think of, all the people that are missing right now, thinking of Jon. Yoren says hitting hot pie or Lami won't bring back her father, to which Arya sullenly says she knows. And that's the whole truth of this, right? It was more than, Lami and Hot Pie messing with her, right? She could have just knocked him off the donkey and let him be and kept going, but she didn't. She kept beating him up and, bloodying him, nearly killing him because of her anger, her sadness. And we understand where Arya is coming from, right? Loss can lead to a lot of different reactions. That was what book 1 was really all about. And Arya is going a different way, lashing out. And Yoren is trying to set her on a better path. But at this, Yoren tells her something she does not know. When he was set to leave, someone with a boy, a purse of coin, and a message told him to wait as Ned would be heading for the wall. But something went wrong. Again, we know that this was Gendry, for 1, being delivered to Yoren. 2, we know that, okay, this is probably Varys, who is all behind this, but it tells you more importantly that Ned was always supposed to go to the wall, and Joffrey acted out. But why did Joffrey do that? And it seems that Littlefinger was the person that kind of egged him on to do those things. But the real question here is, why did Varys have Gendry sent away? It's an interesting question. Does Varys want to use him later on? I think Varys is going to try and use Edric Storm, and I think Gendry going to the wall makes a lot of sense. If you're Varys, you know where Gendry would be. But that isn't going to occur exactly like how Varys probably wanted it to. But this is definitely going to be news to Arya, because Arya wouldn't have known any of this background information. She wasn't at court, right? All she saw was what she saw in her chapter, right? That Ned, confesses and then is killed. And Joffrey orders it. So Arya knew as Joffrey someone should have killed him. As Yoren agrees, someone will, but it won't be either of them, as he instructs her to take some sour leaf to help with the sitting. Arya wants revenge on Joffrey, and you can understand why, right? Arya is almost us, the reader, right? She can't kill Joffrey. It's just not going to happen. But it's us also wanting Joffrey to die. But it's also foreshadowing, because someone eventually will kill Joffrey, and her sister will basically be involved, even though she doesn't know it at the time. Arya later thinks it did help some, but it tasted terrible. But either way, for the coming days, she walked, as she was still too raw to sit the donkey. Hot Pie had truly been worse. He had been placed on a wagon, but he whimpered at every bump. Lami, on the other hand, stayed as far away from her as possible. And that's the thing, right? In this world, if you get injured really badly, there's no safe travel. There's no get in a car. There's no get in a plane. There's none of those things. You're going to have to basically be, in a wagon where it's every time there's a different, rock, or there's just not a great path, you're going to feel that, right? And that's kind of what Arya's realizing, and I think she definitely feels a bit bad about it. That gets into the last page, page 27 of the chapter. Again, not a long chapter, which I'm actually kind of glad of. If you guys don't know, I have another channel, a football channel, and I basically commentated for 3.5 hours, and it's completely taken my voice almost. But we're getting through it. But getting into page 27, even Gendry noticed that every time she looks at him, he winces, but Arya did not respond. It seemed better to not speak to anyone. Arya doesn't want to form any type of connection with anyone because she doesn't want to slip out something that may reveal herself. She doesn't want to get close to anyone because she realizes also that she's not going to be with these men for a while. And also, she has it in the back of her mind that all these people are willing to sell her out. And so Arya is trying to distance herself from everyone. But that night she lay looking up at the comet of which Gendry had named the Red Sword. Gendry believed it looked like a sword come out of the forge. Again, everybody has a different interpretation of the Red Comet. It's what connects this entire story in Clash of Kings. And Gendry, of course, he was a smith before this, right? He was good at forging swords and helmets, all those things. Of course, he's going to think it's something to do with a forge. Arya agreed it looked like a sword, but not a new one. It looked like ice, with the blood of her father upon it. Yoren had made her look away, but she still imagined it. Arya has her own interpretation, right? And if you even think about the way, if you visualize Game of Thrones right after Ned's death, and you see ice with the blood on it, you can definitely see why Arya would come to that conclusion. It's just everybody has their own idea of what they think happened. But when at last she dreamed of home and her family and seeing them again. Yoren had promised to take her home with no one knowing, but a part of Arya wished she could go to the wall first to see Jon and have him call her little sister and mess up her hair. And both of them say they missed the other as they used to speak at the same time a lot. She wished that more than anything. Arya ends this chapter with dreaming of home and where that journey will take her. We know that journey will not go as Arya had planned, but that is what she wishes for. And I think that's very human, wanting your home back, the people you know, the people you care about, as she's basically going to be lost in the wilderness. All right, hello, YouTube. Welcome back to the Grease Goblin YouTube channel. Today's video, we're going to be continuing our Clash of Kings reread, and today's video will be Sansa 1. And again, I want to do a refresher for all of these first characters, and they're getting into this new book. Where we leave Sansa is in a very dark place, right? She's kind of accepting the situation that she's in, that Joffrey is this horrible monster. It's, her last chapter is a reflection on what happened in Ned's death chapter and Arya's last chapter. And so she's kind of accepted this role that she has to play the role of this perfect woman to Joffrey, right? To avoid getting beaten and abused and all these things. And so that's kind of where this chapter just picks up at. It feels like a direct correlation from the last chapter, more naturally than I think even Arya's chapters do from the last to the first one. And so this chapter will take place during the morning of King Joffrey's name day. So getting into page 28, Sansa notes that it was a bright and windy day with a long tail of a comet visible through the clouds. Again, every one of these early chapters is going to reference this comet. What does it mean, right? Like Sansa herself is watching this comet from her tower window when Sir Aerys Oakheart arrives to escort her to the turning grounds. But Aerys Oakheart himself is going to have an interpretation of the comet, whereas Sansa will have her own. And it's one of the things that connects this story together so well in every one of the plot lines, because you have all these different characters in different places looking at this comet and all having their own interpretations. So last chapter, it was a character like Gendry, right? Thinking it was a sword because he was a blacksmith-esque character, right? You have Arya's interpretation, which is like ice, the sword that killed her father, and his blood being on that sword represent Ned's death because that's at the front of her mind. Whereas Sansa and Aerys are also going to have two different interpretations. And Sansa just straight up asks bluntly to Sir Aerys what the comet means. Sir Aerys believes the comet signifies glory for Joffrey because the comet flames across the sky on Joffrey's name day specifically. As he continues that the comet is seen as a banner raised by the gods in Joffrey's honor. The small folk have named the comet King Joffrey's Comet. And makes sense, right? Aerys Oakheart, even what we know of the character, which we know more about the character when we get to his POV later on in the series, it shows you right away how naive he can be. I guess it isn't, that rash to be thinking, okay, comet kind of pops up and, it's Joffrey's name day, all these things. But in my opinion, kind of a naive take of it. But again, it's what's central at Aerys's mind because he has to protect Joffrey because he is the king. So again, it's usually what the person wants it to be almost. But Sansa doubts this. She is unsure of Sir Eris and his idea of what the comet represents. She mentions that she heard servants calling it the Dragon's Tail, which again, every once so often we do see some of our characters hit the actual true meaning of the Red Comet, of what I think most people believe it is it is, Daenerys awakening the dragons. It's her magic that's put this back into the world. And so I find it interesting that even the servants kind of realize that. But Sir Eris explains it like this. Well, you see, the castle we're in right now, the throne that Joffrey is occupying it, well, that was once Aegon the Conqueror's, right? He built this throne, then his son built this castle. All of that was built by the Targaryens. And so Joffrey is now taken over that to show that he is the legitimate ruler after the Targaryens, which is also interesting given the fact that Sansa is going to realize in this chapter, because Joffrey tells her, that Viserys has died. You could have another connection to the dragons as well, the falling of the dragons, right? If you even reference like the dynasty and how Joffrey has now come to the throne. But Eris claims that the comet heralds Joffrey's ascent and triumph over his enemies, which is going to be a big warning flag for Sansa, because Sansa's family is Joffrey's enemy, right? Because Sansa even thinks, to herself, would the gods be that cruel as to support Joffrey? And if you even think about the normal story, Joffrey is one of the last kings in this whole war to die. So it is quite interesting, right? You see Robb is going to die. You see Balon's going to die. Renly's going to die. A lot of the kings die before Joffrey does. So it is unfortunate that it seems like the gods do favor Joffrey to an extent. But Sansa, just fearing for her family's safety based upon, her mother and her brother in open rebellion at this moment. And she even considers something that I find interesting, right? Sansa is not someone that knows Joffrey is a bastard at this time. Like, she doesn't know that Joffrey is a product of Cersei and Jaime. She still thinks that he is Robert Baratheon's son. And she considers that, right? If Joffrey was a Baratheon, Robert's son, wouldn't the comet be gold to herald him, not red? And yes, the Lannisters do have the color of red, but you would also think that his claim to the throne is not through the Lannisters, it's through the Baratheon side with Robert. So all of that is interesting, right? Is because the Baratheon, sigil is a black stag on a golden field, which has nothing to do with the comet. I just find that a little interesting. But that gets to page 29. Sansa closes the shutters and turns away from the window as Sir Eris compliments her, saying she looks lovely. And Sansa, again, realizes the role she has to play. She went through this whole, preparation of trying to make herself as beautiful as possible for Joffrey, because that's less likely to get him mad on her if she's looking, very pretty that day. And she knew her presence would be required at Joffrey's name day tournament. But she wears a pale purple silk gown and a moonstone hairnet, a gift from Joffrey. And we're already referencing that, hairnet that I talked about in the first chapter of this book. It's just loosely mentioned right here, just throwing that at you to kind of prepare you for the next book. The gown had long sleeves to hide bruises from Joffrey's wrath when Sir Boros beat her after Robb was proclaimed King of the North. Again, see those ripple effects, right? It's another reason why Catelyn probably would not have been the happiest for Robb being declared King of the North and continuing this war, is because everything that Robb does is going to affect how Sansa is treated. And we know Joffrey is just an idiot, right? And he takes out his anger on Sansa because she's weaker than him, and he has the power over her, right? It makes no sense why Sansa would be responsible for Robb declaring himself, well, I guess the North and the Riverlands, as him being the King of the North. This shows how vicious he is. But Sir Eris offers his arm, and Sansa lets him lead her from her chamber. She preferred Eris as her Kingsguard companion because the others were just not great. Sir Boros was short-tempered and beat her. Sir Meryn was cold. Sir Mandon was unsettling with dead eyes. Very important to track that, given what we know he'll do later on. And then Sir Preston treated her like a child. Nobody really treated Sansa as a human being outside of Sir Eris. Sir Eris, she knew, was courteous and speak cordially to her. He once objected to hitting her when Joffrey commanded it, but still did so lightly, unlike the others. It shows where those signs of how Arianne will manipulate Eris are right then and there. He is someone that's closer to a true knight than everyone else because he tries to protect, children like Sansa and women. He tries to actually uphold his knight vows, but he can be push to do things, like still beating Sansa, albeit it wasn't as hard as maybe the others. It was still beating Sansa. The Hound, though, is never asked to punish her. Joffrey used the others to do that instead. And that's because I think Joffrey realizes that the Hound wouldn't just, do whatever Joffrey wanted, right? I think that's made pretty clear in the way how the Hound's demeanor is. But also even, starts this idea of when the Hound abandons Joffrey's cause later in the book, it's kind of a nice little foreshadowing to that. But Sansa also notes Sir Aerys's appearance with light brown hair, a pleasant face, dressed dashingly with a white silk cloak and golden oak leaf fastener. His tunic features a golden oak tree. The two then start to talk about the tourney, and Sansa asks who will win the day's honors. Sir Aerys confidently says he will win, but fears the triumph will have no savor. Again, think about a tournament, right? We're in the middle of a war that's basically enveloping the entire country. It's not going to be this grand thing, right? Because you do all the soldiers, the true, people of skill, are going to be out there in war, not playing at little tourneys like we're going to see, for instance, in this book when Catelyn goes to see Renly's camp. That's something that's very important. Like, this is just going to be people that are not very skilled or people that are guards here at King's Landing. And Aerys even notes that the field is small and poor, with only about 20 participants, including squires and free riders. He sees no honor in defeating inexperienced competitors. Sansa is made then to kind of reflect on her father's quote-unquote tourney, the Hands tourney back in Book 1, how it had been this huge and splendid event, but this one would be nothing like it, right? There were champions all across the continent trying to fight in this tournament, but in Joffrey's, that would not be the case. So again, it just goes back to a time when war was not at the forefront of the story. But she now notes that King Robert is dead, her father beheaded for treason, and now there are 3 kings in the land, and war rages beyond the Trident. Joffrey's tournament is held within the Red Keep's walls as the city is filled with desperate men, also showing the state of the castle. Not only is this tourney pretty much nothing, right? There's no actual, good competitors going in on this, but also that they are so worried that they won't even stage this outside of the Red Keep because of the beginnings of, starvation, of people being in panic about this war that's occurring and what that could happen to them. Right now, remember, the Lannisters don't look very good right now, right? The Lannisters only start to look good really after the Blackwater. Everything seems to go against the Lannisters. They're getting defeated by the Starks in the north and the west. Down south, you have Renly coming up with an army of just a huge amount. It looks like King's Landing is going to fall at this point. And so if you were a citizen of the castle and you were hearing these rumors and you don't even have as accurate information as someone like Sansa does, what would you be thinking, right? You would be thinking, oh crap, this could go bad really quick. But that gets us to page 30. But Sansa questions about the queen. As Sansa knew, whenever the queen was about or attending, she would feel safer because she could restrain Joffrey. And I don't think that's really the case. I think it's more Joffrey doesn't want to, publicly humiliate or beat her in front of Cersei. But Cersei, at the same time, is not able to restrain Joffrey much either. That's just proved by Ned's death. So Sansa doesn't really, truly understand that relationship the best, but it makes sense. But Sir Aerys responds that the queen is busy with urgent council business as he talks about why that is, what is going on in the world, and he tells her in a lowered voice that Lord Tywin has gone to Harrenhal instead of bringing his army to the city, which has made Cersei furious. Which you can understand both sides of it, right? Like, Cersei is feeling how weak they are. They don't have a lot of men. If Stannis or Renly was to come at them at this time, it would be really bad for them. But at the same time, you can see Tywin's kind of position as well. Like, yes, you want to defend the throne, but at the same time, you want to deal with the Stark threat before you turn to other threats, because if you just leave the Starks, they're just going to be able to attack the West. They're going to be able to, reclaim all of the Riverlands. They might even get the Vale backing them if it seems like things are going right for them. Again, looking at it from Tywin's point of view, not what we know. So you can kind of see both sides. Sir Aerys stops talking as Lannister guardsmen march past, cautious about gossiping in front of others, which is true, right? You don't want to actually be gossiping because this is King's Landing. That can get out, right? So you want to make sure you're a little careful. I think Sir Aerys is quite smart in that. But we then get to the tourney and the tourney setup. Carpenters had built a gallery and lists in the outer bailey. The turnout was poor, with the seats only half filled. Most of the spectators are guardsmen from the City Watch and House Lannister, with few lords and ladies present. There are a few notable attendees in the crowd, with Lord Giles Rosby, Lady Tanda and her daughters, Jalabar Exo, and Lady Ermasanda. I don't think I said that right, but that's who's in attendance. But at this time, she's basically introduced into Joffrey. She sees him sitting under a crimson canopy, with Prince Marcella and Tommen behind, with Sandor the Hound staying at the back of the royal box. He looked kind of a interesting sight. His white, cloak did not really go with his normal attire of rust-spun tunic and leather jerkin. But the Hound greets Sansa curtly, his scarred face twitching as he speaks. Instantly, Sansa is met with different reactions to how she approaches. Marcella seems to nod shyly at her. Prince Tommen eagerly tells Sansa that he's allowed to ride in the tourney as his mother gave permission. Eventually, Joffrey will also respond to her. But I also want to take this note. Sansa has been away from her family for quite a bit of time, and she looks at Tommen, and he's just like how Bran was at this age, right? Now, Bran is a cripple, so there is difference, but he's at least safe in Winterfell. Again, a little bit of alluding to that might not be the case by the end of the book, but Sansa kind of wishes she could be home, right? Out of this war, out of this peril. But no, she must play the lady. Sansa teases Tommen, saying she fears for the life of his opponent. And Joffrey kind of mocks this as he usually does, as he always is trying to pretty much bully Tommen at all times. Joffrey was dressed in a gilded breastplate with a roaring lion engraved on the chest. He seems to be almost preparing, like battle or war is going to, hit them at any time. And him at 13 is going to be able to actually do anything. Again, goes back to a massive theme of Book 1, where people, drawing swords and all these things, when they don't actually mean to use them, it's a sign of lack of maturity and responsibility. But Sansa also does remind us of what Joffrey looks like, as he is tall for his age, has the green eyes and golden hair of the Lannisters. And that gets us into page 31. Sansa greets Joffrey with a curtsy, and Ser Erys bows before leaving to equip himself for the lists. Joffrey just kind of allows him to do so. I don't think he really cares. And then he studies Sansa. Pleased she wore the moonstone hairnet he gave her. Once again, a lot of emphasis being put on this moonstone hairnet, which will be important later on. Joffrey acts gallantly, it would seem, and Sansa's relieved, right? He's trying to act the prince like he was back in Book 1 when he was trying to court Sansa. He was acting, like the good king. It's not going to last very long, but Sansa is at least relieved somewhat. Sansa thanks Joffrey for the hairnet and his kind words and wishes him a lucky name day. And at this, Joffrey gives Sansa some interesting information. Us, the readers, have known about Viserys' death since, the midpoint of Book 1, but that news doesn't travel very quickly. Joffrey tells Sansa that Viserys, the last son of Mad King Aerys, has died. He explains that Viserys, known as the Beggar King, was killed by the Dothraki and crowned with molten gold. And Joffrey laughs at this. Given how cruel Joffrey is, he would have seen this gone like, man, I got to take some notes from those Dothraki and Khal Drogo. They really know how to get a good killing, good poetic killing. And Joffrey even kind of compares it while he's laughing. He compares it to wolves killing Robb, joking about feeding Robb to wolves once he is captured. And Joffrey goes even further. He expresses his desire to challenge Robb to single combat. Wouldn't that be interesting? Joffrey, somebody who's not been in a single battle, that was nearly killed by Arya and Nymeria in Book 1, thinks he could challenge Robb to a one-on-one. And Sansa says kind of what we're all thinking. Sansa maintains a polite tone, but she says she would like to see the fight. Sansa is a bit worried, right? Like, this really was not the best thing to say to Joffrey, because on one hand, you could think of it as, oh yeah, Sansa's agreeing that I could beat up Robb. But on the other hand, is she just saying that her brother would kill Joffrey? And Joffrey seems to be kind of suspicious of this, right? He seems to be like questioning in his mind what she means. But Sansa quickly changes the subject, asking if Joffrey will enter the lists. Joffrey frowns and says his mother told him it wouldn't be fitting since the tourney is in his honor, but claims he would have been the champion otherwise. I think Cersei has a couple reasons for this. One is, the reason Joffrey just said. That makes sense. But two, I also don't think you want to give any chance for somebody to hurt the king. Though, I think there's more than one reason there. Joffrey asks the Hound for agreement, who mocks the idea of competing against the weak field. Sansa asks the Hound if he will joust, but he dismisses it, calling the tourney a tournament of gnats. And the Hound is completely right. Like, there really is no competition, right? The Hound would destroy pretty much anybody in this tournament pretty easily. And yeah, it's one of those tournaments. It's just to kind of reflect on the time that's passed between the first tournament of book one and this tournament. But Joffrey, ever being the cruel boy, suggests he should command the Hound to fight the day's champion to the death, as Joffrey did enjoy making men fight to the death. Joffrey is someone that loves having power over people and letting other people die for his entertainment. That's just how messed up he is as an individual. The Hound responds by saying Joffrey would be one night poorer, as he has never taken knightly vows and hated his knighted brother. Because the Hound sees knighthood as something that doesn't really hold up, right? The words and all those things are great, but how many knights actually stay to those vows, right? A lot of people use the title of being a knight to gain influence and power, not to actually uphold those vows. And you also look at, okay, the Mountain, one of the worst individuals in the story, is somebody that is knighted. No wonder the Hound doesn't want to be knighted. But the trumpets blare and Joffrey takes Sansa's hand, which once would have made her heart race, but now it's kind of this sick gesture. It's like, I don't want to hold your hand. You killed my father and you're threatening the rest of my family. I don't really want to hold your hand. But Sansa hides all of this emotion, sitting very still, trying to not bring any attention on her. She doesn't want Joffrey's wrath to be on her, and so she stays silent. But at this, Sir Meryn Trant is announced by the herald as he will be the first person in the joust. Sir Meryn enters the yard dressed in white plate chased with gold, mounted on a milk-white charger with a grey mane. His white cloak streams behind him like snow, and he carries a 12-foot lance. That'll get us into page 32. His opponent was announced Sir Hobber of House Redwine, riding a black stallion dressed in burgundy and blue, the colors of his house. His lance is stripped in burgundy and blue, and his shield bears the grape cluster sigil of House Redwine. Like Sansa, the Redwine twins were the queen's unwilling guests. More or less, you're keeping them hostage to try and keep the Redwines out of the war, which isn't a bad idea by Cersei, but Sansa wonders who forced them to ride in the tourney, suspecting it wasn't their idea. I do find that, kind of weird, because why would she assume that they wouldn't want to be in this tourney? They might as well. If they're being kept a prisoner and they do like to, joust, why not participate in the tourney, right? I don't know. Or maybe it was just done to shame them. Who knows? The first clash between Sir Meryn and Sir Hobber starts here. The knights couch their lances and charge towards each other, encouraged by the watching guardsmen, lords, and ladies. Their lances shatter upon impact, with Sir Hobber reeling but managing to stay on the saddle. After the first pass, the knights receive new lances from their squires, and Sir Horace Redwine cheers for his brother. On the second pass, it wouldn't go as well for Sir Hobber, as Sir Meryn Trant aims his lance directly at Sir Hobber's chest, knocking him from his horse with a loud crash. Sir Horace rushes to help his battered brother off the field, and Joffrey dismisses the effort, declaring it poorly ridden. But the next contestants are Sir Balon Swan and Morris Slynt. Just showing a little bit how Janos Slynt has gained some sort of power, right? Having him compete against Balon. Joffrey mocks Moros, calling him an up-jumped oaf, as Moros struggles to manage his lance and shield, highlighting his inexperience as a newly made squire from a low-born family. Yeah, that's one thing that a lot of people would hate about the Slynts, right? That they come from this very low birth, and now all of a sudden they're, in charge of the Harrenhal, right? Think about Davos and everything we talked about in the first chapter with his character and why people would not like him. It's the same thing here. And Sansa usually would have sympathy for people Joffrey's attacking, but not this one. Sansa thought bitterly about Moros and hopes that he will fall and shame himself, even wishing for Sir Balon to kill him. She remembers how Janos Slynt had raised her father's severed head for the crowd after his execution, fueling her anger towards Moros and his family. because Janos Slynt was completely complicit in what happened to her father, right? Janos Slynt instantly listens to Joffrey and doesn't follow the directions of people like Cersei or Varys. He acts on Joffrey's word. Moros is also described with wearing black armor inlaid with golden scrollwork, a checkered black and gold cloak, and carries a shield with a sigil of their newly created house, a bloody spear. What a terrible sigil, by the way. Like, oh, our sigil is this spear that we betrayed Ned with. Like, what a terrible sigil. I'm just saying. Despite his armor and shield, Moros struggles to handle them properly as he urges his horse forward, which will get us into page 33, where we'll see the unfortunate tide for Moros. So getting into page 33, Sir Balin's lance hit Moros squarely, causing Moros to drop his lance and lose balance. He falls with one foot caught in the stirrup and is dragged by his horse, his head bouncing along the ground. Joffrey openly mocks him, to which half of the people attending would have been able to hear, but Moros survives the fall, bloodied but alive. Sansa thinks about this, right? Did she cause his death? Like, she seems to, like, wish for that, and then it happens. She feels quite guilty about what possibly could have happened. And this kind of reminds me a lot of Jon and his feelings about Benjen when Benjen leaves the wall. It's a nice little parallel that I kind of picked up on in this reading. Joffrey jokes with his brother Tommen that they picked the wrong foe for him. The Straw Knight jousts better than Moros. Moros is taken away. He doesn't die, but he is in a pretty bad state. But next it was Sir Horace Redwine's joust. Sir Horace rides against an elderly knight not named, bedecked in silver griffins against a blue and white field. Sir Horace vanquishes the knight easily, making for a poor contest. But at this, Joffrey starts to grow bored, right? None of these jousts have been exactly competitive. They've been quite boring, and he calls it a feeble show. Sansa begins to grow anxious because she knows what happens when Joffrey is not entertained. Joffrey will find a way to entertain himself. And those are the things that Sansa worries about. But at this, the Herald announces a very significant character for Sansa's plotline going into Winds of Winter, Lothar Brune, a free rider in the service of Lord Baelish, and Sir Dantos the Red of House Hollard. Both characters will be very important to Sansa's plotline going forward. Lothar appears, but Sir Dantos arrives late and drunk, wearing only a breastplate and helm, his legs bare. Obviously, it's made apparent to everybody here this guy's a drunk and a fool. He should most definitely not be here at this tourney at all. He staggers after his horse, unable to mount due to his drunkenness, while the crowd laughs and shouts insults. After multiple failed attempts to mount, Sir Dantos gives up, sitting in the dirt, removing his helm, and admitting defeat and asking for wine. And this is where Joffrey's going to create his entertainment. This is why Sansa was so anxious, because she knew something like this could likely happen. And Joffrey is quite cruel about this. He stands and commands that Sir Dantos to be drowned in a cask of wine from the cellars. Sansa just instantly, without even thinking, it was almost just pure gut reaction to the situation, gasps and blurts out, "No, you can't." Telling Joffrey he cannot do something is like telling a small child that they cannot do something. They'll just keep doing it until you force them to stop. And that, unfortunately, is what's about to really occur here. Or you, I guess, manipulate them. If you go back to the child example, you like tell them something that's not necessarily true, but you're manipulating them to not do that action, more or less. Joffrey is surprised and angry and asks what she said. While Sansa is shocked that she spoke out loud, she realizes the danger of contradicting him in front of the court. But she just kind of thinks about it. Dantos is, yes, drunk and foolish, but he meant no harm, right? It doesn't mean he should be killed. And her instinctive compassion had led her to speak. And that gets us into page 34. Well, Sansa will try to save herself, and maybe she'll be saved by somebody else. Joffrey confronts Sansa, accusing her of lying. After she begs him not to kill Sir Dantos on his name day. He threatens to drown her alongside Sir Dantos if she cares for him so much. Sansa, desperate to basically not get punished, says that it would bring ill luck to kill someone on his name day, referencing what the singers say about bad fortune. And Joffrey doesn't know exactly what to say to this. Again, he's kind of caught off guard. Is this true? Joffrey might seem confident that that's not true, but what if it is, right? And he seems to be mulling this over, preparing to punish her or say something, when the Hound speaks up. He supports Sansa's claim, stating that what a man sows on his name day, he reaps throughout the year. This comment seems to make Joffrey reconsider, and of course it would, right? Because Sansa saying it, Joffrey could pick up what we're all thinking, right? It's she's trying to get out of this punishment that she's going to have from Joffrey for speaking out. But when the Hound says it, it must be true, right? In Joffrey's mind, he'd be like, why would the Hound be backing her up for no reason, right? That's what's probably going through in Joffrey's mind. Joffrey is unhappy by this, but is influenced by by Sansa and the Hound. Joffrey commands that Sir Dantos be taken away to be killed the next day. Sansa, thinking quickly, tries to get Dantos to not be killed, as he would be better suited as a fool and then as a knight. And this is where she wins it over, right? She applies to Joffrey's ego, his vanity, and compliments his cleverness in seeing him as a fool, right? So now she's praising him and saying that he's so wise, so Joffrey is more likely to accept it. Joffrey considers her suggestion and agrees, appointing Dantos as his new fool, allowing him to live. He mocks the knight and orders him to wear motley and to entertain the court. Sir Dantos isn't necessarily stupid. He may be drunk and all that, but he still understands how close he came to death. He thanks Joffrey and Sansa quite a lot. And this gets us to the end of the tournament. Joffrey's had enough of this, right? Even when he's tried to make his own entertainment, it hasn't really gone his way, and he's disgusted with the low quality of the jousters. He orders the master of the revels to end the tournament. But Tommen isn't going to go down so fast. He protests, saying he was supposed to ride against the straw man, but Joffrey dismisses him, telling him to not be childish despite Tommen's protests that their mother had promised he could ride. Joffrey mocks both Tommen and Prince Myrcella, making fun of them for relying on their mother's words. And that gets us to page 35, where Myrcella has one of my favorite clapbacks to Joffrey. She straight up just says, they are children. This is how they're supposed to act. And she's completely right. Out of the three, Myrcella has always stricken me as the smartest of the three, and she kind of shows that with her cleverness. And she even gets a laugh from the Hound, saying that she has him beat there. And Joffrey allows it to happen, as he doesn't really want to, but he just does, and it lets Tommen participate in the Quintain, calling him a gnat. The Quintain is set up, and Tommen is prepared for his ride. His pony is saddled, and his armor is buckled on, which bears the sigils of Lannister and Baratheon. His excitement and innocence are clear as he cheerfully raises his blunted sword and shouts for Casterly Rock. Interesting that he shouts for that, not Storm's End, given that he believes he is a Baratheon as well. Interesting to show how much Lannister influence is on him compared to Baratheon influence. But unfortunately for Tommen, in his first attempt, he does manage to hit the Quintain's shield, but the spinning mace knocks him off of his pony as it hits him in the back of the head, sending him to a crash to the ground. Joffrey and the crowd laugh at his fall, while Joffrey's laughter being the loudest, emphasizing his cruelty. He is somebody that is just a horrible person, just in general, right? Like, this is your little brother just trying to have some enjoyment, and you're openly mocking him once again. Prince Myrcella, concerned for her brother, runs to him, while Sansa, in a moment of boldness, right? She seems to take some pleasure that she was able to manipulate Joffrey. She tries to go a step further, as she suggests that Joffrey should help his brother and offer him encouragement. Joffrey, showing his lack of empathy, brushes her off, pointing out that Tommen fell off and didn't ride well, showing, again, that he really doesn't care for Tommen. And this is made true. Joffrey just bullies his brother. It's kind of if you want to think about House of the Dragon, it's kind of like Aegon's relationship with Aemond, right? It's just Aegon being overbearing on his brother. It's the same here with Joffrey, where he can never be nice to Tommen. He's always trying to assert his power over him. Just not a nice guy. But that'll get us into page 36, with the arrival of another character to the field. After being knocked off of his horse, Tommen is determined to try again, a quality admired by the Hound. It shows courage. It shows, strength, right, to get back up and to try again. It's these qualities that the Hound would actually like in a king, something that Joffrey just does not have. And Sansa even considers for a moment that she wouldn't mind marrying Tommen. Again, he's a nice kid, even though he's younger than her by about 5 years. He's a young kid. He actually has some personality to him. He seems like he's willing to try and do things even if he's not good at them. Joffrey's the opposite, right? Joffrey is cruel. He's somebody that is cowardly. All these things. It again shows how cool, how innocent of a kid Tommen is. But at this, there was an unexpected arrival. The sound of the gates opening causes confusion as the Red Keep's gates have been closed due to unrest in the city. Joffrey demands to know who gave the orders, showing his paranoia and discomfort. Joffrey is like, whoa, who is, going against my orders? That's not allowed here, right? So somebody else is doing that. What's going on? Did the city get taken in the middle of the day? What's happening here? But it becomes very clear that the arriving party is a Lannister force, but not a traditional one. There are mixes of Lannister soldiers. There's also sellswords. Seems like savages. Very weird band of men. But Sansa eventually realizes that is the Queen Dwarf's brother Tyrion. He rides in on a red horse, injured but still commanding attention with his unique appearance. And Sansa says unique, but she still utters the phrase that he is the ugliest man she has ever met, with his mismatched eyes and bristly beard. He is someone that is not very attractive. That's just kind of how it is. Don't think of Peter Dinklage in your mind right now, because Peter Dinklage is actually a pretty attractive man. That is not Tyrion in the books. But both Tom and Myrcella are very happy to see Tyrion as they go to him. And Tyrion is also very affectionate to them as he spins around Myrcella when he picks her up. But it's very different with Joffrey. As Tyrion approaches Joffrey, there's this kind of tension in the air, right? Joffrey doesn't give a warm welcome to Tyrion. He just seems to question that we had heard that he is dead. That's kind of it. But that'll get us into page 37. But Sansa then also looks more at the entourage with Tyrion. She notices a black-haired sellsword, a gaunt youth with a missing eye. His entrance definitely contrasts a lot of what we see with the traditional Lannisters. He is someone making do, more or less. Joffrey reacts to Tyrion's arrival with suspicion, disdain. He seems very uncomfortable with Tyrion's casual manner and the reminder of his father's death, right? Because Tyrion is someone that is, very clever. He knows how to try and manipulate people without saying too much, right? Talking about Robert's death, he knows that was very suspicious, right? So he's trying to see if Joffrey knows anything about that. But he's also trying to size up Sansa as well, talking about, sympathies for her father and all that. And he leaves Sansa, speechless for the most part, right? And we know that Tyrion's message to Sansa about her father's death is probably genuine. That's just kind of who Tyrion is with a lot of people, especially innocent people. Sansa just doesn't know how to deal with that situation. But Joffrey pipes up asking if Tyrion brought him any gifts, and Tyrion just simply says that Tyrion has brought his wit. And Joffrey would much sooner want Robb Stark's head. But at this, Joffrey takes their leave as he takes Tommen and Myrcella with him. But that gets us into page 38, the last one of the chapter. The Hound, before leaving, tells Tyrion to guard his tongue, just giving him a caution, trying to, Joffrey is no longer a prince, he's a king. He could have you killed, more or less, is what the Hound is basically trying to say. But Sansa was left alone with the dwarf and her armies, and she had forgotten really what to say, and she says that you had hurt your arm. And Tyrion agrees, as one of the northern men during the Battle of the Green Fork had hit him with a morning star, and he had escaped by falling off of his horse. But his grin soon turned to something a bit softer, studying her again, sizing her up, and he asks if it is the grief of her lord father's death that makes her so sad. But Sansa is never allowed to have these genuine moments. She has to play this role again, and she instantly repeats the line that she's gotten accustomed to saying. She says that my father was a traitor, and my brother and lady mother are traitors as well. Again, this came quick to her. She is loyal to her beloved Joffrey. And Tyrion realizes the situation. He doesn't believe that. Just because Sansa's spouting out lines doesn't mean he believes it. And he even picks up on this right away, as he says, no doubt as loyal as a deer surrounded by wolves. But Sansa seems to whisper to only really Tyrion that he could hear, but she says lions instead of wolves. She herself is a wolf, not a deer. And Sansa once again has a slip up. She shouldn't have said that, but she glances about nervously, but no one was close enough to hear outside of Tyrion. As Tyrion took her hand and gave it a squeeze, and notes that he is only a little lion, and that he vows that he shall never savage her. Bowing, he said, but now you must excuse me. I have urgent business with Queen and Council. A lot of foreshadowing here in this chapter between Sansa and Tyrion. We know they're going to get married later on in the story. We see how that relationship's going to work. Tyrion is somebody that doesn't want to force himself onto Sansa or hurt her or any of these things, but he's going to be put in a really bad position later on in the story, and Sansa is just not attracted to Tyrion at all. And it's kind of about testing, does Sansa trust Tyrion at all? Even though Tyrion is being nice to her, like she says at the end of this chapter, she's been tricked before. Cersei was kind to her up until a certain point, right? Until she got what she wanted from Sansa. Is Tyrion doing the same thing? Is Tyrion going to, use her, right? And then cast her away when she isn't needed, or, belittle her or whatnot? Sansa wouldn't make that mistake again of trusting a Lannister, especially after what happened to her father. And that's the end of Sansa 1. I think Sansa 1's a pretty good chapter. It's nothing crazy given the fact that it's really just covering Tyrion's arrival and also just Joffrey's name day and just kind of giving us a catch up with the situation at King's Landing and Sansa specifically, and giving us some of the groundworks to some of the major payoffs going forward. Really, the next chapter is where the King's Landing plot picks up, because we basically go right to Tyrion after this and flips to Tyrion's POV, and we see how he deals with the political situation. Welcome back to the Grease Goblin YouTube channel. Today's video, we are going to be talking about Tyrion 1, A Clash of Kings. Pretty long chapter, so, settle in. Also, if you did want to listen to these on Spotify, I do have the link posted below. I do want to shout that out because I just don't really plug it that much. But it is there if you want to listen to these rereads or some of my other series I post on there as well. So consider that if you would like. But we're going to start this, but we're going to pick up on page 39. Now, this chapter is definitely a big catch-up chapter, given the fact that, we're being reintroduced into King's Landing through Sansa in the last one. But Tyrion is really the start of this actual plotline in King's Landing, as we're kind of re-going through all the stuff that occurred in Game of Thrones in the first book, and where this story is going to go with Tyrion kind of taking power in this book. So we start on page 39 with Sir Mandon Moore, and he is, again, described right off the bat as Tyrion is kind of coming up to him, as being described as wearing white armor of the Kingsguard, which makes him look like a corpse in a shroud. Even looking at his potential future, as he will die by the end of this book, but it shows him as being kind of a foreboding look for Tyrion, as he is someone that is going to have kind of a weird relationship with Mandon Moore, especially in this book. But Sir Mandon Moore blocks Tyrion's way, informing him that the Queen has given orders that the council session should not be disturbed. It instantly shows where Mandon Moore's priorities are. He's more loyal to Cersei than he is to someone like Tyrion. He even seems to speak slowly, as if Tyrion were like a child or slow-witted, repeating the instructions to emphasize the denial of entry. But Tyrion is not going to have it, right? He's going to get right to the point. He presents the letter from Tywin and saying that, he's only going to be a small disturbance, again, using his size to kind of get himself into this council chamber, which is interesting because he's not going to be a small disturbance at all. He's going to be quite a big disturbance. But he needs to present a letter from his father, Tywin Lannister, who is the Hand of the King. He points out the seal on the letter to reinforce its importance. And this isn't enough to sway Sir Mandon, which is crazy to think, right? Here is Cersei, who's waiting for Tywin Lannister to come to the safety of the castle, right? She summoned Tywin back. We learned that in the last chapter with Sansa. And even when a letter comes back with Tywin's response, Mandon Moore is not letting Tyrion go through. Quite weird, showing that Mandon Moore doesn't particularly like Tyrion, nor does he show any loyalty to Tyrion whatsoever. Sir Mandon repeats it again in a small and almost patronizing tone that Her Grace does not wish to be disturbed, showing he is unmoved by Tyrion's authority or the letter contained. And Tyrion thinks about this for a second, because he recalls what Jaime had told him, that Sir Mandon was the most dangerous member of the Kingsguard, aside from, of course, Jaime himself, but because his face gave no clue to his next move, there was no indication of what Manon Moore would do. Would Manon Moore strike Tyrion if he pressed further? What would he do? And that's something that is painted right here because this is going to come up later in this story. Tyrion is wary of the situation, thinking that while Bronn and Timett could easily kill Sir Mandon if things escalated, it would be politically disastrous to kill one of Joffrey's protectors. And not just that, right? Tyrion wants to come into this position feeling kind of in a good position with Cersei, right? Because Cersei believes she's all in this powerful position, so Tyrion has to not look as though he's a threat, right? When you look at the conversation that those two characters are going to have, Tyrion very much comes off as somebody trying to just kind of suck up to Cersei or maybe push her, but show that he's not a threat. They have the same goals. And that's the point of their conversation. And so Tyrion is really not going to want to kill a Kingsguard in his first thing that he does when he gets back to the capital. So he's trying to, again, maneuver this political situation, which is what he does pretty much the entire chapter. And Tyrion basically just shows him his force, right? He has men beside him, and yes, he thinks that Timett and Bronn are, better than Mandon and could kill him if it came to combat, but he doesn't want to use it, right? He wants to show his power to get what he wants. It's what Aegon the Conqueror does with his dragons all the time. Tyrion tries another approach. He introduces his companions, starting with Timett, son of Timett, a red hand of the Burned Man, a notorious war tribe. But he also introduces Bronn and reminds Sir Mandon of Sir Vardis Egan, who was killed by Bronn in Tyrion's trial by combat. Also makes sense. Show a knight that had a lot of respect in the Vale, and even here at court, given Jon Arryn was here for so long, Manon Moore would have known how good he is. And for Bronn to just casually correct Tyrion by saying new instead of no. Right, referring to Vardis is dead, just to show that Tyrion is not to be taken lightly. He has men who are killers behind him. But Mandon doesn't really seem to show any indication of what he thought about this. But Tyrion, keeping a light tone, reiterates that he must see his sister Cersei and present the letter. And after a time, Sir Mandon does open the door for them, still trying to maintain diplomatic politeness despite the tense standoff. Tyrion has won one battle. Now, Tyrion is only granted, entry for himself, not his companions, which Tyrion is quite happy with. He doesn't need his companions to be here for this conversation with Cersei. And I think they would actually be a little bit detrimental to Tyrion. You don't want to show your force directly and flaunt it in front of Cersei. That's not the way to deal with her. It's the way to deal with Mandon, but not with her. And so Tyrion kind of understands that. But that'll get us into page 40. Tyrion enters the council room, but upon entering, the members of the King's Small Council abruptly stop their discussion. Because they would be really surprised, if you really think about what's going on here, Tyrion was thought to be dead, and here he comes striding in to King's Landing as if nothing happened. And he is met with a lot of mixed emotions, right? Cersei is very similar to Joffrey and how they greet Tyrion. Cersei greets Tyrion with a mixture of disbelief and distaste, signaling their strained sibling relationship. The tension is right there on the table. But Tyrion sarcastically remarks that Joffrey must have learned his courtesies from Cersei, showing that he's quite confident in the situation, right? These are people he's been around his entire life. He knows how to manipulate them. Those are probably not the people that he's most kind of worried about. It's the people he doesn't know as well. The people that are possibly manipulating their family, like people like Varys, like Littlefinger, like, Pycelle, for instance, like Janos Slynt, all these other people that are seeming to be informing bad decisions made by Joffrey and Cersei. He momentarily pauses to admire the Valyrian sphinxes at the door, trying to maintain an air of casual confidence, as he knows Cersei can detect weakness. He can't kind of show that he may be having some indecisiveness or all those things. That is stuff that Cersei will use against Cersei, showing really no warmth or affection, coldly asks why Tyrion is here at all. Again, doesn't make a ton of sense. And Tyrion responds saying that he has a letter from their father, Tywin Lannister, and places the letter on the table. And this is what Cersei's been hoping for. She's been hoping for some sort of message from Tywin that he's coming back to save the city or whatever. And that's unfortunately not going to be the case. Varys takes the letter right away. Again, he is the person that is known for information. Of course, he's going to be the one that's going to pick up this letter. But he inspects it, and he compliments the letter's authenticity and the gold color of Tywin's seal wax. Again, it's just to show that this is a true letter. Like, that this actually does come from Tywin. It's not something that Tyrion forged. So Cersei snatches the letter from Varys, saying, of course it's Tywin's, right? She probably shouldn't have said that, given what the letter contains if she was trying to go against Tyrion, but she doesn't really know what it means. But Tyrion observes as Cersei takes the king's seat for herself, hinting at Joffrey's disinterest in small council meetings. Again, makes a lot of sense. Joffrey is only 13, newly 13. He doesn't care about politics and all these things like that. And so it's left for Cersei, who always wants to be ruling. We see that later on after Joffrey's death and Tywin's death. She wants to be the person in control. It's obvious right away that Cersei is not pleased with the letter. While it's being read, Tyrion decides to seat himself in the Hand's chair, as he finds it appropriate given the contents of the letter. He's just kind of showing the power he now has, right? To everybody else in this room that doesn't know what's in the letter, it's him just showing it, right? Kind of saying that, yeah, I'm a little bit in power now, right? It's also a little bit, I think, Tyrion's ego, right? Him wanting to be valued and viewed as higher than all the other people in the room. It's a little bit of that, and we're going to kind of talk about that throughout this book with the character, but it is part of it, is that. But after reading, Cersei declares that their father has sent Tyrion to act as the hand of the king until Tywin can take the position himself. Cersei finds the situation absurd, clearly displeased with Tywin's decision. Exactly, because if you're Cersei, you don't want, Tyrion to be back, right? She doesn't like Tyrion. You have the whole Valancourt prophecy, which she isn't really like at the forefront of her mind at this point because, again, none of her kids have died, really. That doesn't really spring up into her mind, really, until we get to Joffrey's death. But when you really think about the situation, she is in a really desperate position. She has Renly and Stannis that could come to King's Landing any day now. The city is in upheaval. They have no food, nothing like that. She is hoping for Tywin to come back with their army to be able to, either relieve Renly from blockading their supplies from the south or just to feel more protected. And yet here comes Tyrion, the last person she probably wants to see at this point. And Tywin is showing that he is giving trust to Tyrion to be able to run things here. So it's a lot of things. It's a lot of Cersei's, issues that she has caused in the first book coming up, to bite her. But also then her father showing that he would rather Tyrion rule than really her. It's a lot of that ego that's playing here. But this is met with a couple different responses. Firstly, Pycelle seems to stroke his beard and acknowledge that Tyrion's arrival seems to warrant a welcome, and Jaina Slynt also welcomes Tyrion, but he also says more. Because as we saw in the first book, Jaina Slynt is not the most competent person when it comes to, in terms of, keeping crime down and all those things. It leads to, Renly making a jest that Jaina should be fired, more or less, right? And that's kind of what Tyrion's kind of thinking, but he doesn't say it yet. He doesn't want to test the waters just too yet. But he says that the kingdom is in dire need of him due to rebellion, bad omens, and riots in the streets. Which is, again, to Cersei's credit, it is kind of Jaina Slynt's job to keep that undertone, right? Keep that in order, right? And Cersei cuts in sharply, blaming Jaina for the rioting, as his gold cloaks, the City Watch, are responsible for maintaining order in King's Landing. But Cersei goes from Jaina Slynt to Tyrion, as she turns her frustration towards him, suggesting he would be better off serving on the battlefield than in council. And Cersei knows that it's not true, right? Tyrion is not a good warrior whatsoever. She just doesn't want to have to, A, share power, 2, she doesn't like her brother, and 3, it's probably likely that Tyrion would die if he was off in battle at this point. And Tyrion kind of says that, basically. He has already been in battle. He doesn't want to go back into it. It's not what the singers say. It's pretty awful, right? He's more, for sitting in chairs and drinking wine. But he does note that it was better than what he faced at the Vale, and he would, rather be in battle than be, in a sky cell, more or less. And this gets the laughter of Littlefinger, right? Because Littlefinger is somebody that just makes jokes, and he acts like, he's not all that, big shot or anything. And he also is, interestingly, perks up as soon as he hears about the Vale, which he has a common interest in. But he praises Tyrion as a man after his own heart, appreciating Tyrion's wit and practicality. But that'll get us into page 41. But Tyrion himself, he's thinking about all the different people that he is going to have to battle for power with here. And I talked about them already a little bit. Varys, Pycelle, Jaina Slynt, Cersei, all these different characters. But the one thing that's interesting is the Vale. Because Tyrion was imprisoned because they thought that, or Lysa specifically thought that he had killed her husband and then also had attempted to kill Bran, which we know that that's not true. But if you're Tyrion, why was he made to be the person that gets the target on his back? And Tyrion's going to think about that. Tyrion smiles at Littlefinger, recalling the dagger with the dragon bone hilt and Valyrian steel blade used in the assassination attempt on Bran Stark. He notes that they will need to discuss the matter soon and wonders if Littlefinger would find the conversation as amusing as he does. Because again, the reason he's sent here by Tywin is Tywin believes all these people are giving Joffrey bad advice and counsel. And not only that, Tyrion also has a personal grudge against Littlefinger. And what Tyrion's going to find out really throughout the beginning of this book is that he can't just displace these people, even if he distrusts them, or at least some of them, right? Because Varys and Littlefinger are vital right now to their cause, even if it might be a little bit disloyal as well in terms of Varys and Littlefinger. It's going to have to be him wading through which people are valuable to him and which are not. And that's really what a lot of the early parts of A Clash of Kings are about for Tyrion. But with that being said, Tyrion offers to be of service in any way he can, despite knowing that Cersei will likely resist his help, because he's going to have to navigate the Cersei situation, right? And he's not going to be able to do that with all of these people around. Cersei is still not pleased by this, asks how many men Tyrion brought with him. And this is a great time for Tyrion to kind of show his power, right? Because now it's Cersei asking. It's not Tyrion flaunting it and putting it in Cersei's face, but now he gets to tell her, right? Because Tyrion replies that he only has a few hundred men, mostly his own, since their father, Tywin, is fighting a war and was reluctant to send any more. But the key point there is that Tyrion did not come to King's Landing like Ned. Ned only brought about 100 men with him, and slowly he gives those men away to this cause or that cause. And that causes him to be really weak when he is eventually, killed in the first book. Tyrion doesn't have that. Tyrion has actually a lot of men, and he's going to start gaining more men as he goes on in this book because he wants to take all the power from Cersei and give it to himself. And Cersei is not very happy with this. She wanted an army to defend the castle with, and Tyrion's small force, how is that going to defend the city if Renly marches on them or Stannis, right? And that's the whole key part of it, right? And also another thing that she's going to be realizing is, okay, this force wasn't necessarily sent to defend the city. It was meant to keep the city in check and to keep her in check. And she's just irritated that their father sent Tyrion, not an army. She also argues that Joffrey as king should name the hand with the council's consent, reminding Tyrion that Joffrey had already appointed Tywin. And this is Cersei basically playing her hand. She's basically saying, this letter doesn't mean anything, Tyrion. Yeah, Tywin might want you to be hand, but I have the last say. So you have to make me believe that you are valuable enough to be allowed to be. And that's why Tyrion kind of kisses up to Cersei a little bit, or tries to reassure her that he is back behind her. He will do whatever she wants, right? And that's what Cersei wants to hear. It's basically just setting up the board that's going to be played here. And Tyrion calmly just replies that their father wanted him to be hand of the king. Again, just showing that, yeah, he has Tywin's backing, but he also needs to do more than that. When Cersei protests that Tywin cannot do this without Joffrey's approval, Tyrion suggests that she raise the matter with their father at Harrenhal, implying the futility of her argument. Again, Cersei's not going to go all the way to Tywin, but Cersei's not done. Cersei could still have him thrown in prison or whatnot, or come up with some lie to tell Tywin later on about what Tyrion was doing. It's like both these players have their own arguments, more or less, but Cersei does actually have the power right now, and so Tyrion does realize that. Tyrion then requests a private conversation with Cersei, and Varys quickly agrees, prompting the other council members to leave. The others all rise and exit, but Littlefinger does linger behind as he offers to have the chambers prepared for Tyrion and Maegor's holdfast. And Tyrion, once again, wants to show his power. He doesn't want to just be in Maegor's holdfast. He wants to be in the Tower of the Hand. He wants to flaunt his power a little bit. Now, he's willing to do that over people like Littlefinger and these others, but not so much Cersei. And so Littlefinger kind of is interested by this, right? Because he talks about, some sort of curse that is on the Tower of the Hand, given, the last two, Jon, Arryn, and Ned. But Tyrion is not going to back down. And he says, why go stop at 2 when you could go back even further? As the last 4 hands have met kind of unfortunate ends, there really hasn't been a hand since Tywin that's actually been able to leave King's Landing in a, peaceful fashion, or taking everything with them that they brought there. As if you think about the last hands, you had Aerys Targaryen's last hand was killed during the sack of King's Landing, only serving for a fortnight. You have the hand before him was burned to death. 2 others before them died in exile, landless and penniless, though they considered themselves lucky. Also, important to note, Tyrion does believe that Jon Connington is dead. That is kind of the thing that's being said right now. That's what most people believe. And yeah, so you just get to this point where it's like, he's a Lannister. He's not one of these other men to be trifled with. And he is not going to be appearing as though he's weak or cares about superstition. Something that Littlefinger will kind of respect, because eventually Littlefinger himself will get Harrenhal, a cursed place. But Littlefinger needs it for the power that it will kind of bestow upon him. So getting into page number 42, Littlefinger's response to Tyrion's mention of the cursed Tower of the Hand, joking that he would rather sleep in a dungeon. And what I think is interesting is that you look at the role of, the Hand of the King, it always seems to end up in the dungeon. Tyrion is going to be in the dungeon in the next book, but Tyrion, thinking privately, muses that Littlefinger may indeed end up in the dungeon someday, but replies with a clever remark about being small enough to avoid the tower's curse. We then see that everybody actually does now leave them alone with just Tyrion and Cersei. Cersei is, again, quite irritated. Now that everybody's gone, she's more freely able to kind of talk about what she's feeling. She expresses her frustration, sarcastically remarking that she hopes Tywin did not send Tyrion to teach her history lessons. And Tyrion responds with a sigh, expressing how much he has yearned for the sound of Cersei's voice. The two just mocking each other. They don't like each other, it's made quite obvious, but there needs to be some ground that is made from Tyrion to get into this position of power. She wishes that she could pull out Varys' tongue with hot pincers. But again, it shows that she is not a big fan of Varys, but that she needs Varys. It's not exactly something where Varys is loved, but it's a need. And that's kind of what everyone around Cersei is. They have a need, they're relied upon, but it's not exactly great company. But Cersei then starts to kind of doubt the letter that Tywin allegedly sent, right? Like, she's kind of wondering, did Tywin go insane? When did he put all of this faith into Tyrion? So that's the first question. And then she also questions, did he lose his sense, or did Tyrion forge the letter? Again, she rereads it to try and find some sort of hint of, it being forged or whatnot. But she questions why Tywin would send Tyrion in his place when she had commanded Tywin to come himself. Cersei, who is not a big fan of letters and papers that go against her, crumbles it up in her hand and reminds Tyrion that she is Joffrey's regent and had sent a royal command to her father. And Tyrion points out just bluntly, like, yeah, that's nice and all, but you are not the person that has power right now for the Lannisters. It's the person that has the army, the person that actually funds the Lannisters, which is Tywin, right? Cersei can't really command Tywin to do really anything. And so he straight up just ignored her, and that's what Tyrion says. And he also reminds Cersei that this isn't the first time someone has defied her, given a lot of the things that have come out about Ned's death and all of that stuff. Cersei becomes a little bit more angry. Visibly, she's not being able to hide the emotions she's feeling. And for Tyrion, this is good, right? Because he's manipulating her emotions, right? Letting her get angrier so that he can then manipulate that. And Cersei threatens to claim that the letter is a forgery and to have Tyrion thrown in a dungeon, implying that no one would dare defy her if she took such action, which Tyrion acknowledges, right? Like, Cersei still has the power. Tyrion has not had enough time to sway power against her, get the gold cloaks on his side, any of those things. Cersei could quite easily, beat Tyrion in this game, right? So Tyrion has to kind of walk on thin ice here, what he kind of talks about. He thinks about his precarious position, but Tyrion agrees with Cersei, but subtly reminds her that their father, Tywin, the one with the army, would not ignore such a move. But I think Tyrion is overstating his position, in my opinion. I think this is a very vague threat because I don't think Tywin particularly likes Tyrion. Tyrion is a tool that Tywin is using right now. And so I think Tyrion is overstating his actual relationship with Tywin and what power that he has with Tywin. It's a very loose backing, in my opinion. He asks Cersei why she would want to imprison him in the first place. He has come all this way to help her. Cersei, still angry, tells Tyrion that she doesn't need his help. She has commanded their father's presence, not his. So what does Tyrion need to do now? One, he has to show that he's not a threat, which he's trying to do, but he also needs to show that he is valuable, right? That he can use his brain to help her, govern the city and govern the realm. But Tyrion understands Cersei's true feelings. She's not exactly worried about Tywin. Well, she is, but she's more worried about Jaime, right? We don't ever actually get to see Cersei's reaction to Jaime being caught in book 1 because it happens so late in the book. So this is the person that is her, quote unquote love. Now, something we're going to talk about a lot with this is Cersei's love with Jaime is more narcissistic than it is actually a love. It's more because Cersei reminds her of herself. It's kind of how I view Cersei and Jaime's kind of relationship. But Tyrion knows Cersei too well. He knows her emotions. Her, noting the mix of rage, fear, and despair on her face. She has a lot of emotions in a high stress situation. And Tyrion uses this, her vulnerability towards Jaime, to kind of get on her good side. Tyrion reassures Cersei that Jaime is his brother too and promises to help free him if she gives him her support. And Cersei is not bought in yet, but this does get her to question things. What is Tyrion talking about? She's very doubtful. She demands to know how Tyrion plans to accomplish this. It seems hopeless, right? You just killed Ned Stark. Robb and Catelyn are not just going to give up Jaime. And that is what she points out. And so Tyrion's going to have to kind of circumvent that now as well. But that gets us into page 43. Tyrion agrees with Cersei, right? He's not going to lie to her and say, okay, the position's not great, but it will be difficult and they can do it. Given the fact that they still have, the daughters, they still have Sansa. But the problem is, he mentions that he saw Sansa in the yard with Joffrey. But where is Arya? And one thing I will say is I do actually think the show improved on parts of this conversation, even though it's still great. There's a part of it that I think is missing that's great in the show where Tyrion calls out Cersei for being the disappointment. Great addition by D&D, by the way. But as we go further, Cersei kind of reveals, I have Sansa, but I don't have Arya. She's missing. She sent Meryn Trant to capture Arya after Robert's death, but Arya's dancing master Syrio Forel interfered, allowing Arya to escape. Cersei speculates that Arya is likely dead, as many people died that day, and I think that's pretty logical. If you haven't found Arya in a number of weeks and such, she's probably dead. How would she survive this long without being recognized, all of that? It is actually insane that Arya got out of King's Landing and has survived this long to begin with. It's really helpful that A, she's resourceful and got kind of lucky with Yoren, spotting her. And this isn't the best news, as Tyrion had hoped to have both Stark girls as a hostage, but accepts that Sansa alone will have to suffice. And you got to remember, Tyrion was just with Catelyn. He knows what Catelyn will do for her children, right? That she is someone that values her family over, this war or whatever, or revenge. She cares about having her family. And that's something that Tyrion understands because of how close he was with, Catelyn in book 1 when he was captured by her. Tyrion then decides to shift the conversation to the real butt of the issue, the small council. Can Cersei really trust any of them or be certain of their loyalties? He mentions that his father had a massive issue with the small council, and Tywin was already kind of threatening to put their heads on the wall besides Eddard Stark's. And Cersei is quite smart. She does show some strength here, but she is also kind of stupid as well. She doesn't trust anyone, but at the same time, trusting no one is also not a great strategy either. But she gives Tyrion all that he needs, right? Cersei herself, even though she's put some of these people in power, doesn't trust any of them. And so for Tyrion, that's almost like the green light that he needs to start going after some of these people that are given bad counsel and question some of the moves politically that have been done in book 1. But Cersei then kind of questions whether Tywin truly believes the council is disloyal. And I think it's quite obvious. They seem to have their own motivations and things like that. Cersei's just not smart enough to really see that. But Tyrion clarifies that Tywin suspects disloyalty rather than knowing it for sure. That's why Tyrion was sent here. He's going to, figure out who the people are that aren't, in the Lannisters' favor. And I don't think he necessarily does that exactly. It's more he does it which people are in favor of him and his power. He explains that Joffrey's reign has been a disaster, which suggests someone is giving him poor advice, which is completely true, right? If you're, looking at this from the outside point of view, you're not, there at the Capitol, and you're sitting here going, we beheaded Ned. That was really dumb. That's made it to where basically this war with the Starks is going to continue no matter what. You then look at the idea that Barristan Selmy was then dismissed from the council, horrible decision. And even when you're Tyrion, you get here and you find out Arya is also not actually a captive. Things have been going terrible so far. But Cersei tries to defend Joffrey, saying that, it's not because of a lack of trying. They have good counsel, but Joffrey is too strong-willed and prefers to do as he pleases now that he is king. Very similar to, for instance, Robert Baratheon, his quote-unquote father. And Tyrion kind of thinks about the crown and how it has a strange effect on those who wear them, and he questions whether Joffrey was solely responsible for ordering Ned Stark's execution. Yeah, he's kind of figuring out that Joffrey wouldn't have just came to this idea by himself. It would have had to have been placed before him. Now, he doesn't know who did that. He's going to get some clues here that really do help him, but there seems to be something else going on in this little game here. But also I think something that's great is Tyrion talks about how the crown affects people, right? It's already doing that to people like Robb, and it's not like as drastic as somebody like Joffrey, but if you think about the crown being placed on Robb's head, and, we haven't really gotten to Robb's point of view yet, with Catelyn, but something that you see with Robb, for instance, is now that he has a crown, he's much more of a kind of changed individual a bit, and that kind of works for everybody, people like Renly as well. But Cersei kind of thinks about Ned Stark's execution and thinking about kind of the events of Game of Thrones and, book 1, getting it from Cersei's point of view, which is really interesting given we never saw it from Cersei's point of view. She confesses that Joffrey was instructed to pardon Eddard Stark and send him to the Wall, which would have removed him from their path and allowed them to potentially make peace with Robb Stark, which they most definitely could have. If Ned is alive, there is definitely a really good shot that the Starks could have stayed out of this war, and all of that would have been done with. But something went wrong. And so we've now seen, with 2 different chapters of the first 4 of this book, showing that Ned was never supposed to die, right? He was supposed to be pardoned. But, however, Joffrey, seeking to please the crowd, unilaterally ordered Eddard Stark's execution, calling for his head in front of half of the city. And that's the thing. It's like one thing where Joffrey is pleasing the crowd and all of that and their bloodlust, but also it was put into his head already. And so that's the key, is that was already an option there that Joffrey was going to be exploring. But then when you see the bloodlust of the crowd and telling him to kill Ned, it just led to a really bad situation. But even as we get further in here, Cersei talks about Jaina Slynt and Sir Ilyn Payne executed the order without even consulting. Everybody knew what the plan was, but yet it still got carried out when Joffrey wasn't even 13 yet. People listened to a 12-year-old over the ruling, family. It shows that there's a little bit of loyalties that are lacking here. And Cersei continues talking about how even the High Septon is now upset that they spilled blood in Baelor's Sept, feeling lied to about their intentions, which he 100% has the right to, right? You just killed somebody on a religious place, right? And so this was such a bad move that, one, it's going to impact, Cersei's Feast for Crows plotline, because their religion is going to go against her, more or less, because you've basically disserviced them. And we see religion, even though at this point it is not as strong as it was, say, the very early reign of Aenys, for instance, the religion has a huge influence over the populace. And Tyrion even agrees with the High Septon's perspective, which just makes sense. Blood was spilled on Baelor's Sept. It was a pretty big, serious offense. But Tyrion questioned Jaina Slynt's role, because it's so weird that Jaina Slynt, who's basically a nobody, is now on the small council and also was given Harrenhal. Because Jaina Slynt, you would think he'd be loyal to Cersei, given that Cersei basically raised him up, but no. Because Tyrion asks if Jaina Slynt was involved in the decision to execute Ned Stark. He already understands that, okay, this guy could be definitely working against us. He inquires about who decided to reward Slynt with Harrenhal and a seat on the small council. Cersei explains that it was Littlefinger arranged for Slynt's promotion because they needed the support of the City Watch, which Slynt commanded. And so Cersei is right. Cersei had to buy whatever the price was to get Slynt to back them. She needed to do that. That was the only way that she was going to survive Ned's basically coup. But at the same time, after that, you could have just, displaced him and just didn't give him his reward, more or less. So what you could have done. But something else that's interesting is the blame goes back to Littlefinger again, because Littlefinger is the one paying, the gold cloaks. So it all comes back to Littlefinger, because now Tyrion, if you're thinking about Tyrion, one, he has the dagger offense that almost got him killed in the Vale. But you also have the situation where he seems to be the person behind Jaina Slint's rising in power. It's a lot of blame being thrown on Littlefinger, and it's going to be going off in Tyrion's head. Like, what else does this guy have bought? Like, how much is his influence? She reveals that Ned Stark was plotting with Renly and had written to Stannis. Renly was plotting, and Ned basically just didn't go along with it. But, I get her perspective on that. But she is 100% right that Ned was offering the throne to Stannis. They were on the verge of losing everything, and Sansa's betrayal of her father's plan helped them prevent disaster. And that's the thing. Sansa going to Cersei and revealing what Ned was doing, it was kind of like a final dagger in Ned. And I talked about, extensively Ned's position in the last book. But, when it got to a certain point, Ned couldn't do anything. His moves didn't matter. He was already screwed. But Tyrion's even surprised by this because really Sansa betrayed him? That seems really weird given that, he just met Sansa and he recalls her always seeming like a sweet and kind of innocent and courteous child. How did she go from that to betraying her father? And that's going to get us into page 44. Cersei explains that Sansa was deeply in love with Joffrey and would have done anything for him, but that changed when Joffrey beheaded her father, Ned Stark, and called it mercy. Yeah, obviously. Obviously, as soon as you kill somebody's father when you promise not to, they're not going to like you very much. And Tyrion remarks on that. Joffrey has such a great way of winning the hearts of his subjects. Just showing that Joffrey's kind of an ass. Just what it is. But then Tyrion goes to the next issue. Because now, okay, the Joffrey stuff, whatever. But you're figuring out who is behind all those things. And so when you get to Barristan Selmy's dismissal, you're going to have another issue, right? Because Tyrion asked if it was just solely Joffrey's idea or was it somebody else to dismiss Sir Barristan from the Kingsguard. And Cersei kind of explains that it was a multitude of things. Like, yes, Joffrey wanted someone to blame for Robert's death. And then also at the same time, you have Varys suggesting that Sir Barristan be removed. And to Cersei, it kind of also seemed like a good idea because you could get, Jaime to be the commander of the Kingsguard, which seems like a good move. You would get him onto the council. But it kind of backfires when you really think about it, right? And, there was a multitude of things. Also, within the Kingsguard, you also get the Hound, who is loyal to you right now, so you just get another sword in a very high place. But they didn't think about the flip side of that. And you even think about what Cersei offers, like, yeah, a land and a tower house, which she believed was more than the useless old fool deserved. And, boy, if you think Barristan is useless and old, you are not somebody that is great at judging characters and how useful they can be. Because Tyrion's going to basically go on and go, are you serious? Barristan is no fool. Again, he is one of the last two Kingsguard from Aerys's, reign. He's one of the greatest knights of all time. And you dismissed him just like some regular old knight. And even when you dismissed him, you failed the plan where Janos Slynt once again shows he's incompetent as he killed two of the guards trying to get Barristan. It just shows that there's so much incompetence going on at the small council and loyalties and just bad counsel. Because now you have Littlefinger's been involved with a stupid mistake, Varys has been involved in a stupid mistake, and now Janos Slynt has been involved with a stupid mistake. The only person that hasn't come up in this so far is Pycelle. So Pycelle, he's, doing all right now. But when you think about it, like, do you understand Barristan's reputation, Cersei? That's what he tells him. That's what he tells her. Like, think about Barristan and what he represented to the people, right? His name is known by almost everybody. Like, even Bran, all the way up north, thinks about Barristan as, he wants to be trained by Barristan, right? At the very beginning of a Game of Thrones, he idolizes him, right? You take that night now, and let's say Barristan goes for Stannis, he goes for Renly, he goes for Robb. It's a sign of legitimacy. It's just like, if you think about the Blackfire rebellions, it's like when Daemon gets the sword Blackfire. It's giving him legitimacy that he is the true ruler. And so Barristan going to somebody like Robb shows that Robb is more legitimate. He has a reason to be fighting. And when he goes from, your side, the Lannister side, and goes somewhere else, it shows how illegitimate, you were as a organization or you as a family. And so Tyrion's completely right to be very critical of her decision. And Cersei openly admits, something she doesn't admit much, is that she hadn't really considered that. She hadn't thought about that. And so Tyrion is winning right now because he's showing how useful he can be in terms of thinking and how to do things politically. And that's something that Cersei could use, right? It's Tyrion basically going into a meeting or interview to show why he'd be useful to a company and proving it. And Tyrion tells Cersei that Tywin sent him to King's Landing to simply stop these mistakes and bring Joffrey under control. And Cersei again doubts that. Like, how is Cersei going to... And she's like, how can you tame Joffrey when, I, his mother, couldn't do that? Right? And so that's what kind of Cersei's doubting, what Cersei's going through. Kind of, again, trying to see what Tyrion will do. It's very much like boss interviewing new employee, while as Tyrion, yes, as a new employee, he's about to be the boss. So it's really interesting the way that this conversation breaks down. Tyrion then suggests that Joffrey might listen to him because Joffrey knows Cersei would never harm him. But Joffrey might fear Tyrion. And we already know this, right? Tyrion has slapped Joffrey already in a Game of Thrones. Tyrion is somebody that doesn't really put up with Joffrey's nonsense. He doesn't, treat Joffrey like he's this prince that's untouchable. Tyrion actually holds him accountable. And so Joffrey will know that, right? Joffrey will have that, fear in the back of his mind. It's one of the reasons Joffrey is going to try and get Tyrion killed by the end of this book, is because Tyrion is somebody that's willing to stand up to him. And that's something that Joffrey doesn't experience very much. And I'd say only Tyrion is the only person that really does that. But Cersei takes it the wrong way. She doesn't really understand what Tyrion's saying. Like, she thinks that Tyrion's actually going to harm Joffrey. And Tyrion's like, I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not going to, actually attack your son, but it's the implied threat. It's what Joffrey believes that makes him, that will make him follow directions from Tyrion, because he believes Tyrion could, actually hurt him or do something like that. But this is also going to come back to bite him, because when he takes on this persona and maybe is threatening Joffrey when he doesn't actually mean it, well, when Joffrey dies, in the next book, it's all going to come back to Tyrion. Because now people will start blaming, yeah, you actually did have malice, and the situation looks really bad on Tyrion. And that's one of the reasons I love the way George builds up these relationships and builds these characters up, because it's a double-edged sword what Tyrion is playing. Yes, it can be used to manipulate Joffrey, but also it might push Joffrey over to trying to get you killed, or when Joffrey dies, you be the one that's blamed because there's a public issue between the two of you. But Tyrion takes her hand, telling her that both she and Joffrey need him if Joffrey is to retain the Iron Throne. And Cersei's kind of shocked by this, that Tyrion would even kind of dare touch her. She almost seems appalled by this. But she does acknowledge that he is cunning. Cersei agrees to Tyrion's approach, but makes it clear that while he will be the hand of the king in name, he will be her hand in truth. Again, see how we got here. It's not Tyrion flaunting that he's the new hand of the king, not all these things. It seems like Tyrion is just there to help Cersei, to be another asset to Cersei that's no threat to her whatsoever. Tyrion has played this conversation beautifully and masterfully. And that also Cersei demands that Tyrion share all of his plans with her, and that he only acts with her consent. And that gets us into page 45, but we obviously know that Tyrion's he's gonna say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Not truly the actual case, though. But Tyrion pretends to agree to Cersei's demands that he act with her consent, saying, I am yours, sister. But inwardly, he plans to remain loyal, only as long as necessary. But Tyrion is not done with his questioning of events that have occurred, because he has more questions that need to be answered. Tyrion switches to Jon Arryn's death. Tyrion straight up asks Cersei who murdered Jon Arryn, because remember, Lysa, publicly said that Tyrion was the person that killed Jon Arryn, but we know that's not the truth. She also claimed that Cersei killed Jon Arryn. So who actually did it? And Cersei pulls her hand away and evades the question, claiming ignorance. And again, Cersei's not involved with the actual death of Jon Arryn, but it is likely that she would have wanted him to die. And so she allowed Jon Arryn to die, right? She had Pycelle not treat him that well. So Pycelle let him die, but at the same time, she wasn't the true person that actually killed him. And so Cersei kind of does this wrong. She should have just outright denied it, but instead, she shows Tyrion that she did have involvement in it somewhat. And Tyrion reminds her of the veil, right? Everything I just talked about, like what Lysa had said openly. And Cersei feigns, again, ignorance, mentioning that Eddard Stark also accused her of the same crime and implied that Jon Arryn suspected something before his death, which is all true. All of that is true outside of the fact that Cersei was not the person to actually kill Jon. Tyrion brings up the truth that maybe Jon Arryn may have discovered that Cersei and Jaime were lovers. And Cersei, out of almost anger or frustration, slaps Tyrion. But Tyrion's not done, stating that he's not blind like their father, and he doesn't care who she sleeps with. But Tyrion also adds a remark that will come back quite a lot, is that he adds a provocative remark about it being unfair that she would sleep with one brother but not the other, and she slaps him again. Now, Tyrion tries to kind of play this off like it's a joke, but we're in his head. He always constantly is thinking about how beautiful his sister looks, or, having comments like this. Tyrion 100% has this weird fascination or relationship with his sister that he definitely wants to sleep with her, and it's very weird, but it's going to come up a lot. But Tyrion continues pressing the buttons, because now Tyrion's at least gotten in his position of power and been useful to Cersei. He's kind of just playing games with Cersei. As he says, he doesn't understand why Jaime is interested in her other than seeing himself in her. So now he's playing the reverse card, right? The reverse card is, Jaime seeing himself in Cersei, which I don't think it's from Jaime's side. It's definitely from Cersei's side, but this prompts Cersei to slap him a third time. And though Tyrion's cheeks burned, he kept smiling, warning her if she continues, he might get angry. So now that he's actually gotten this position, he's showing that he does have, he's not going to back down from her. He's showing that he does have power. So it's interesting the way that Tyrion plays this game with Cersei, getting her to be kind of all worked up because she doesn't think the best when she is worked up. Cersei questions why she should care if Tyrion gets angry, showing her disdain for him. And Tyrion cryptically tells Cersei that he has new friends that she won't like, hinting at, again, the power that he has. He never flaunted it in her face until he got what he wanted, but now he does unveil that threat. So again, it's Tyrion kind of pushing the buttons and getting himself a bad lookout with Cersei. If he was playing this right, he probably should have just stopped as soon as he got named hand by Cersei and just left. But he's continuously pushing it a little bit. But then Tyrion also goes a bit further, right? Because he wants to know how Robert died. Tyrion directly asks how Robert Baratheon was killed, and Cersei tells the truth. She admits that Robert basically killed himself. He kept drinking, and yes, they had, messed with the wine, making it much more higher potency, but it was in the end Robert's own doing that got him killed. And Cersei's quite happy about this. One, because if Robert hadn't died, Cersei's so screwed. Cersei would be dead right now. But she also hated Robert, right, for the abuse that he gave to her and how horrible their marriage was. And she describes the boar's taste as triumph. Again, revealing how kind of cruel she is. But you can understand why Cersei wants Robert to die. Regardless of, who Robert was as a character, you can understand Cersei's side of it and how necessary it was. Not to say that it is a good thing, but you can understand it. And Tyrion is not exactly happy by this, right? He kind of sarcastically comments that Cersei was born to be a widow, kind of hinting at the fact that Cersei doesn't really love anyone except herself. Now, that could have been different if things had gone differently, but the current state that she's in. And he also kind of thinks in his head he actually did like Robert Baratheon. And again, the reason why, for one, Robert hated Cersei, but two, the two are quite similar. They like to drink, they like to, jest and all these things. The two are actually quite similar, so I could see them getting along really easily. But Tyrion then decides it's time to leave. He awkwardly climbs down from the chair, ending the confrontation. That gets us into page 46. Cersei then frowns and insists that Tyrion cannot leave without telling her how he plans to free Jaime. And Tyrion just doesn't really have a plan right now. He basically says he's going to think on it, right? He doesn't have the plan now, but let it sit a while. Let him think, and he'll figure something out. But he does express a desire to ride through the city to get a sense of how they're going to protect the city, right? How is the actual climate of the city? Are we getting a lot of food in? All these things. Before leaving, Tyrion asks Cersei, though, to ensure no harm comes to Sansa Stark. It seems glaringly obvious. Don't lose our only other hostage that we can use to our benefit. Very simple. And it should be protecting from Joffrey specifically. But yeah, Tyrion then exits the council chamber and nods at Sir Mandon, moving through the long hall with Bronn joining him. He inquires about Timett, who just is missing. He doesn't like to guard. People, of the mountain clans are not built for just watching doors and things like that. So you can understand him leaving. Tyrion then asks for Bronn to basically go settle them down because he wants all of his forces, next to the Tower of the Hand, next to where he is going to be staying, and to make sure they don't get into a bunch of fights. Bronn asks if Tyrion needs an escort, but he says no. He wants to see basically how the Lannister guards are doing. And he's going to call on them to see if their loyalty is still to Casterly Rock and not to Cersei or Joffrey. He wants to take Cersei's power base and turn it to himself, turn the Lannister guards to him. turn, the gold cloaks to him. It's all kind of the starting of him gaining all the power over Cersei. About an hour later, Tyrion rides out from the Red Keep, flanked by a dozen Lannister guards in crimson cloaks. And as they pass under the portcullis, Tyrion notices the rotting heads mounted on the walls of all of the Stark men that were killed and orders Captain Vylar to have them taken down the next day to be cleaned by the Silent Sisters. And Vylar, you can understand why he has hesitancy. Joffrey specifically wanted those up there, and he wanted those to stay until he got the rest of the heads, Robb, Stannis, and Renly's up there. But you got to think about this. This is again, when that was being ordered, a 12-year-old telling you to do these things. Surely we cannot be ruled by a 12-year-old doing all of his things, having all of his fantasies kind of carried out. And that's what Tyrion literally tells Vylar. It's like, he's 13 right now. Are we really listening to Joffrey? Then he also does then threaten him a little bit as well, vaguely saying if he doesn't listen well, his head might end up there as well, which is interesting. Again, think about the way Tyrion goes about this business and why I don't think it's necessarily the best approach, even though it is successful, is that you're going to make enemies that way. You're going to make yourself out to be very kind of cruel because you're always threatening people and things like that and using your power and asserting it over people. It's something that Tyrion doesn't notice until kind of it's too late. But at the same time, you can't blame Tyrion because people only are going to view him two ways: as the funny little man that nobody should take serious, or this persona he's built up as the imp that he tells to Jon, right? Use it as armor. Vylar, after being threatened, assures that he will see it done and taken down. And Tyrion acknowledges very happily that he's basically won the Lannister guards to his favor. Tyrion then rides out, initially claiming he intended to assess the city. However, he quickly realizes he is dissatisfied with what he observes. Again, the streets are dangerous. They're not very safe. There's no food really coming in. It's kind of a breakdown of the entire social order right now. There's even a naked corpse just lying in the gutter. Just shows how bad of a place King's Landing has come, especially in the slums of the area. He also sees guards going in pairs, which again shows a very dangerous area. The markets are filled with ragged men selling their belongings, highlighting again poverty and desperation. But the other thing that he also sees is he sees, outside of all these shops and all of these, bakers and all these things, they have guards now there because you don't want to get stolen from. When your, product becomes so rare that people are having to spend all of their money just to get a loaf of bread, you're going to need men to provide some sort of security. It's more beneficial to get security than get robbed. He also notices there are an absence of farmers selling food because no food is coming into the capital. Prices for food had gotten excessively high, and people were getting so desperate they were selling rats. Not great. And Tyrion even asks Vylar about the food situation, confirming there is little coming into the city due to the ongoing war. Again, they can't get food from kind of the west of King's Landing because that's an open war right now, and they need the food for their armies. You can't get any food from the south because of Renly from Highgarden. And so where do you get food? And that's the problem, right? There is no food coming into King's Landing, and you're going to realize that problem pretty quickly. But Vylar then informs Tyrion that Cersei is doing some things to, get the city ready for a siege or whatnot. She has tripled the size of the city watch. She has employed craftsmen for city defenses, including stonemasons, carpenters, fletchers, and smiths. And also she's gotten the Alchemist Guild to contribute with 10,000 jars of wildfire, which is extremely dangerous. Really shows the stakes of the situation that we're even going to wildfire. While Tyrion is kind of somewhat happy about this, he's also a little bit queasy about this because wildfire, it could destroy the entire city. It's quite destructive. But he also questions, where is Cersei getting this money from? We know Robert had left the crown in quite a lot of debt. Where was this money coming from? And, of course, the answer that Vylar says that Littlefinger had managed to raise the necessary funds by imposing a tax on those entering the city. It's like, yeah, it would work, and this is kind of getting into page 48, and this is what kind of Tyrion thinks, yes, that would get you the money because people are just trying to get out of the war, but it's also going to leave people with no belongings, no food, nothing to their names, and you're going to have a city full of people that don't like you because they're going to realize you're the person that stripped all of their belongings off them and are basically being told to die. So, again, when you get to the later chapters in this book and you realize why the people are turning against the crown, Joffrey, Tyrion, Cersei, everybody, those are those reasons, right? They've made a bunch of errors, in my opinion. But that'll get us into page 48. And like I said, Tyrion kind of thinks about those issues that Cersei is kind of making, But at this point, Tyrion and his men arrive at the inn beneath the sign of the Broken Anvil, located near the Gate of the Gods. He instructs Vylar to return to the castle, indicating he will stay the night. Which must seem weird, right? Like, why is Tyrion staying here instead of, in the Tower of the Hand or whatever? And also, why would Vylar leave? Is he going to actually be safe? But Tyrion notes that they're with Chella, a member of the Blackears, that they'll be fine. And so the two parties basically split. Tyrion enters the inn's common room and is greeted by the sounds of laughter. He recognizes Chella's distinct chuckle and Shay's lighter laughter. Shay is sitting at a table with some Blackears and a plump man, initially thought to be the innkeeper. Where we know that this is not going to be the innkeeper, but it's quite interesting the way that Varys has already tracked down, interesting people around Tyrion's life, realizing the new player has come to the throne, and he's already getting himself accustomed to Tyrion. The plump man turns out to be Lord Varys the eunuch. Tyrion is surprised to see him and questions how he found them so quickly. Varys claims he was eager to meet Shay, which surprises Tyrion. Shay enjoys the attention and playful, acknowledges her youth. Again, Shay doesn't understand what's going on right now. Tyrion does. Tyrion was betrayed. Somebody talked and said that, Tyrion was bringing this person with him to court. How could that have gotten out so easily? Was it the innkeeper? Was it, his own men? Who got this information to Varys? Which is all interesting. It's going to show why Varys is so hard to get rid of, because he has so much information that he can use, whether that be for you or against you. And Tyrion's kind of already mad, right? He was just coming back to get some alone time with Shay and all of this stuff, and here he's going to have to, again, continue the political battle against Varys. Shay recounts Varys' compliment about Shella's earrings made from the ears of vanquished foes, which is kind of crazy, to which this annoys Tyrion, particularly how she addresses Varys with a tone of respect that he reserves for their more intimate moments. And it's another thing where it's like, Varys is kind of intruding on Tyrion, and Tyrion knows that. And so Tyrion is just kind of annoyed, right? Shella then kind of explains that the true bravery lies in leaving a man alive to face the shame of defeat, which allows the defeated to redeem themselves. This conversation kind of very brutal, hostile, kind of shows you the mountain clans and kind of their ways. They are just a very brutal people. But that'll get us into page 49. Varys then asks Tyrion if he will take some wine with them. And Tyrion does take some wine as he seats himself next to Shay. But he understood what was happening. He understood that Varys was sending a threat to Tyrion. And Tyrion understands that, Varys is basically just sending this message that, you tried to hide her, but I find out. And how is that actually going to go for him? Varys then kind of talks about the Gate of the Gods, which doesn't really matter too much in the long stakes of this conversation, but I thought it would be interesting to know. But Tyrion already thinks in his head, like, don't even bother with this gate. Because, again, she's not going to be somebody that's going to be living, with Tyrion or whatnot. She's going to have her own little place. But it's not really in Tyrion's, Tyrion wants to get done with this, right? He wants to have his way, so to say, with Shay and get this over with. And also, he's tired of Varys, really. But Varys then even goes a little further, telling, Shay to be careful. King's Landing is not wholly safe these days. I know the streets well, and yet I almost feared to come today. Alone and unarmed as I was, lawless men are everywhere in this dark time. Oh yes, men with cold steel and colder hearts, which is again meant to represent that Varys has power. Varys could have her killed or give some information to somebody that would want her to be killed, like Cersei, for instance. It's Varys kind of showing his position to Tyrion, really, right in the middle of this, and Shay not picking up on any of it. And Shay makes a joke about this, saying Shella will protect her and all this stuff. And Varys is, telling Tyrion that he should take care of her if I were you. And Tyrion says he will, and he will basically threaten to kill any one of them if they stand to even try. But Varys decides at this time to take his leave. Varys then tells Tyrion that he will leave you, but he only wished to welcome Tyrion and that he was pleased by his arrival. We have dire need of your counsel, and asks him if he had seen the comet, which will get us into page 50, but Tyrion, once again, does not respond the most kindly to Varys, saying that, obviously, he saw the comet. He has eyes. But Varys says that this seems to indicate the bringing of fire and blood. Again, just a nice little wink to him supporting the Targaryens, which Tyrion will find out later on in the story. But Varys then presents a riddle involving a king, a priest, and a rich man, each trying to persuade a sellsword to kill the others. And this is great because it instantly goes into what Tyrion's been trying to do the entire chapter. it's kind of showing where does power truly reside and how men view that differently. Tyrion's already started to do those things, but it's one of the key simple, riddles of this whole arc, right? Where does power lie? But after this, Varys leaves, and Shella and Shay interpret the riddle, with Shella suggesting that the rich man would survive, showcasing the different perspectives, right? Because some people would look at this question and go, well, yeah, this person's going to win or this person's going to win. It's what do people value? Do people value being religious and going to the priest? Do people value their oaths and loyalty to the king? Or do they value getting money? It's the exact idea that kind of Jaime talks about with his oaths, right? How you can't follow through on one without breaking the other. And Tyrion even thinks about this and knows that it's much more complex than that. It's where does the sellsword actually put his value in? As Tyrion has longed for Shay, again showing how that personal attraction, the relationship is growing more than kind of what initially began. At the beginning of it, it was Tyrion kind of paying Shay to basically be his girlfriend. But even Tyrion is almost starting to forget that this is not like a normal relationship, it's a paid one. And Tyrion even reflects on his father's authority and, how he wasn't supposed to bring Shay to court, but he did so out of defiance, but he wasn't going to push it. He wasn't going to, bring Shay to the Tower of the Hand or any of those things. And Shay, and this is basically where we see Shay and Tyrion start to have sex more or less. And Shay even plays with him, saying, okay, when you're in the Tower of the Hand late at night, you're going to want me more or less. And it again shows, it's one to show that, yes, Tyrion lusts after Shay quite a lot, but it also to show that Tyrion is quite alone. He has no people he truly considers to be friends or allies. He has people he pays for or people that he, are following him because of this reason or that, but nobody that truly follows him because they care about him. And that's the one thing that drives Tyrion insane over both of these two books. It leads him to make bad decisions and do bad things. But that'll get us into the last page of the chapter, page 51. But then we do see Tyrion and Shay, have their encounter, their sexual encounter. I'm not going to describe it out to you guys because I'm not George R. R. Martin and be very uncomfortable with you guys. But more or less, the part of this that is important is that kind of towards the very end of this, Tyrion, realizes he's a fool, right? You paid her. Don't you remember Tysha, what happened there? This is not, Shay loving you. It's you're paying her. And so that's the whole conflict that drives their relationship, is that more and more as this goes on longer, Tyrion will start to forget that. He will start to not understand what this relationship is. Shay only cares about him because of money and because of things that, she can benefit from with being with him. But then Shay asks him, what are his intentions as Hand of the King? And Tyrion reveals his desire to enact justice, which is quite weird, right? Because with all of the people around him, none of those people have those motivations, which makes Tyrion stand out. But when you think about some of the actions he's going to do in the future, are they really for justice? Or is it to make Tyrion feel better? Is it for Tyrion to have more power himself? Justice maybe be what he thinks he's doing, but is it truly what he's doing? That's where it's a little bit, not as much. But that gets us to the end of the chapter. Welcome back to the Grease Goblin YouTube channel. Today's video, we are going to be talking about Bran 1, A Clash of Kings, and continuing on in our reread. And it's kind of a smaller chapter. The last couple of chapters have been kind of longer chapters. This one's pretty short and it's pretty self-contained. Without further ado, get into Bran 1, A Clash of Kings. Bran opens the chapter sitting on the hard stone window seat over his bed. He had felt as though he liked this seat better because, if you think about him, he's crippled. He can't walk around on his own. It's better than just sitting on your bed all day, either whether it's listening to old Nan stories or whether it's just being left there to do whatever. At least when he's, looking out of his window, he could see what's going on. He could take in, the daily activities of what other people are doing instead of just sitting there kind of moaning, more or less. And Bran even compares kind of his room to like a prison. He can't really leave without help. All those things, he's kind of just not allowed to go anywhere because he can't unless he has help. And so you feel for Bran quite a lot because he's someone that isn't able to do what normal kids can do. And that's going to be made very apparent as this chapter really is, in a lot of ways, just a reminder of where we left off with Bran in A Game of Thrones. It doesn't really break the ground of anything really that new outside of like introducing the Walders and kind of just what's going on with Bran magically wise. And Bran thinks how, he can no longer walk, climb, hunt, or fight, but he still enjoys observing Winterfell as lights glow from windows. He listens to the dire wolves howl, feeling a deep connection with them. And because Bran is having these wolf dreams kind of often now, it seems like almost every night he's having either a wolf dream or he's having, dreaming of this, weirwood tree or heart tree. He is somebody that is being plagued by these kind of magical dreams that are being sent to him. But he seems to only partly understand them, because when he's, in these wolf dreams, he does understand kind of what is going on. But when he's not, he doesn't. And Old Dan had once told Bran that the Starks have wolf blood, but is stronger in some. Which is completely true, right? We talk about, for instance, Brandon Stark. He seems to have a lot of that wolf's blood, and even Lyanna had some of it as well. So it's made very apparent that these Starks are kind of connected to the wolves in that. And even if you think about the Stark children, even they are also kind of that way as well. You think about Bran and the way he connects with his direwolf, or Rickon, for instance, or Arya. It seems to be very true. And Bran notes that Summer's howls are sorrowful, while Shaggy's are more savage. And you think about the two different characters, right? You think about Rickon, you think about Bran, it reflects kind of their personalities. The wolves' howls echoes throughout Winterfell, creating the illusion of a larger pack. I talked about this, I think, on a live stream, but sound is so weird because it can make you think that things are happening that aren't. So, for instance, if you think about the JFK assassination, a lot of people that were there that day struggle to know where the sound came from, because it's bouncing off all these buildings, under bridges, and all these things, creating an illusion that the sound could have been somewhere else other than where they found Lee Harvey Oswald. Same thing can kind of be apparent here with Bran, as like he's hearing these sounds from everywhere, even though like it's probably not. Even though it's not coming from all these areas, it's just coming from, well, Shaggy Dog and Summer. But it is kind of that illusion of sound. And Bran wonders if the wolves miss their siblings and are calling out to the other direwolves. Greywind, Ghost, Nymeria, and Lady. And yeah, I think they're definitely, just like how Bran misses his family, the wolves miss their pack mates. And that's one of the key parts of this, right, is the Stark children all get separated from each other, and that's when the Starks start to get picked off, is when their pack is not together. And so that kind of is going to get us into page 53. Bran had asked Roderick Cassel why the direwolves howl, but Sir Roderick doesn't know, and his responsibilities leave him with little time for such questions. And that's the truth. I mean, Roderick Cassel is basically having to take on a major role of more or less ruling, kind of in Bran's stead. Like, yes, Bran is being taught how to rule, but it's really Roderick who is the person in charge of Winterfell at this time, with Luwin as well. Farland the Kennel Master believes the wolves are calling for freedom, as wild creatures belong in the wild, not confined in a castle. And it's a little bit more complicated than that, because the Starks are connected with their wolves. It's just, even with them kind of still being kind of like pets to the Starks, them being pent up and not allowed to, roam or, hunt, all of those things is definitely very kind of against their nature. If you think about, for instance, like, a lion. If you see a lion at a zoo, or you think of like a tiger, it feels very unnatural for them to be kind of in these little observing little areas for people to view them. It just doesn't feel natural. And that's kind of what kind of Farland's getting at here. Gage the cook thinks the wolves are howling because they want to hunt, possibly having caught the scent of prey, which is completely true, right? Gage is like, both Gage and Farland are right. Like, the wolves want to be a bit more free, not like pent up. And that even applies to when Bran goes in his wolf dream at the end of this chapter. Maester Luwin suggests the wolves are howling at the bright comet, perhaps confusing it with the moon. And this one I don't think is the right answer. The wolves are clearly much smarter than that. And I think they might view the comet as an omen of something that is not normally seen. It would have been the first time these wolves had seen anything like it. So yes, maybe it being unnatural would have also disturbed the wolves, but also I think you think about the comet and it's symbolizing magic being back. That's something else you could also look at for what the wolves are kind of interpreting as the comet. But Osha kind of dismisses this explanation by Luwin and claims the wolves know truce the Maesters has forgotten, hinting ominously that the comet means blood and fire. Interesting that Osha basically says the house words for House Targaryen She seems to be right on the bat. It seems like a lot of these people that, are not in high places and all that, or maybe like servants, all those, every single chapter we've talked about this comet so far, it seems like more of the, normal, more like the lower class seem to understand this comet, whereas everybody else trying to apply it to their own, like, life, more or less. Septon Chale, I'm not sure how to say that name, but Septon Chale, I believe, interprets the comet as the sword that slays the season. And after receiving the White Raven from Old Town announcing autumn, it seems he was correct. Well, I mean, that could just be lucky, but I guess that also could be true, right? The magic of the others is also getting stronger with this comet. So, not a bad take either. Old Nan disagrees, though, claiming that the comet signifies dragons, despite being nearly blind and unable to see it. Interesting that Old Nan is the person that gets it spot on. That's all I'm going to say. Very interesting that she gets it spot on. Hodor simply just says Hodor, as always. The dire wolves howling cause disturbances, guards curse, hounds bark, horses kick, and even Maester Luwin complains of sleepless nights, and the Walders are frightened by the wolves. Now, as we're going to learn, the Walders have, every reason to be afraid of the wolves. But yeah, I mean, the dire wolves are just going to be howling all night, and they're kind of wanting to be free, and so they're going to be disturbing the castle, not letting people sleep as well. But what can you do? The Starks, they like their wolves, so unfortunately there's going to be some late nights, I guess. Bran notes how Roderick had confined the wolves to the Godswood after Shaggy Dog had bit Little Walder, but the sound of their howls still echoes throughout Winterfell, kind of making almost this ominous noise. It almost feels like the wolves seem to be trying to warn the Starks or the people of Winterfell of what is to come, which it could be true, right? And you also think about Bran and Rickon. They're still mourning over their father's death. They're mourning, their family being gone. It's the wolves being, a little bit reflective of kind of their owners, and Rickon and Bran. But also very interesting to note is that Little Walder was bitten by Shaggy Dog. It's, again, another interpretation that the wolves are smart enough to realize what people are trustworthy and what people are not. And the fact that we constantly see George use this as an omen for the Red Wedding is quite telling, right? We see that, Grey Wind also freaks out the Freys in the Twins chapter in the last book, right? Grey Wind basically spooks the horses, and that causes some of the Freys to fall, basically. And so you see that happen here again with the Freys, and it's like, yeah, don't trust a Frey. But Bran often hears the wolves as if they were just below his window or up on the curtain walls patrolling like sentries. And there's a number of things here. One, Bran is connected to the wolves. And two, again, it's just that sound, the way it plays with your ears. Bran longs to see them, but instead he looks at the comet and the familiar buildings of Winterfell, which he used to climb when he could walk. It's Bran reflecting on some of his times. It's not that long ago that he was, climbing all around the very beginning of a Game of Thrones, and now he's forced to stay put, right? It's taking somebody that was very adventurous, someone that was discovering all the high places of Winterfell, and now he can't do any of those things. Bran recalls how the rooftops and towers were once his secret places where he played with the crows on the broken tower. An interesting note that we hear about the crows, that they seem to be friends of Bran's, or more specifically, they are probably watching Bran, as these are probably servants of the three-eyed crow. Beginning into page 54, Bran's going to bring up an interesting note, because I made a video a little while ago about what if Bran had remembered what actually occurred when he fell? And some people seem to be kind of confused, thinking that he actually did kind of remember it, and that isn't the case, as this chapter is going to prove, but let's get into it. So Bran kind of notes he does not remember falling, but knows it happened because everyone says so. So again, Bran himself does not remember what the context of his fall was. He doesn't even remember falling at all, right? That's important to note, because that memory was stripped from him. Remember that. In Bran 3, when he has his dream sequence, the three-eyed crow takes that dream from him, because then that's going to allow all the events to happen so that Bran will actually come north. Because if Bran had remembered what happened, he would have been able to tell Ned, Catelyn, he might have even gone south. It's a little bit of the three-eyed crow's manipulation of Bran that we kind of see as we go further in the story. Bran remembers seeing the gargoyles atop the first keep where he fell. It gives him a tight, uneasy feeling, as if he should be remembering something, but he just can't. He reflects on the things he could no longer do: climb, walk, run, or fight with a sword, and how his dreams of knighthood had turned bitter. Bran wanted to be one thing, and now he's being forced to be really something else because he can't do those things. And Summer had howled the day Bran had fell, Robb had told him, that the wolves mourned for him while he lay broken in bed. Again, it reflects the connection the wolves have with their owners or their person, more or less, and all the wolves feeling that connection. It's kind of the same way the wolves kind of acted after Ned's death, right? You kind of see they're very mournful. And Bran even remembers that, right? The wolves also howled the night the ravens brought news of their father's death. Brandon wonders who the wolves are mourning now. Perhaps Robb, Jon Snow, his mother, or one of his sisters, or if it's something else entirely. And we know that, I guess at this point, all the Stark family seems to be okay, right? This is not a point where any of them are in deep danger, but they could be, again, howling for omens to come, a warning to House Stark. He longs to fully understand the wolves howling, imagining himself in his wolf dreams, racing up mountains and standing above the world like he once could. It's really his wolf dreams, right? The only time that he's able to be free and to do what he pleases is when he's in his dreams as a wolf. And so that's going to reflect on when he's in his normal body and he can't do those things. It's going to want him to be more like a wolf. And so that's something that he's going to have to learn, that, as he's developing these powers of how to connect with his direwolf Summer, how do you separate the person from the wolf? Bran tries to howl like a wolf, but his howl sounds thin and hollow compared to Summer's deep voice and Shaggy Dog's joining in. Bran's a little kid. These are, fully, direwolves, so he's not going to sound the best. But together they form a chorus of howls, the last of their pack. The noise attracts a guard, a hayhead, who finds Bran howling out the window and asks, "What's happening?" And Bran even feels strange about this because he's being called a prince, right? Up to now, that's going to be very foreign to Bran, right? Realizing that he is Robb's heir right now, and that people are going to call him a prince, not like a little lord or anything like that. They're going to call him royalty. But instead of, responding to the guard like a normal person, he howls at the guard like a kid, who responds by telling him to stop. But Bran, unfortunately for the guard, does not, and that gets us into page 55. A guardsman returns with Maester Luwin, who urges Bran to stop howling with the wolves and reminds him it is late, suggesting he should be asleep. This is all happening at nighttime. Bran just doesn't want to go back to sleep. If you think about Bran as well, is he can't do much during the day, so going to sleep must feel like you're being trapped again, right? And Bran insists he's talking to the wolves and brushes Luwin's hand away. Luwin offers to have the guard Hayhead carry Bran to bed, but Bran refuses, saying he could move on his own using iron bars Mycon installed on the wall. This is quite clever, right, by Mycon to allow Bran to kind of move around his room, but it also shows Bran being someone that doesn't like to be lugged around. He doesn't always want to be cared for and feel helpless, and I think that's very understandable. As somebody, I've talked about this a lot when I talk about Bran, but, as somebody with like arthritis in my back, I am somebody that also fits into this where I don't like people like helping me around and things like that. Like if I have to like lift things, I don't like having to, get other people to help me and stuff like that. So I understand where Bran's at, definitely. I think a lot of people would be like that. And Bran even kind of confirms this, saying he disliked being carried and asserts that he doesn't need to sleep if he doesn't want to. And Luwin reminds Bran that even princes need sleep, but Bran responds that when he sleeps, he turns into a wolf. Again, just this idea that Bran is somebody that is having wolf dreams consistently. He's basically always dreaming when he sleeps. But even something else, I think, with Bran is he's not doing a lot during the day that would cause him to be super tired, right? And so sleeping would almost feel unnecessary to him because he's always just kind of, laying about or whatnot. Bran asks whether wolves dream, and Luwin replies that all creatures dream, but not like humans. Bran questions whether the dead dream, thinking of his father's crypt in Winterfell. Luwin gives an uncertain answer, saying the dead are silent on the matter. What I think is interesting is Bran already thinking about like what comes after death. Is it just a state of like dreaming? Like you wouldn't realize you even died, really? It would just be like you went to sleep? It's an interesting question because, of course, we're never going to really know the answer to that. Bran asks if trees dream, and when Lewin denies it, Bran insists they do, recounting dreams he's had of a weirwood tree calling to him. Again, a signal for Bran to come find the three-eyed crow. But Bran says he prefers his wolf dreams where he can smell and taste things, even blood. Lewin suggests Bran spend more time with the other children, but Bran declares he hates them, particularly the Frey boys, the Walders, and commands Lewin to send them away. For one, not the best thing that Bran's saying he likes the taste of blood, and he's going to get more of that as it goes on, a little bit of cannibalism that we'll see later on going on in the story, maybe a little bit of foreshadowing to that, but also Bran already doesn't like the Freys, and again, it's just another warning sign. The Freys aren't great guys, all I'm going to say there. But Lewin reminds Bran that the Freys are his mother's wars, and it isn't his place to send them away, adding it would be unkind to do so. And Lewin is correct, right? It would be unkind to send them away, but at the same time, the Walders kind of deserve it, to be honest. I don't know. Dakota, if you're watching this, you're not going to agree with that take, but it's just how it is. Bran blames the Freys for not allowing him to keep Summer with him as Shaggy Dog had attacked Little Walder. And, a little bit of a sign to say, hey, time to get rid of these Freys. I'm just saying. I don't think Shaggy Dog was wrong to attack Little Walder. He attacked Rickon first. All I'm saying. Lewin points out that Summer had once killed a man, proving that even the wolves found by Bran and his brothers in the snow had become dangerous beasts. And I agree with Lewin that, yes, they are dangerous, but the fact that you're comparing Summer, who was killing an assassin sent to kill Bran, with just attacking innocent people, I think it's a little bit wild. Shaggy Dog is different because Rickon doesn't control Shaggy Dog. Rickon is 4, and he has the control over a dire wolf. That's way different to me than Summer, who has pretty much always listened to Bran and is never attacking somebody unless Bran wants them to. So I don't really agree with Lewin on this one. I agree on Shaggy Dog, but not on Bran. I think Summer, it would be fine to be with Bran. And Lewin defends the Frey boys' fear of the wolves, saying they are wise to be cautious. Which is true, yeah, the Freys should be cautious because they're, little shits, but, that's just how it is. But getting into page 56, Bran suggests that the Walders could live in the Godswood, allowing Summer to sleep with him again, and he questions why his requests are ignored, despite being a prince. And this is going to come to a great point. You think about Bran and Joffrey. Joffrey is 13. He's a little older than Bran, but not that much. Why does Joffrey, when he does things, get everything he wants and nobody bats an eye, even though he's 12, 13? When he was 12 in book 1 and now is 13 in book 2, here is Bran, who's 8, and people don't just blindly follow what he does because they actually understand how to raise a child. If you allow an 8-year-old to get all of their wishes, they're going to come kind of spoiled, not going to, take no for an answer because nobody ever denies them anything. Just shows a little bit of how, parenting has been done to Bran that is good. But also, sending the Walders to go live in the Godswood kind of seems wild, and I also think the old gods would be rolling in their grave if you let the Walders live there. He complains that Alebelly, a guard, wouldn't let him ride Dancer past the gate, despite his wish to explore and ride freely, and obviously that's just not going to be able to be done anymore. One, you're starting to see more wildlings coming south and deserters as well, but 2, the world's just more dangerous now. Now that, we're in open war, this is a dangerous time to just be going, free of Winterfell. And so I think that's the point. And Lewin warned some of those things, remembering, the time when they got attacked. Him and Robb got attacked by the wildlings and deserters. And now we're in open war against the Lannisters. If somebody was to get Bran, they could sell him to the Lannisters. Bran insists that Summer would protect him and continues to express his longing to do princely things like sailing, hunting, and jousting. Bran just really isn't getting the point of how this war is going right now. Those things just are not available. When Robert was king, yeah, you could have done those things, but now he can't. And, Lewin is kind of pitying him because Lewin knows he can't do some of those things. Because of his condition and also the war, why does he do that to himself? Try to imagine all these things that he obviously can't do anymore. And Bran, just being frustrated, says he'd rather be a wolf so he could live in the woods, find Arya and Sansa by scent, and fight alongside Robb in the war like Grey Wind, imagining himself killing the Kingslayer and ending the war, which is quite interesting. And it kind of makes you question, how much information does Bran know about the war? Because, like, Jaime's already a prisoner, so if you're going to end the war, you'd be killing Tywin or, like, Joffrey or one of those people. But just maybe shows the lack of information that either Bran has or the North has at this time. But also shows you that connection that Bran is becoming more attached to his wolf than he is himself. And Bran howls again, cutting off Lewin, who eventually gives up and leaves the room with a mix of grief and frustration. Again, Lewin is having to be basically Bran's caretaker, his guardian, and Bran is not making it very easy on Lewin, and how are you? And it's going to be very difficult for Bran as a child growing up. He can't be a child, and that's the issue. Once again, Bran's howling loses its appeal, and he reflects on how he welcomed the Walders when they first arrived, despite feeling resentment now. And Bran thinks about, like, yeah, he treated the Walders with all due respect and all these things, but that doesn't mean he has to like them. And even when the Frey boys arrived, it had been the opposite. Bran had welcomed them while Rickon wanted them gone. Rickon preferred his family over strangers coming back, and leaving Bran to soothe his younger brother and properly welcome the Walders. Bran had offered the Walders meat, mead, and a seat by their fire, earning praise from Lewin for his hospitality. Also, just another little wink that's meant to mean hospitality, that you're not supposed to harm your guests. Just something that's going to come up, later on in the story, as you guys know. The Walders introduced Bran and Rickon to their game called Lord of the Crossing. By the way, this game that the Freys play, it's not a very fun game. I would hate this game as a child, but like, so you're basically playing over any type of water, and you have a log that basically is your bridge. You have your staff, which is basically your ability to say who can go and who cannot go over this bridge or whatnot. And it's about shouting in water. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, it's just you guys are hitting each other. But the most important part of the game, according to the Walders, was the water. And so since they couldn't actually leave the castle, they had to play in the Godswood for this game. But the thing that I find so weird about this game is that it all basically dictates if you said mayhaps or not. Really, all this game is if you're the person in charge of the crossing, you just get to hit people off into the water whenever you want. It's like, a little bit of a reflection on the phrase. They can dictate whoever gets to cross, and they exact their toll every single time. But they used a murky pool in the Godswood for the game. The Walders had never seen hot water bubbling from the ground and thought it would improve the game, which is just something that's interesting about Winterfell. Such a cold place, but has these hot springs, more or less. Both Frey boys are named Walder after their grandfather, Lord Walder Frey, which Rickon found strange, telling them hauntingly, by the way, this is one of the biggest roasts you could ever do from a 4-year-old, that Winterfell has its own names. Rickon just dropped the best diss track on the Freys, and he's 4. That's all I'm saying. He's 4. But that gets us into page 57. The Walders game, Lord of the Crossing, involved laying a log across water where one player stood in the middle as the Lord holding a stick. I'm not going to go over this too much because I just kind of told you what this game is, but yeah, it's a game where basically you got to say mayhaps, and also the Lord of the Crossing can just hit you off whenever you want to. And even Bran even picks up that it's like, this game literally is just shoving, hitting, falling into the water, arguing about whether or not someone had said mayhaps. It's not like the most interesting game in the world. It's just kind of okay, let's have kids do violence against each other. Might involve why the Freys are so unlikable, just saying. But even Bran notes that Little Walder was the Lord of the Crossing most of the time, and despite his name, Little Walder was tall and stout, while Big Walder was sharp-faced, skinny, and shorter by half a foot. Little Walder explained that he had grown faster, though Big Walder was 52 days older than him. And Big Walder clarifies they were cousins, not brothers, with different fathers who were both sons of Lord Walder Frey from different wives. And we kind of get to a bit of the line of succession, but there's just a lot of Freys, put it that way. But Little Walder was ahead of Big Walder in the line of succession despite being younger, but both agreed neither of them would inherit the twins. Big Walder insisted he would, explaining the complex Frey family line, mentioning other Walders, Black Walder, Red Walder, Bastard Walder Rivers, as well as a girl named Walda. They also debated about Walter, or Tyr, which is pretty cool, named after the Nordic god, who was another family member, though Big Walder dismissed him as irrelevant. Like, think about how the Freys talk about their own family. They talk about, oh yeah, these people in front of our line, but these people are so far down the line of succession that who cares about them? Like, it's just crazy the way the Freys think about their family, but yeah. Sir Roderick assigned the Walders to share Jon Snow's old bedchamber, as Jon was at the Night's Watch and not expected to return, which upset Bran, making him feel like the Freys were taking Jon's place. And yeah, it's gonna feel like that, but at the same time, Jon isn't coming back, so like this just makes sense. I'm just saying, but yeah, I definitely understand it. It's Bran really missing Jon more than anything. That gets us into page 58. Bran observed the Walders as they played with other children, including Turnip the cook's boy and Joseth's daughters Bandy and Shira. Very interesting names, while he was appointed judge of their game, despite they soon forgot him amidst the fun. And again, if you're kids, like, it's nice you're trying to involve Bran, but like, what can Bran really do? I mean, and so people just forget about him, and that's how Bran feels, that nobody really remembers him or any of those things, that he's not allowed to have really any of this fun. The noise would attract more children to join, including Paula, Kane's boy Callan, and Tom too, who had lost his father at King's Landing. The group became muddy and soaked, and Paula, covered in muck and laughing, reminded Bran of the joy that had been absent since the Ravens' arrival. Because Bran even notes, like, when Winterfell loses Ned, the castle's going to go very somber and sad. The North really cares about the Starks, and Ned treated them pretty well. But this has finally brought some joy back to the castle. But Bran feels bitter about this because he believes he should be the one on the log, the one in charge, the true lord of the crossing, but he is unable to. Rickon eventually wants to join the fun, ran into the Godswood with Shaggy Dog following, and this is where all bad things happen, as we all know. Rickon eagerly wanted to join the game, but when Little Walder hit him with the stick, Shaggy Dog jumped in to protect him, and it led to chaos as blood was drawn and the Walders panicked. This is a harmful game, and this is a pretty innocent way of, Rickon being hit by something, but it shows that Rickon doesn't have any control over Shaggy Dog to begin with, and that Luwin is right in terms of Rickon and Shaggy Dog. But it also shows that Shaggy Dog knows the true, nature of these Freys. Despite the earlier conflict, Rickon began to bond with the Walders. They no longer played Lord of the Crossing, but instead engaged in other games, such as Monsters and Maidens and Rats and Cats. The group enjoyed various activities together, like raiding the kitchens for treats, racing around the walls, tossing bones to the pups, and practicing with wooden swords under Sir Roderick's supervision. They were being kids, right? And, as much as the Walders become more little shits as they go on, can't really blame them for all this stuff. This is just normal kid stuff, in my opinion. But yeah. Rickon showed the Walders the secret vaults beneath Winterfell when the stonemason was working on their father's tomb, sparking Bran's anger as he felt it was a sacred Stark place. But Rickon did not seem to care. Rickon's a kid. He doesn't understand, like, this is the Stark place. And the fact that some Freys got to see it, oh boy, the old gods are really going to be pissed. That's all I'm saying. The scene then shifted as Maester Luwin once again re-entered Bran's room with a green jar accompanied by Osha and Hayhead. He brought a sleeping draught for Bran, promising dreamless sleep. And Bran is kind of shocked by this, as he kind of doesn't want to have these dreams anymore. It makes him feel, worse because he's in a wolf and all those things. Bran kind of hoped it would lead to dreamless sleep as Osha lifted Bran into bed, which gets us into page 59. Osha asks if Bran is experiencing the wolf dreams again, and he confirms it. And Osha actually takes an opposite approach than Luwin. Osha tells him that he should just accept them, not try to fight them so much. And she says that maybe it is the gods, sending messages to Bran, as he always wants to, get messages from them. He's always praying to them. Maybe this is what they send back. But Bran is far too sleepy and drowsy already to even respond, as he finds himself once again in the Godswood. Again, Bran, even this, drought seems to work, right? Maester Luwin had it made. He has all the skill to know how to do these things. Doesn't affect Bran. Again, it should just be a pretty clear indication that Bran is experiencing, magic. And I wonder what Luwin must be thinking as well. Like, if Bran is unaffected by these droughts the way that they should be with normal kids, what does that mean about Bran? But Bran experiences once again the joy of walking, despite knowing it's a dream. Bran hasn't really connected that these dreams are actually happening. The darkness among the trees is illuminated by a comet, guiding him as he moves on 4 strong legs. He enjoys the sensory details of the forest, the smells, sounds, and textures beneath him. Again, it's Bran experiencing life, being able to move around, being able to explore the Godswood. But Bran recalls the taste of blood and the thrill of the hunt, but he feels no joy in dead meat. Again, Bran is in his wolf and experiencing wanting blood and things like that. It's not a good look. He senses the presence of his wolf brother, who is relentlessly searching for prey, family, and a way out. Again, just kind of confirming everything Bran had thought already in this chapter, that the wolves don't like being pent up. They want their family. They want to hunt, but they're being not allowed to do that. The brother's frustration grows as he encounters barriers formed by piles of stone and wood and is unable to escape. Bran reflects on his own past attempts to break through these barriers, realizing that the aggression won't open the path. And this is to show that this just happens to Bran all the time. He's been through all these motions in Summer's skin. He knows that there is no way out, and that gets us into page 60. Bran realizes that circling the walls won't help them escape. He understands that marking the tree won't deter men from entering their territory either. It again shows that Bran has an understanding of what's going on in his mind and the way this wolf is, that this doesn't mean much. The sense of confinement deepens as he feels the world tightening around him. It's also to reflect Bran's condition, right? Bran can't leave really his room without a bunch of help. He is confined, just like Summer. He remembers Winterfell, visualizing the imposing man-made cliffs. The memory of Winterfell triggers an awareness of the true world beyond the walls. It's a call to kind of nature and to leave this place. As once again, Bran seems to be having this connection that there's something wrong that's going to be happening from the outside world, that something bad is going to come, that failing to do so could lead to death. And this has a number of meanings, right? One, I think this is once again a calling to go north of the wall to find the three-eyed crow because he will be instrumental in stopping the other's threat. But I think it's also a call of a message being sent that when something is going to happen at Winterfell that could cause him to possibly die. And that ends the chapter. So again, Bran 1 in A Clash of Kings is, I don't think it's the most interesting chapter just because it doesn't really have a lot to do with like the overall plot of this story. It's really just to kind of reintroduce us into Bran's plotline, but it doesn't actually like forward the plot much. It's really just, okay, Bran, it's okay. It's just to kind of connect the Game of Thrones to this book and showing how Bran's connection with his wolf and magic is growing stronger with this comet. So in the grand scheme of things, not the most influential chapter in the book. It's definitely one of those that's very forgettable. But I don't think it's a bad chapter at all, right? It just, I think compared to the rest of the chapters so far, it's the one that has the least plot maneuvering plus character building. This one's almost a complete character build chapter, but let me know what you guys all think, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome back to the Grease Comics YouTube channel. Today's video, we are going to be doing Arya 2, A Clash of Kings. Something I want to point out right away. It's quite interesting that we're already getting a second Arya chapter, given the fact that we haven't had a Daenerys chapter yet, we haven't had a Catelyn chapter yet, we haven't had a Jon chapter yet. George is very clear, in my opinion, of setting the tone for this book. Arya is going to be a very dominant POV throughout not only this book, but the next book. And that's very interesting to note, just given the fact that if you look at book 1, if you look at Arya, she was one of the POVs that got the least amount of chapters. So I find it very interesting that George decides to kind of shift to giving her more of a dominant role. But not waste any time, let's get into Arya 2, A Clash of Kings. Also, if you did want to listen on Spotify, the link is down in the description. I do want to shout out those people that listen on there. And let's get into page 61. Arya and her group traveled from dawn to dusk through a variety of landscapes, woods, orchards, fields, villages, market towns, and holdfasts. But at night they made camp and ate by the light of the red sword, or the comet, is kind of being referred to, right? They've kind of just named it the red sword at this point. Arya was noticing the increasing number of camps and more traffic on the King's Road with each passing night. And the one thing that becomes very apparent for Arya is that they seem to be the only ones going north. Most of the people here are going south. They're fleeing to King's Landing or trying to get out of the war, as the war is coming to the Riverlands and, just places north of the capital. And so they're kind of encountering, old people, children, big and small, barefoot girls, and women with babies. And they traveled and they saw lots of different ways of traveling with farm wagons, ox carts, draft horses, ponies, mules, donkeys. It's just all of these people migrating south is really what Arya is seeing. Some travelers carried their goods on foot, while others pushed wheelbarrows with a smith carrying his tools, and another man pushing 2 babies in a blanket. Most people were headed south towards King's Landing, unlike Arya's group traveling north, and few spoke to them. A lot of these people would be very, very, very wary of strangers. As you look at the Riverlands, all these, new people coming into the area, there's not only is there, the Westermen coming in and kind of sacking the Riverlands, but there's also going to be people that are going to become bandits. You're going to have, for instance, the Brotherhood Without Banners, who are going to be seen as outlaws. There's going to be a bunch of individual different types of raiders going on that you're not really going to want to talk to strangers. You're having to leave your homes to flee the war. And even Arya notes that a lot of these travelers were not unarmed, right? These were people that were armed to try and protect themselves and their loved ones with daggers, dirks, scythes, axes, makeshift clubs, and staffs. And even some of the travelers that Arya and her group passed, they seemed to be eyeing their wagons warily. A lot of these people would not have much supplies being pushed south, and they might have been thinking, hey, maybe we can rob these people. But fortunately for Arya, they were in a group of about 30, far too large for any just random, peasants or maybe robbers to try and steal from them. They were just too large of a group at this time. But that gets us into page 62. But it's also interesting to note that George already foreshadows to us that this is a large party that Arya is with. So the fact when we get later on, when the gold cloaks arrive, that same idea is going to be present with the gold cloaks and how they evaluate Yoren and their position, with how other people that are trying to maybe rob them also are looking at their position. That gets us into page 62. But Arya remembers Sirio's advice. Look with your eyes, listen with your ears. More or less just look at the bigger picture, right? And that's made even more clear when Arya sees a mad woman screaming at them from the roadside, warning them that they would be killed. And it's interesting that she's made a mad woman, but it's probably just a woman that has gone through a lot, probably watched loved ones die, she pushed from her home, and for people to be going north when you're realizing this war is going on, really the woman might just be a regular woman, and the people that she's viewing in Arya's party, they might be the mad ones going openly into this. If we think about what is actually going to occur with this party with Yoren and Arya, the woman actually is quite right. But the next day, a merchant offered to buy Yoren's wagons and goods for a fraction of their worth, warning that they be taken in war, but Yoren refused. And the merchant is quite right. You're taking so much supplies, wagons worth and 30 men. It's not going to be enough to defend that when you have, raiding parties from Tywin, whether that be with, Gregor or whatever. And Arya, very shortly after, saw her first grave that day, a small mound for a child. Lami wanted to take a crystal from it, but the bull, aka Gendry, told him to leave it alone. Again, you see a number of things. One, how desperate people like Lami are to join the Night's Watch. They would take something off of a grave. But you think about what the country is going to be brought into, a civil war. This is going to be very normal for people to steal from graves and things like that because people are desperate. And that's something that will only get more magnified, I would really say, for Arya in the next book. But this would not be the last grave that they saw. They would pass more graves freshly dug as they traveled. Soon graves became a daily sight. And it's even crazier, you're having the deaths of the innocent people, right? These aren't soldiers. These aren't, people that are fighting in the war. It's just your common peasants. And they are the ones being damaged by this war. One night, Arya woke feeling uneasy. The night seemed too quiet, and she missed Parade's usual coughing, one of the men that was with their party. And Arya felt uneasy by, Parade not coughing, and she realizes by the morning he would be dead, which he is. And the group buried him and divided his belongings. So think about what I just talked about, right? How people are willing to rob the graves of, like, say, a young child, right, for a crystal or whatever. Even now, right, somebody that they had been traveling with, they strip Parade before they even bury him. They take all of his belongings and give it to other people. And you might be thinking, well, those supplies are better used on, people that actually use them. He's not going to need them now that he's dead. So it's kind of those weird things where it's like, morally, is it good that you're taking things off a dead person? Probably not. But at the same time, pragmatically, it's survival, right? So if you think about Arya and the way she deals with stealing in book 1, kind of the same thing is here. But Yoren had gave Parade's long sword to Gendry, believing he could learn to use it. And that makes sense. Gendry's a pretty built dude, and it makes a lot of sense. A boy named Tarber tossed acorns on Parade's grave, hoping an oak tree would grow to mark his resting place. But that evening they stopped at a village inn. Yoren decided they could afford a hot meal, but they still planned to sleep outside. Still shows, again, trying to find like rooms for 30 men. It's just not something that Yoren's going to be able to afford, but at least they get some food and be able to at least bathe themselves. And Arya was not going to be one of those people, right? She's a girl. She can't be seen as stripping down in front of men because then obviously they will know she's a girl. So she can't do that, which is really unfortunate because that means she's just not going to be able to have any type of, she's not going to be able to clean herself for a very long time if she expects to never, bathe or whatnot until she gets to Winterfell. Now, the unfortunate part of that is that that's kind of a reality for a lot of people in this world, is that trying to clean yourself is something that is not the easiest thing to do. But Tarber, Hot Pie, and Gendry joined the men in the bathhouse, while others stayed outside or crowded into the common room. Yoren sent Lami with the tankards for the 3 prisoners still chained in the back of the wagon. That gets us into page 63. But Arya and some of the group that wasn't washing at this time went to go see the innkeeper as he gave them some hot pork pies, baked apples, some beer on the house, and they kind of talk about some of the things going on in the world right now. And it seems like one of the men who had been at this inn before, he had been caught basically stealing pepper and how he'd been sent to the wall. But again, just shows like how stealing is really an interesting moral conundrum in this world. Like, because of how many people are in, basically poverty and are not able to even have nice food just in general, you see how many people that have to actually steal for those things and give into those temptations. Think about a lot of the people, with that Jon is with in book 1. Some of it is around stealing and things like that. But Arya herself, having this cup of beer, she remembers her sister Sansa and how Sansa had never liked the taste of beer and always preferred wine. And wine is, a drink that, even still today, wine is more associated as a feminine drink than it is like a men drink. We still have this thing till today, right? That men drink beer, women drink wine. I, as someone, think it's stupid. Wine is so much better than beer. You cannot convince me that you actually like the taste of beer. And Arya even thinks about this, right? Like, Arya kind of contemplates like why people like beer, even though like Arya herself never minds beer. But it is something like worth questioning. It's like, beer is such a weird thing to me because it has literally no taste at all. Like, it just tastes like water. And I've never understood why people like beer. I don't know if it's just social norm that, you have to drink beer to be a man or whatever. It's stupid, but I'm just saying wine's better. I am a Cersei type of person. I like my wine, that's all I'll say. But either way, this makes her sad thinking of Sansa and her father Ned, who would only ever, allow them to have a little bit of alcohol, not a lot. And so that's why kind of Arya thinks of that. But again, their party is kind of met with a little bit of scorn as Yoren tells them, they're going north of the wall. A lot of these people in the end think, how are you going to do that, right? There's a war going on. You'll never make it. And that they'll be back down south soon enough. Again, people are telling, Yoren that half the fields are burnt and whatever people are left are the people that can find some sort of walls to protect them from the outside. So holdfasts and castles. You think about Edmure as somebody that takes in a lot of, the poor people or the people seeking salvation. That'll happen literally in this book. It just comes very apparent. Like, what do you do if you're somebody that, you're living on a farm? What do? You have no protection outside of what your lord should be doing and defending you. There's nothing you can do. You have to pack up everything and try to go somewhere safe. But Yoren tries to counter this, saying that, it doesn't matter, right? We don't take any part of these wars going on, right? The Tully or Lannister, it makes no matter. The Watch is not part of either side. But again, this is kind of put to the test with the Innkeeper. But also Arya says or thinks about before we get to this point is that she thinks about Lord Tully being her grandfather. It did matter to her, but she kind of chews her lip. She doesn't say anything yet. She just kept listening. And the Innkeeper goes on to say it's not really, the Tullys, it's more the Lannisters, but there's also, wild men coming down from the mountains of the moon. A nice little thing that Tyrion set in motion. And he even says, like, what are you going to do if you run into some of these wild men, right? They're not going to care. They're going to kill you and take your stuff regardless. And that's kind of the point. And then, to Arya's interest, the Innkeep says the Starks are in it too, as the young lord has come down south. And Arya questions this. Does he mean Robb? Right? Arya has no knowledge. Remember, information would not have trickled down to Arya, so she doesn't really know what's going on in the world. So any idea of, like, Robb going to war, coming south, would be really interesting to her. A yellowed-haired man with a tankard in his hand says that he heard the boy rides to battle on a wolf. And Yoren spouts, that's just fool's talk. And we know that that's not the case, right? Robb doesn't actually ride a wolf into a battle, but the wolf is there with him in the battle. So it's kind of like, again, you get some of the truth, but not really all of it. The man even says that the wolf was as big as a horse, he swears. The Innkeep suggests that doesn't mean really anything, right? Swearing doesn't make it true. And he makes a jest at the man, but at this, it does bring up another interesting point that's made, especially towards Arya. Another man in a travel-stained green cloak says it's been a bad year for wolves, as there's been a bunch of wolves in this big pack around the God's Eye, and they've been growing bolder than anyone can remember. Sheep, cows, dogs, it makes no matter. They kill as they like, and they've got no fear of men. It's worth your life to go into those woods by night. This is very interesting behavior from wolves, right? Because wolves do seem to be somewhat fearful depending on what the situation is, but these wolves seem to have no fear. They go wherever. And, they're going to talk about it a little bit more when we get into the next page, in page 64. But it seems to be that there is some sort of greater wolf or she-wolf at the lead of this pack, which is definitely going to spur some interest from Arya herself. But that gets us into page 64. An old woman shared rumors of a great wolf pack led by a fearsome she-wolf, a bitch from the seventh hell, which is more than likely, like 99%, this is Nymeria, and Arya even herself questions that, right? She wonders if this could be her direwolf, the direwolf she had released near the Trident to protect her from being killed by biting Joffrey. And it did make sense, right, that if you think about these wolves, the way they would choose a leader or how they would interact, who is going to be the alpha, well, you have a direwolf, a wolf that's going to be bigger than any of these regular wolves, probably even smarter than any of these regular wolves. Of course, that makes sense that Nymeria would be at the head of this pack. And also, if you think about it, the area that this wolf pack is sprouting up, very close to where Arya, and Nymeria departed. And Arya has to recall another painful memory as she thinks about how difficult it had been to force Nymeria to leave and abandon her, how they had thrown stones until she ran off, and wondered if her direwolf would still recognize or hate her now, which is a very interesting question. Would Nymeria realize why that she and Arya had to depart from each other? But the man in a green cloak shares another story about the she-wolf attacking a village and snatching a baby, and how Lord Mooten and his sons failed to capture her after tracking her with wolfhounds. And Arya can't stay silent anymore, because it seems like they're talking about Nymeria. And Arya says that the wolves won't eat babies, which is kind of interesting. Like, yes, Nymeria would never eat a baby at Arya's command, but wolves eat humans and corpses and little babies probably all the time if allowed to do so. So unfortunately, I think Arya's kind of wrong. And Yoren even tells, Arya that she's green sick on beer, just trying to like discount her, take any attention away from Arya. Again, Arya's supposed to be going very incognito, not drawing a lot of attention to herself. And Yoren then sends Arya outside, ordering her to stay quiet and check on the horses, pushing her out angrily. And Arya, very frustrated by this because she didn't like the slander, of Nymeria. She then gets tossed outside because she said the wrong thing. She runs into the prisoners that are being held. And the youngest with red and white hair called out to Arya, asking for another taste of beer. We know this to be Jaqen H'ghar, but Arya, not yet. He hinted that Arya could help him, mentioning that a man could use a bath, and that a boy could make a friend, trying to charm her while imprisoned. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, obviously these people are not in great living conditions, and they're just wanting some things. Now, not to say they don't deserve it, especially, Biter and Rarge that are, in there as well. But this is quite interesting, as it is our first real meeting of Jaqen and Arya, which gets us into page 65. Arya told the prisoners she had friends, but Rarge disagrees, taunting her by saying she had none, and there were no one nearby either. Rarge was thick and hairy, reminding Arya of an ape from a book she had seen. His missing nose made him hard to look at. But even worse, maybe, was the bald prisoner, Biter, as he hissed at Arya, revealing a stump where his tongue should be. When Arya flinched, he wagged his tongue, mocking at her. This is not the greatest first impression if you're trying to get things from Arya. It kind of tells you these guys aren't very bright. Like, if you think about this and you're, in a cage or whatever, and you have no access to getting things on your own, you think you would want to make nice with people that could give you those things, like Jaqen, but they're not great. And Jaqen even says this, right? He apologizes for his rude companions, explaining that he did not choose to be with them, which, in my opinion, might be to the contrary. It seems like Jaqen was exactly where he wanted to be, based upon we find him, being at the black cells and all of that. Jaqen then introduced himself and his fellow prisoners, Rarge and Biter. He explained that Biter couldn't speak or write, but his sharp teeth earned him the name. Arya was not exactly charmed or thrilled by them. I guarantee if anyone was in that position, they also would not have been charmed by them. But Arya thinks they couldn't hurt her since they were chained up, but that isn't going to stop her from doing something I think is quite stupid, but shows, I guess, her bravery. Jaqen lamented by turning his empty tankard upside down, while Rarge threw his cup at Arya, cursing, but missed due to his shackles, and Arya is able to actually also just jump out of the way as well. Rarge demanded Arya bring them beer, threatening her crudely. Again, if you want things, don't do it this way. I'm just saying, you treat people like crap, they are not going to then give you things. Obviously. Arya, recalling Syrio's lessons, drew her wooden practice sword and forced herself to approach the wagon, despite her fear. This is just very interesting from Arya. It seems like maybe this is just her pride talking, like Arya could just very easily walk away from these people, but she's choosing to stand and maybe make a point. Or maybe, like Yoren was talking about in her first chapter, taking out some of her anger and her sadness on others. As Arya neared, Biter lunged at her, but his chains stopped him just short of grabbing her, and he hissed again, teeth bared. And, again, Arya is putting herself in quite a dangerous position for almost no reason. Like, there's no real gain to any of this, but I guess she's proving a point. Arya then struck Biter hard between the eyes with her wooden sword, causing him to scream and pull violently against his chains. Biter strained so hard that the wagon creaked under the pressure, but his chains held and he eventually collapsed, blood oozing from his sores. Jaqen H'ghar observed that Arya had more courage than sense, and this just seems like Jaqen is kind of realizing, this person that Arya is pretending to be might be somebody of great interest for Jaqen. Already, Arya is having to play and use a disguise, but she's also showing that she's very brave. All things that Jaqen would have picked up on by now. And Arya then backed away from the wagon and bumped into Gendry, who warned her that Yoren had told them to not go near the prisoners. Because, obviously, these guys are just not great people. Why would you want to go near them? They will obviously just try to murder you. But Arya insisted she wasn't afraid of them, but the But Gendry admitted he was scared and suggested they get away from the prisoners, to which Arya reluctantly agreed. So it kind of just proves the idea that it's Arya's pride. It's Arya just being prideful and not wanting to show that she is scared of them. Roge's mocking laughter and Biter's hissing followed them as they walked away. Frustrated and wanting to kind of just get some anger out, she decides that she wants to try and ask Gendry if he wants to fight, or I guess play fight or spar more or less. But Gendry notes that he was strong and could hurt her, but Arya confidently replied that she was quick. It's the age-old pairing. You have the quick versus the strong. Who's going to win? In Arya's case, I don't know. Gendry's a lot older than her. I don't really think Arya is the winning side on this one. But they both drew their swords. Gendry wielding Praed's old longsword, not it's not greatly made, and Arya drawing needle, boasting that her steel was better. Of course it was. Arya's a rich kid and Gendry's pretty poor. There's a equipment difference. That's all I'm going to say. But just before they could start, Gendry noticed something alarming and pointed it out. Gold cloaks were approaching the inn. And why would gold cloaks be approaching the inn? Remember, we've talked about it already. They are days out from King's Landing. What could be so desperate enough that the gold cloaks are coming all the way out to this inn? And that's what has to be going on in Arya's mind, right? Like, there only really is one explanation, that they are here for someone or something. And she is somebody that would be a public enemy number one for the gold cloaks. And so Arya instantly goes into defense mode. They're here for me. They were all in black ringmail, with one officer wearing a decorated black breastplate. But that'll get us into page 67, where we see Yoren confront them. All right, so getting into page 67, we see Arya again using her lessons from Syrio, observing the gold cloaks' horses, noticing that they had been ridden very hard. Again, it makes sense given that Arya and her party, they've had a couple days head start of leaving King's Landing, and so now these gold cloaks have a lot to catch up, and so they've been probably riding pretty hard, probably quite tired. But it also is something to show that, like, if there was a fight or if they needed to try and outrun them, they would be quite fatigued. But she pulls Gendry behind a ledge, whispering quiet as a shadow to keep them hidden as the gold cloaks appear, because instantly, Arya is thinking in her mind, these gold cloaks are here for her, right? She is the one of true value. None of these other people are just, low criminals or low birth or all those things. And that is actually not the case for once. The gold cloaks addressed some of Yoren's recruits outside of the bathhouse, asking if they were taking the black, and joked about joining them at the wall. The officer revealed that he had a warrant for a certain boy, prompting Yoren to come out of the inn to confront them. Now, this is interesting right away. If Arya was, paying attention a bit more or thinking about it, if they were after her, why would they be saying they're here for a boy? Right now, Arya is pretending to be a boy, so it makes sense. But if the gold cloaks were truly after Arya, they would say they're looking for a girl, right? That seems to make the most sense. That should be her first warning sign that they're not actually looking for her, and not to draw attention to herself just in general. Arya whispers to Gendry, knowing that the gold cloaks wanted her, urging him to be quiet. The officer explained that the queen wanted the boy, handing Yoren the warrant sealed with the queen's ribbon and golden wax. And Yoren dismisses the warrant, right? The boy is in the Night's Watch now. That is, by all the law, the correct thing, right? He is now forfeit to the Night's Watch. But again, like we talk about so much, right? The law only matters as much as you can basically enforce it, right? And so if the gold cloaks can enforce it, if they had maybe more numbers, they'd be able to aptly enforce their will, even if it isn't the true lawful thing. Think about the Targaryens. When they had their dragons, they were able to basically enforce anything that they wanted, right? They could, take precedent over the faith, for instance, right? You see that with like Maegor, with like Aegon the Conqueror. He did that basically. So again, it's how do you enforce the law? That's really where the power is. The officer, though, is uninterested in Yoren's argument, insisting on taking the boy. And Arya considered running, but felt exhausted by always fleeing. She thought if she were a real water dancer, she would face the men with needle. And you got to think about Arya. She's run from the capital. She's run from, her father's death. She ran when Ned was getting arrested and all the Stark household was getting attacked. She is tired of running. She wants to at least stand her ground if this is going to be the time when they capture her. But Yoren stands firm, insisting the law was on his side. But the officer drew his sword, saying that it was the only law he needed. Just like what I just talked about, right? The idea that, the law protects you, again, similar to like Ned with Cersei, the law only protects you if you have the power to enforce it, like this officer is trying to do with Yoren. But Yoren remained defiant, showing that he had a sword as well. And even though the officer had 5 men with him, Yoren stood firm, spitting and boasting that he had 30 men to back him up. And that'll get us into page 68. But also, guys, sorry for having the wrong page number. I had to re-record this last section because the audio I pressed it and it didn't actually go. So just if you're wondering why the page number was wrong on the last page, that's why. But with that being said, Yoren is able to also show that he has the numbers, right? And numbers usually beat, not having numbers, right? And so even though Yoren's recruits might be, very untested in battle, they might be using, worse equipment, there's still 30 of them. That's 5 people per gold cloak. It's just going to be overwhelming. But a gold cloak with a broken nose laughed at the challenge, asking who could fight first. And a number of people, jump up to this challenge. Tarber, Cutjack, Kurz, Koss, and Rayson each step forward armed with makeshift weapons like pitchforks, hammers, knives, and a bow. And think about it like this. One person with a bow is detrimental to the gold cloaks because they're going to start rushed by all these different people. Somebody with a bow can just step back and just start picking them off while they're distracted. Even Dauber, still naked from the bathhouse, grabbed a dagger, asking if it was a fight. Hot Pie even joined in, scrambling for a rock, even surprising Arya. Because Arya's thinking, why are these people all fighting for me? And especially Hot Pie, somebody that, she beat up in the last chapter. Why are they fighting for her? And Arya's just not realizing they're not really fighting for her. They don't know who they're fighting for at all right now. And also the other part of it is, it's more about pride and not being to be pushed around by the gold cloaks. And something I should mention as well is a lot of these people are going to be from rough areas of town. They're going to be more involved with having street brawls or whatever. These aren't people that have never gotten in scuffles and stuff like that. These are people that have played dirty and have grown up maybe in the poorer parts of King's Landing. But the gold cloaks mocked them with broken nose, belittling their lack of fighting skill. Arya, who is determined not to hide any longer, will not let anyone die for her, emerging from the hedge in a water dance's stance, brandishing needle. And the officer just straight up dismisses Arya. And something I find interesting is they actually straight up call her, a little girl. Is that because they realize that she is a little girl, mocking her as if Arya was a boy? Something you do not want to be called as a little girl in terms of your fighting skill or whatever. It's just something that they would maybe throw out there. Interesting to think about maybe which one is actually correct here. But Arya takes this pretty poorly, as she says, she isn't a girl, and she is the one that they're after. Which, Arya, you really got to take it, Yoren's advice. Do not bring attention to you. You are someone that if it got revealed, everybody and their mother would sell you out. But however, though, the officer kind of discounts her and says they're here for Gendry. And they point a sword at him specifically. And now this is going to bring up a lot of interesting points. Why do the gold cloaks want Gendry? What is Gendry's relevance here? And even Gendry himself later on is going to know, he doesn't know why they're after him. But bad things tend to happen to people around him. But Yoren acts swiftly. With this distraction, he presses his sword to the officer's throat and threatens him. Yoren claimed that there were more brothers in the inn and wanted them to leave. And something else I think that's interesting to note, if you're in Yoren's situation, would you just kill the gold cloaks? Because if you think about it, the gold cloaks, if you let them go, they're going to go tell, they're going to go tell others, they're going to have more men, and they're going to come hunt you down with higher numbers. So this would be your best chance to actually take them out from, purporting any message, because them, not showing up, right, with this Gendry boy, or them not showing up to, their higher ups, could be a number of things. Maybe they're caught up in the war. Maybe they get killed by this wolf pack that we hear about in this chapter. A number of explanations can be used that instead of just Yoren and his party killed them. But it's also, morally, do you want to kill people, all that stuff? It's a interesting question that Yoren finds himself to be in right now. But the officer dropped his sword, which Yoren took, remarking that good steel was needed at the wall. The officer was defeated for now, but wouldn't be forever, as he warns Yoren that the next time they met, he'd take his head along with the bastard boys. And again, this implies something else. Gendry is a bastard, and that seems to be key to these gold cloaks. Well, who are his parents? What is the relevance? Why is Gendry such a target? What did he do that makes him such a target? Yoren dismisses the threat, sending the officer and his men off down the King's Road. And this gets us into the last page of the chapter, but Hot Pie himself seems like this is a victory. This is not really a victory, as Yoren is going to tell him, right? Don't be foolish. They're going to come back and with larger numbers. They are now going to be forced to ride through the night to stay ahead of their pursuers. It's not great. They've put a target on their back. But Yoren picks up a short sword dropped by an officer and offers it to Hot Pie, who eagerly accepts it. Yoren does caution Hot Pie, don't use it on Arya, or Ari. But I will say, maybe giving a good castle-forged sword to Hot Pie, the one who's probably the most useless with it in his hands, probably was not the best decision from Yoren, I'm just saying, but, continuing on. But Yoren then addresses Gendry, saying the queen wants him bad. And Arya's confused. Why would the queen want Gendry? But it's even more interesting when you think about it, like, why would anybody want you, Arya? You're just some orphan boy that's, like, really poor. Like, that's basically what Gendry tells her. And you think about Gendry and his, background, right? He's somebody growing up with basically no parents, and, he finally has some interest from people like Jon Arryn and Ned Stark, but then both those people die very quickly afterwards. Gendry knows there's something weird going on revolving himself, but he doesn't know exactly what that means. And Arya insults Gendry back and questions his true name, which Gendry doesn't really know who his true parent, is, or at least his father anyway. Yoren expresses disbelief that anyone would want either Arya or Gendry, but asserts they are not to be captured. Again, Yoren doesn't really know what Gendry is, right? Or who he is, because Gendry was, sent to Yoren basically by somebody probably paid by Yoren or by Varys. And so he doesn't really understand why anybody would want Gendry, but he knows that he is the target. But he does instruct them that they are to ride with the two coursers and escape towards the wall at the first sight of danger, aka the Gold Cloaks, because they are the two that the Gold Cloaks might want, and that might drive some of the Gold Cloaks to them, away from them. But at the same time, they are kind of very valuable as well, being Arya's a Stark and Gendry, he doesn't know it yet, is a Baratheon but is a bastard. But Arya reminds Yoren that a man also threatened him, indicating that he is not safe either. But Yoren responds quite coolly to this, suggesting that if the man can take his head, he is welcome to try. And that finishes us off for Arya 2, A Clash of Kings. Alright, welcome back to the Grease Goblin YouTube channel. Today's video, we're going to be doing Jon 1, A Clash of Kings in our reread. This is going to be episode 7. If you have not watched the previous ones, I would highly suggest it, as this is a series of rereading through the books. I also just want to say a massive shout out to my Spotify listeners. If you did want to listen to these on Spotify, the link is always in the description if you wanted to check those out. But let's get into the video and the chapter starting on page 7. Jon begins searching for Sam. He's in basically the library as he notices how old the books and scrolls are. The room smells of paper, dust, and age, with dim lighting filtering through from a hidden lamp. So again, just to really paint where we are, just to picture a place where people don't really go to. If you're thinking about it from the idea of, okay, usually only the maesters would go to see the libraries at Castle Black. Maester Aemon can't really even see anymore, so why would he be down here? Plus, he's frail. So you really get the scope of how ancient these books and scrolls are. Jon extinguishes his own lighting to avoid the risk of fire among the dry paper and follows the faint light. Yeah, the last thing you need here is to burn the entire library down, containing thousands of years of history. So yeah, probably not a good idea. But another thing we do know is that Jon now is wearing black moleskin gloves due to the burn on one of his hands, and the other because you just don't wear one glove, obviously. Jon finds Samwell Tarly sitting at a table in a niche carved into the stone wall, working by the light of a hanging lamp. Jon asks Sam if he's been here all night, noting that Sam missed breakfast and his bed was unslept in. So very similar to, say, Tyrion, for instance, in book 1, Sam is somebody that has just been enveloped with all these books, all of these histories. This is something that I would personally love, given the fact you have all of this lore, all these things that these books could tell you as Sam's going to kind of talk about. But the fact that Sam, who is somebody that is pretty highborn, he's not used to the Night's Watch lifestyle, and here he is, he doesn't even go to sleep and he doesn't want food, tells you how invested Samwell is. Sam is startled by Jon's question and admits he has lost track of time. Jon reassures himself that Sam didn't desert despite another person suggesting it, which it is interesting. Like, if Sam just goes missing and you come back and it's like he didn't sleep, he didn't eat, probably the first thing you would think of if it was any other Night's Watchman is, oh yeah, they deserted. Like, obviously. And you also think about, okay, it's coming in a time where they're about to go north of the wall. A very scary thing could mean the death of all of them, which for a lot of them it will be. You couldn't blame somebody like Samwell maybe trying to desert. But as Jon thinks, Sam doesn't necessarily have the courage to desert. Think about everything Jon had to do to bring up the courage to actually desert, to go south. And you put that into Sam, Sam doesn't have that type of courage yet anyway. Sam comments on how hard it is to tell time in the dim underground space, as Jon teasingly calls Sam a sweet fool and warns that he will miss his comfortable bed when they are sleeping on cold, hard ground. Again, can't blame Sam for losing track of time, given it is extremely dark down here. But also, yeah, you would think that in Sam's position, he would want to go through his normal routine, actually get a good night's sleep, getting actual good food before setting out. But no, and Sam is definitely going to regret that as he goes through the next 2 books once they leave Castle Black. Not much goes right for Sam, but that'll get us into page 71. Sam tells Jon, though, that Maester Aemon had sent him to find maps for the Lord Commander, expressing amazement at the library's vastness and also noting that Winterfell has more than 100 books. Again, it's just somebody like Sam's. This is the best thing at the wall for him, right? If you look at how Sam is as a person, he's very bookish. This would be great to be able to experience all these untouched, pieces of history that have probably been forgotten. But also it makes sense that, Maester Aemon telling Sam to get the maps, right? Because this isn't a time where we have Google Maps. We can't just go on our phones, go, okay, this is where we need to go. This is all the surrounding stuff and all that. This is medieval times, A Song of Ice and Fire. Maps are going to be vital to being able to understand how to navigate beyond the wall. And Jon even notes and sees that Sam has found several maps, gesturing towards some of the books and scrolls that Sam had found, and even picking one up, he unfolds it, noting its faded paint, but highlighting the marked sites of wildling villages. But for Sam, somebody that knows he could find so much better if given more time, is not exactly happy with his finding. As Sam even reveals some of the stuff that he's found down here, he talks to Jon about a dusty volume written by a ranger named Redwyn about a journey from the Shadow Tower to Lorne Point. He shares that the book mentions a Doran Stark as king in the north, which indicates it's before Aegon the Conqueror's time. So it would be very interesting, right? You have these people that before Aegon came over, how their lives would have been, how the North would have been run under a king of the North, all those things that could be really interesting, especially as you have the North transitioning to a period where they have a king in the North, and Robb. But Sam expresses excitement about the tales of giants and interactions with the children of the forest described in the book. Another thing that's very interesting is that we see that there are interactions between the children of the forest, that at one point, right, the human population was being able to have good relations with the children of the forest, something that could be interesting when you think about Bran's plotline kind of going forward. Jon, trying to kind of encourage Sam, says that he could write an account of their ranging, and that's not exactly the thing you want to bring up with Sam. Sam is getting lost in the past and all these great stories and things like that, but when you think about Sam, somebody who doesn't have the most amount of courage at this point of the story, you're reminding him of all of the horrors north of the wall, what has been involved in these stories. Like he just got done saying, these tales of the children of the forest, giants, those are all things Sam would like to read about, but not necessarily have to encounter. Jon then also examines another scroll that crumbles in his hands, noting its poor condition and faded script. Sam takes the scroll from Jon, and he's somebody that's like, Jon, you can't just be touching stuff. These are ancient scrolls that need to be rewritten and not to be messed with by people. And you see the difference of why, you see right away why Sam would be such a good maester, because he has those qualities of, caring about things like history that Jon doesn't necessarily. And Sam tries to tell the importance to that to Jon. But John just doesn't see it, right? He's like, oh, well, this scroll, all it is like an inventory. And he doesn't see the relevance that has, right? Having a piece of history and understanding how the world functioned before, right? When there were, more Night's Watchmen, how they were able to live. And Sam's trying to explain all these things to John, but he's just not really getting through to John. John simply puts it up to, they ate, they lived just like we do now, which is not the case. That's very much simplifying history, but that's just John's view. It's the view of a lot of people. There's a lot of people that don't care about history, and I think that's kind of a shame. But that gets us into page 72. Sam continues, insisting that the vault is a treasure filled with valuable knowledge. But John, again, is kind of doubting this, as he associates treasure with kind of more material things, wealth, not old books and scrolls. There is the difference between Samwell and John. I lean way more on the side of Samwell. You can even see George R. R. Martin, I feel like, using his own writing within Sam. That's why I think Sam and George are some of the most comparable characters in the story, just based upon their personalities. But I think you see a little bit of George writing himself here into the Sam character. And Sam excitedly explains the importance of the vault once again, mentioning the different things, or the drawings of the faces in the trees, or a book about the language of the children of the forest, or scrolls from old Valyria. It's these things that John is not matured enough to see the value in until, later on in the series, when this actually becomes very important. It's one of those things where, if you even think about Jack and Hagar, right? And I did this video last week talking about maybe he was trying to get to the wall for these things. Something like a scroll from old Valyria could have a lot of interest to Jaqen, given the fact that he's looking for stuff on dragons. I think that's interesting to think about here with Sam talking about the stuff he's found in these vaults. But John dismisses Sam's enthusiasm, again reminding him that the books will be there when they return. And again reminding Sam that they're going to have to leave, and he grimly responds, if we return. And that's one of the things, as us as book readers, it's going to take a while for these characters to get back to Castle Black after they leave. It's going to take 2 whole books for them to really get back to Castle Black, and they'll be very different people when they return. John tries to reassure Sam, explaining that the old bear is taking 200 seasoned men, 3/4 of them rangers, and that Corrin Halfhand will be bringing another 100 from the Shadow Tower. He tries to assure Sam, saying he'll be safe as if he was in his father's castle at Hornhill. John makes another mistake, because as Sam kind of remarks, and we all know, Hornhill and Rhaenel Tarly, being in Sam's presence was not very safe either, kind of alluding to what's going to happen north of the wall. And John, I think, is kind of looking over how dangerous this mission is going to be. Yes, you have 300 men of the Night's Watch. There are tens of thousands of wildlings out there. There's this threat of the others that's been uncovered. There's so much unknown north of the wall, and the Watch is going to figure that out. Even though they should probably already know those things, it's not a good look. I've talked about this. I think Jeor Mormont makes a terrible mistake sending this much of the Watch's strength out to north of the wall when they will be basically in a disadvantage in terms of not having the wall to separate them from the wildlings and those things. But let's continue on. John even thinks about how interesting the situation is, right? Where people like Pip and Toad were to remain at Castle Black when they were eager to go on this venture, whereas Sam himself, someone that is a coward and all of that, he is to go north of the wall. But it kind of shows a little bit of how, Sam is, very, a coward. He doesn't have a lot of courage in himself and all that stuff until later. But Sam is also smart to fear all these things. People being eager to go north of the wall, that shows how young these people in the story still are. But John mentions that the old bear is taking 2 cages of ravens to send word, as Maester Aemon is too frail to join them. So Sam must go in his place. It makes sense. You need somebody that can, operate with the ravens, and that has to be Sam. But Sam is desperate to try to get out of it, right? He says that anyone could take care of the ravens, even John or Gren, and offers to teach them how, hinting at, again, his fear of going. And that's just not the case. It takes skill to be able to manage the ravens, send these messages, all those things. And John and Gren are simply not going to have time. They have other duties that they have to do. And so Sam's just going to have to suck it up. And that's basically what John tells Sam. He's pretty much going to have to suck it up. He can't be able to do, Sam's duties. But Sam finally gives in, admitting that he is a brother of the Night's Watch and shouldn't be so scared. And John even tries to reassure Sam some more, stating that they are all scared and that only fools wouldn't be. But John kind of admits it. He is a little bit scared as well, as he should be. John, remembering his father's words, tells Sam there's no shame in fear. What matters is how one faces it. We have this quote really from book one that's very much said in a lot of different ways throughout the story, but the idea of, okay, you can only be brave when you are afraid. It's kind of that, but just changing the wording a little bit from John. But yeah, it's a great saying, and that is the truth. That'll get us into page 73. Sam still is not the most happy about this, but Sam nods unhappily, and they walk, leaving the vault, as the two go and try and find Jeor Mormont. John reflects on the changing seasons as they climb, recalling the great raven from the citadel that brought news of summer's end. The same kind of birds we've been seeing in the prologue, or what Bran sees with the great ravens as well, just to confirm summer is ending. John even remembers a mild winter from his childhood, but senses that the approaching one will be much harsher. That is the truth. Given the fact that you're seeing bodies being reincarnated and all this stuff, yeah, winter is gonna be kind of rough. But by the time they reach the surface, Sam is out of breath, puffing heavily from the climb. As they emerge as well, they also feel the wind on them, and Ghost joins them as they go to see Jeor Mormont. As they both look upon the wall with its, ever-changing color, right? John goes to describe it as being anything from like deep blue to dirty white to pale gray. It has a magical kind of effect to it. John even thinks about the wall and the enormity of it. It makes, again, the castle, or I would say this is more like a town. It's not necessarily a castle. As we kind of see later on with the battle for Castle Black, it's not exactly a defendable castle, but it just makes everything else look smaller. And that's the truth. You have this huge wall. Everything else is just going to look minor compared to it. John thinks on the weather as the morning sky is streaked with thin gray clouds, and again, this comet, which the Black brothers call Mormont's torch, as it was even visible in the daylight. Again, we just see somebody else bringing up a new name for the comet. I've talked about this pretty much in every chapter, but it's just giving this comet a name that applies to the people there and their beliefs. But they believe that this comet would light the old bear's way through the haunted forest. But John gets them to focus because the old bear wants the maps, and they've taken quite a long time getting them to him. Ghost moves ahead of them, and the grounds of Castle Black seems deserted, since many of the rangers had gone to Molestown, visiting brothels and drinking heavily. Yeah, a lot of these people just want to have a good time before they go out to beyond the wall to hell, more or less. So, yeah. But John even thinks about how his friends had wanted him to go as well, but John had declined. John is someone that, again, doesn't want to ever father a child or have that even opportunity because he doesn't want his child to have to go through what he did. And it's something that John's going to be tested on, right? And his vows, right? Because he also wants to keep up his vow. It's not only the bastard part of it, but it's also, John trying to hold his vows, not taking a woman and all that stuff, which will be tested. It's interesting that this is brought up at the beginning of A Clash of Kings because it's going to come for a full circle in A Storm of Swords. And John even thinks on Sam going, as he is as frightened of horrors as he is of the haunted forest, which Sam, being afraid of women, can't blame him. Women are scary. That's all I got to say. Sam, of all the things you're scared of, can't blame you on that one. But that'll get us into page 74. As John and Sam pass the sept, they hear men singing, and John reflects on how different people cope before going into battle or going north of the wall. Some men whore and drink, and others seek the gods. He wonders who feels better afterwards. And it's interesting. It just kind of shows the different things of what motivates individuals. For instance, right? If you think about Tyrion and the riddle that he's given by Varys, it's all about the individual. If someone feels armored in the faith that the gods will protect them, that might give them solace in their fears and all that stuff. For people that are maybe drinking, whoring, it's just a way of relieving maybe their stress or taking them out of their thought process of what they're going to have to be doing in the coming days or weeks or whatnot. But yeah. But once again, John feels no temptation. Again, his were the old gods, not the new gods or any of those things. And the old gods are more tied to the wild places north of the wall. He will seek them when they go past the wall, right? Going to the new gods when they really don't have much power in John's mind north of the wall, this doesn't really make any sense. Outside the armory, John and Sam see Sir Andrew Tarth. Training new recruits had arrived with Conwy, one of the Wandering Crows, very similar to Yoren, like we're seeing with Arya at this time. But he had brought a couple recruits, a graybeard, two blonde brothers, a younger man, a man with a clubfoot, and a grinning man who fancied himself a warrior. And Sir Andrew is kind of teaching the grinning recruit a pretty harsh lesson. But all these people, you can see that they're not the ideal recruits, right? They either have some issue or a disability or something like that. They're not the perfect people you would want here. It shows, again, the Night's Watch does not bring the best people to the wall. And Sam and John watch them training a little bit. Again, they're not on too much of a haste to get to Gior Mormont, but they, are watching it. Or Donald Noy, the armorer, appears in the doorway and asks John for his opinion on the recruits. And John replies they smell of summer, which I think is ironic. It's one of those moments where it's like, yeah, John, you've been at the wall for a bit of time now, but you saying they smell of summer is kind of ironic, John, given that you are still a very young man and you yourself are pretty inexperienced. It's just ironic to me, but yeah. And also, one of them is a much older man than John. I just find this line fascinating. It's one of those things where John thinks he's kind of grown up and he hasn't really at all. And Danelle Noy explains the recruits were collected from a lord's dungeon near Goldtown, describing them as a brigand, a barber, a beggar, 2 orphans, and a boy whore. He remarks on the state of the Night's Watch, defending the realm with such men. Just again going in circles about the Night's Watch is really not what it once was. John says they'll do, reflecting on how he and Sam had also been inexperienced recruits, and still are. John's trying to age himself up to be cool, but, he's also still a pretty young guy. And Donald Noy pulls John closer and asks if he had heard the news about his brother, Rob. Something we hadn't seen in the last book is how John's going to react to Rob being a king, something that hasn't been seen in the North for 300 years. And how is John going to be affected by that? Here he is, this Night's Watchman, somebody that is going to get no praise or be in any songs, and here's his brother being a king. And John even thinks that he doesn't know how to feel about Rob becoming a king. He reflects on, their shared experiences growing up together, but notes the differences in their fate. Rob will drink from jeweled goblets, while John will be kneeling by streams drinking snowmelt. Not exactly the case, as Rob will be in a war and his fate will be pretty bad, but John does have the right of it, right? They're on very separate, different paths. Well, until John comes into Winds of Winter and also becomes a king more than likely. Despite John's uncertainty, though, he backs Rob, saying that he will make a good king. Donald Noy, however, expresses skepticism. Again, he is a Baratheon man. Let's remember that, and that's very key to what he's about to tell John. He recalls Robert Baratheon and how much he changed after being a king. And he notes how Robert Baratheon was better for fighting, not for ruling. And John asks about Robert's brothers, which is going to be very interesting because he gives one of the most famous lines, especially for people like Stannis, Renly, and Robert. Donald Noy compares the Baratheon brothers to different metals. Robert is true steel, Stannis is iron, strong but brittle, and Renly is copper, bright and shiny but of little worth. And this is the key point, right? Because as you see, he points out Stannis and Renly specifically the most and kind of elaborates on why they are each metal. Stannis is somebody that's not going to compromise, he's not going to bend, but he will eventually break, as we probably will see in Winds of Winter as well. But Renly, on the other hand, is somebody that's very flamboyant. He looks the part, but is he really the part? Is he the person that should be king? Probably not. That's what Donald Noy is saying while putting it in a language that he speaks being an armorer. It's one of my favorite lines of this book. And so yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of extra time to it. John wonders what metal Noy would compare Rob to, but decides not to ask. And he thinks about the agreement you kind of have with the Night's Watch. You can't take part in, past lives, or your families, or politics. It just leads to bad conversation. For instance, in this channel, I don't talk about politics in the real world because it just doesn't lead to great conversations. It leads to people being, very passionate about things and fighting. That's why we don't say those things. And John is kind of basically taking that route as well. John even reflects on Sam's father, Randall Tarley, as the Tarleys are sworn to House Tyrell, who are currently supporting King Renly. And again, he doesn't mention any of this because you don't want to bring up those conversations. But John ends the conversation with Noy noting that they need to get to Lord Mormont, who is waiting for them. Noy claps John on his shoulder and wishes him well for the morrow, telling him to bring back his uncle, Benjen Stark. John promises they will, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Mormont, who now resided in the King's Tower after the encounter in Book 1 with the others, but John and Sam leave Ghost with the guards outside as they enter. Sam complains about more stairs, and I will say, Sam, I agree, stair climbing is not the best. It's one of those reasons why Crescent doesn't have very good, hips and knees at Dragonstone. But John notes, on a positive note, they won't have to face stairs north of the wall. But upon entering the Solar, Mormont's Raven immediately notices them shrieking snow as Mormont stops his conversation. At this moment, Mormont was in a conversation with Thorin Smallwood, who is a ranger and a staunch ally of Alistair Thorne, which means he doesn't particularly like John and Sam. And Smallwood is basically trying to convince Lord Mormont that he shouldn't go and that he should be the one leading the ranging. And on one note, with Smallwood, I do think, having Jeor Mormont go north of the wall doesn't really make much sense. And I get why Jeor Mormont wants to go, but I actually think that Thorin Smallwood is kind of right in this scenario, that the Lord Commander should be ruling the wall, not doing ranging. But Mormont dismisses Smallwood's suggestion, reminding him that he hasn't died yet, and that Smallwood is not in command. But Smallwood doesn't back down once again. He insists that as the new first ranger after the loss of Benjen Stark and the death of Sir Jeremy, the command should be his. And this is where he strikes a nerve, because Thorin Smallwood hasn't been made first ranger. He is basically trying to get a position that he hasn't actually gotten yet, right? Because they don't know that Benjen Stark's not dead, even though, realistically, if he hasn't come back yet, he should be dead. Like, I kind of agree with Thorin Smallwood here as well. Like, let's say I'm not the person you name, but at least name somebody. He's obviously dead. Like, in any capacity, he's probably dead. Or at least name somebody that is a temporary person in charge. But, I don't know. I am not the biggest fan of Jeor Mormont's decisions in this book, so you can kind of tell right away as my demeanor against him. And Mormont, getting into page 76, he talks about how he doesn't want to sit back anymore. He's been sending people out, and Waymar Royce and Benjen Stark, and they didn't come back. He wants to know what's going on specifically. They're hearing rumors of the wildlings gathering. They've had an attack on the wall with the others. He wants to know what's all going on, and I've pointed this out many times. Jeor Mormont does know what's going on. The information that he's asking, he knows the information is true. The others have come back. They are a thing again. And also that the wildlings are gathering and are going to eventually strike for the wall. I just am somebody that does not really like Jeor Mormont's rationale here, but whatever. Jeor Mormont continues to basically berate Thorin Smallwood, basically, saying, you're not first ranger. Stop wasting my time with this, and we're going to ride at first light. And that's basically all he says, and Smallwood kind of leaves. Even after Smallwood leaves, the old bear still keeps going, talking on Thorin Smallwood and all that stuff. He even questions, John and Sam, do I look old to them? And John, it's funny because, even in his head, he's like, I mean, you do kind of look old in his head, but he doesn't say it. Sam was too scared to even really speak. The old bear had terrified him. But John quickly said, no, he did not. And he says, you look as strong as, but he is cut off. Mormont doesn't want him to soften the blow, and he just says, let's have a look at these maps. Mormont's not really pleased with the maps that Sam finds either, because these maps seem to be a little too old and outdated, and he begins to kind of complain to Sam. And Sam, not being able to really talk to Mormont, says, there were more, but the library's basically in a disorder, which again, Mormont cuts him off, saying that they are too old. But John backs Sam like usual, saying that the villages may come and go, but the hills and rivers will be in the same places, which is true, right? It's for instance, if you're looking at America and you were trying to use a map from the 1800s and it's the 1900s, well, it's the geography is still kind of the same, but you're just not going to know where anything is in terms of civilization. Mormont then asks Sam if he has picked out the ravens yet. Sam, again, stuttering the whole time, says that Maester Aemon meant to pick them come evenfall after the feeding. Mormont wants his best and smartest birds, because Mormont says if they are to be butchered north of the wall, he means for his successor to know where and how he died. Mormont already realizing that it's very likely that they could all be killed. Not a great sign from your commander-in-chief, but it is a smart strategy, right? You do want them to be able to know what happened to you, so you're not in a situation like Benjen or Waymar Royce where they don't know what happened at all. And this talk from Mormont basically makes Sam even more frightened. as he's saying that they might get butchered. Mormont then basically dismisses Sam quite harshly, in my opinion, as he tells him to leave or to go help Maester Aemon, as he probably has work for him. And Sam leaves quite quickly, as that'll get us into page 77. After Sam leaves, Lord Commander Mormont asks Jon if Sam is truly as foolish as he appears. The Raven squawks, "Fool." And maybe Sam is a little bit of a fool right now, but he will grow into a different person. But Mormont continues kind of talking to Jon without really getting any responses, reflecting on sending Thorin Smallwood to Renly, but decides against it, planning instead to send Sir Arnel, as he is more dependable and related to the Fossaways. Again, trying to just gain any type of support or men from King Renly. And Jon even questions this. What did, he want from King Renly? Because why would you be sending stuff to Renly, not Robb? Robb's a king. It's kind of just Jon subconsciously being defensive of, I think, Robb and wanting to know what Mormont's doing. And Mormont just basically responds with doing what he sends to every king, right? That they need men, they need supplies, whatever they can get. They're basically begging, and they're not too prideful to not do that. Mormont then continues, noting that Alliser Thorne should be arriving at King's Landing soon, but doubts that King Joffrey will listen, since House Lannister has never been a friend to the Night's Watch. The Lannisters, one, are not going to be a big fan of just the Wall in general, because it's way over in the north, it's out of the way, why bother? And also, they don't really care that much about the old gods, any of that stuff, so they're not exactly friends to the Watch, and especially given that now the north is breaking away from the kingdom. But Jon kind of counters this. Won't they have to take it seriously because of the White's hand that they are showing for proof? Now, this is my issue with this quote-unquote proof. It's just a hand. You can just say it's a rotted hand from any old body or corpse. Like, I don't know how that's really proof, but I think they kind of didn't really realize that well. Mormont had wished that they had another hand that they could have sent to Renly, but they did not, unfortunately. Mormont even jokes about Tywin's tale of finding anything beyond the wall, including a 15-foot bear, and compares it to a rumor that his sister once took a bear as a lover. Despite these theories, he admits that he believes his eyes, having seen the dead walk, but never giant bear. Mormont asks Jon about his burned hand, and Jon shows him the healing scars and mentions the itching, which Maester Aemon says is a good sign. It means he still has feeling and usability of his actual hand. He also shares that Aemon gave him some salve for their journey. Mormont continues investigating Jon's hand, if he can still wield his sword Longclaw, and Jon confirms that he can, though he works his fingers daily as Aemon instructed to keep them nimble. Mormont praises Aemon's knowledge and prays the gods let them keep him for another 20 years. Then surprised Jon by mentioning that Aemon might have been king. This isn't very public knowledge, right? This is something that Aemon wouldn't have told that many people, or many people would have known about, but the fact that Aemon was possibly going to be a king. So a lot to unpack here, right? Because Aemon is extremely intelligent, like, Mormont says. But the fact that he could have been king is interesting because it really connects to Jon, somebody that now is also going to be basically a half-brother to a king. It's really a big reflection of what we saw kind of in book 1, with Aemon having to keep up his vows while watching his family die. It's something that Jon's also going to have to do as well. Jon is surprised by this, as Aemon had told him his father was king, but Jon thought Aemon was a younger son. And he was, but unfortunately, a lot of bad things happened to House Targaryen. Mormont explains that Aemon's father, Maekar, was the youngest son of King Daeron II Targaryen, the one who brought Dorne into the realm. Aemon was Maekar's third son, and Mormont notes this all happened long before he was born. Jon recalls that Aemon was named after the Dragon Knight. So yeah, we're getting just a lot of lore. A lot of stuff about kind of the Blackfire Rebellions and getting into that kind of the Dunk and Egg time period. A lot of lore dumping of Aemon's past and of kind of the Targaryen dynasty. But Mormont even continues noting this idea that, okay, that Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight might have been the father of Daeron II Targaryen, but instead of being a great swordsman, Aemon was more intelligent. He was more of a bookman, kind of similar to Sam, as he was sent to the Citadel as a boy due to his quick wits and lack of martial nature. Aemon was around 9 or 10 years old when he left for the Citadel, and at that time, right, if you think about, him being 9 or 10, there was no chance that the throne was ever going to come to him. That's what he must have been thinking at this time. and unfortunately, things don't go well for his family. Mormont reflects on Aemon's age now that he must be over 100 years old. Mormont then kind of recounts a couple of tragic deaths in the Targaryen family. Baelor Breakspear's death, and then Aerys after him. He didn't have really any heirs or any of that stuff. We see how the crown passed to Maekar and then his sons as well. Baelor Breakspear's death, his sons then not following after him. It went then to Aerys, and then after Aerys, it went to Maekar, Aemon's father. And then after that, you saw a number of different deaths happen. You saw Daeron, Aemon's oldest brother, die. Aerion, his second oldest brother, die as well. Both of them leaving, heirs behind, but one being a girl and another one being named Maegor and being a baby when Maekar dies as well. So you had a situation in which the best claims really were Aegon, his younger brother, Aegon V, himself, Aemon, who was a maester, and basically a girl and a child. And so the crown kind of came down to possibly being Aemon. And Jon is even confused for a second, right? Because it's mentioned, Aerys the First during his reign, and Jon thinks that that's Aerys the Second, just based on, okay, Aemon's still alive, so it had to be somewhat recently. But no, Mormont says it is Aerys the First. But even during, his father's rulership, he had wanted Aemon on his council, but Aemon had refused, believing it would usurp the role of the Grand Maester, which Aemon is very smart to believe. That would have put a big target on his back and shows how smart he was. But instead, he served his eldest brother, Daeron, but that brother also died as well, as Daeron's death was probably from a pox contracted from a whore. We all know about what happened to Aerion, and I already mentioned it, so I won't go back through it. But you come to the situation as we get into page 79, where at the Great Council, they try to basically subtly give the crown to Aemon before he refused. And when that occurred, it was chosen that Aegon V would become king. And you can understand why I think especially the High Septon and people would have wanted Aemon to become king, because he did show a lot of intelligence. But if you're going a Maester conspiracy route, Aemon was someone that was very much indoctrinated into their culture. And so of all the Targaryens to rule next, Aemon would be the best option if you're thinking at it from a old town Maester conspiracy side of it. Also, you got to think about from this, Aegon V is kind of a weird kid, right? He goes around with the Hedge Knight or Dunk, and somebody that people wouldn't have known that well. He would have not lived like a prince or even be prepared for rulership to begin with. He is somebody the highborn people probably would not have liked. And Aemon goes a step further, because after Aegon is made king, Aemon chose to come to the wall with Bloodraven. He didn't want to be a rallying point for people that didn't like Aegon to back him instead. He's taking a life that is not grand at all, right? Going to the wall, going to the cold winter to live out the rest of his days as a maester to the wall. Not a great life, but it shows his dedication to his family and how intelligent he is. And I think he would have been a great king. All of these things that Mormont mentions are indicators of how intelligent he was, even politically as well. Mormont's raven, even at this time, which sits on his shoulder, calls king. And this is interesting because it says it in Jon's presence, somebody that I believe will probably become king of the North in the next book, kind of similar to the show. And if not, he will have a claim to becoming king of Westeros as well if he is a Targaryen. But yeah, again, I think a little bit of Three-Eyed Crow / Bloodraven meddling, as we will see more in the story. Finally, Mormont gets to his point. Just like we saw with Book 1, Mormont tells things to Jon for a reason. They are usually to manipulate him or make him feel some sort of way. Whether that's good or not, that's usually why he does these things. And so he says that Aemon and Jon are, again, have a lot of things similar to them. And we're not even talking about blood, right? Because I think Jon is a Targaryen. So not only do Aemon and Jon share that, they also could share a name. That's something as well. That maybe if Jon was named Aemon, he could share a name with him as well. But you think about their circumstances, right? Where Jon has gone to the wall when his half-brother or brother, in Aemon's case, became king, and he had to live at the wall, right? He had the worst life, all those things. That's kind of the parallel that Mormont is bringing to the table. Mormont notes that Robb will be dressed in fine clothes, marry a beautiful princess, and have children, while Jon will wear black ringmail, never marry, and serve rather than rule. All of these things are actually not really that correct, right? If you think about Robb's life, it's not going to go that way at all. And Jon may become a king eventually. If you even think about in his Storm of Swords arc, where he's offered to basically become Lord of Winterfell, very interesting that at this point it doesn't seem likely that Jon could maybe reverse that, but it will seem like it could happen. Mormont continues trying to put salt in the wound with Jon, as Mormont emphasizes that while Robb will be addressed as Your Grace, Jon will be referred to as a crow, highlighting once again the contrasting fates of the two brothers as we get into page 80. And Mormont just can't stop. He just keeps going on, as the singers will glorify Robb's achievements, while Jon's significant deeds will go unnoticed. He asserts that if Jon claims this doesn't trouble him, he is lying. Mormont's getting to, again, the heart of the issue, right? He wants to make sure that Jon isn't going to try to desert or any of these things, that he is a Night's Watchman, not a Stark. Jon responds defensively, emphasizing the challenges of his status as a bastard and questioning what he can do about it. That's the perfect response. Jon can't do anything about it, right? Even if he was to desert, what does that mean? Oh, maybe he'll have a place at court, but he'll never be a king. It doesn't really matter. And it also kind of goes to the idea that Jon is still someone that is struggling with his identity. It's really what his arc from here to A Storm of Swords is going to be about, right? It kind of started in book 1, and book 1 is more of a, okay, pick a side, pick a lane, right? Are you going to help the Starks? Are you going to help the Night's Watchmen? This is going to get even further into that in terms of, when we find out about the wildlings and how that, really impacts who he is as a person. And when it comes to his offer he gets by Stannis in book 3, this is really the beginning of that second part of identification for Jon. Mormont then presses him further, asking what he plans to do with his feelings of kind of turmoil. Jon is clear, though. He will keep his vows and stay in the Night's Watch. He is picking duty and honor over any emotions that he may have. And that ends the chapter. So, thank you guys all for watching. And again, I want to say thank you to my Patreons and members, also Spotify listeners and people watching on YouTube. And also, I did want to say, I think this is a great chapter, a good starting point for Jon to establish more of his journey with Sam going on in this book. And I think part of it that I think is interesting is unveiling more of Aemon's history, because you got to remember, now that, we've gotten much more of the history of this world and all that stuff like this isn't really a big reveal, like for me, right? Like reading all that stuff, it's like, yeah, I read all this stuff in Dunk and Egg and the World of Ice and Fire book and all that stuff. And so it lessens its value, like when on a reread. But if you're thinking about it from a first read point of view, the first time you read this chapter, these would have been huge things that Aemon could have been a king, and kind of the histories behind the Targaryens. It builds out a bit of the world of the Targaryen dynasty specifically. All right, welcome back to the Grease Comedy YouTube channel. Today's video, we are going to be doing Catelyn 1, A Clash of Kings. And it's kind of crazy to me that Catelyn kind of starts out this late in the book. Given we're already on page 81, this is the first Catelyn chapter. Given that in the first book, outside of Ned and Daenerys, she was one of the main leads of book 1, she gets a little sidelined, I would say, to start out this book a little bit. But it's a really good chapter that she has. And I think one thing that I think a lot of the chapters that start this book and even the last book that kind of have issues with is this idea of introducing or reintroducing the plot line of that character or characters, and then also, trying to forward the plot. So, for instance, one of my biggest criticisms with the Bran chapter that we did was it didn't really forward the plot at all. It was almost just a complete reintroduction into Bran. And so I really like Catelyn's first chapter in A Clash of Kings because I think it balances both of those things pretty well. And also, I did want to give a shout out to my Spotify listeners. If you did want to listen to these on Spotify, I do put them up at the same time that these videos go live. So if you did want to listen, on the road or whatever, you can always do that. The link will always be in the description. But let's get into page 81 of A Catelyn 1, A Clash of Kings. Robb Stark's crown has been freshly forged and heavy on his head. He seems to be someone that is not used to it at all. As somebody who is basically cosplaying as Robb Stark for Halloween, I have a crown that is getting 3D printed, and it feels extremely weird to have on my head. So I can only imagine that with an actual metal crown and how uncomfortable that would be, but it's kind of meant to be that way. It's kind of this symbolism. Crowns should never be, easy to wear, or sitting on the Iron Throne should not be a comfortable thing. It should mean that you're responsible for a lot of people, that you need to protect people and take your role as king seriously. But Catelyn thinks about how the original crown of the Stark kings, made of bronze and iron, was lost 300 years ago when Torrhen Stark submitted to Aegon the Conqueror. And there is no real indication of what happened to that crown. Did Aegon have it melted down? What did he do with it? We just don't really know at this point, and Fire and Blood didn't really give us any clarification into that either. But the new crown that Robb had was crafted by Lord Hoster's smiths, resembling the old one, a bronze circlet with runes of the first men toppled with 9 black iron spikes, shaped like swords. And so the main thing that really, pops up right away is this crown is kind of dull. It's not exactly flamboyant. If you think about Renly's crown and how the show did it, or you think about Joffrey's crown, very flamboyant crowns. Even the Targaryen crowns are very stand out with, rubies and all this stuff. Robb's crown is very simple. It's supposed to represent kind of the values of the men of the North. As Robb waits in Riverrun's Great Hall, he keeps adjusting the crown. Like I talked about earlier, it just doesn't seem to be comfortable for him at this time. But when the prisoner is brought in, Robb asks for his sword, which Oliver Frey hands to him. And once again, it kind of goes back to that callback that Book 1 had, right? That somebody, when they bear a sword, should really mean it. A lot of ways of showing immaturity and insecurity in Book 1 was by doing this. We saw Viserys, Joffrey, Robb, Jon, all those characters did that in Book 1. And so this is a bit different because Robb actually does have intentions of using that sword. He's been through multiple battles now at this time, and he is basically trying to show his power over Cleos Frey to, again, get these peace terms to be accepted. Robb then draws his sword and rests it across his knee, again showing his authority and power. And Sir Robin Ryger, captain of the Tully Guard, announces the prisoner to Robb. And that's going to get us into page 82. Theon Greyjoy orders Sir Cleos Frey to kneel before Robb Stark, and Sir Robin Ryger forces him to comply. It's not the most honorable way of handling prisoners, but I guess you gotta get the point across. Put a little bit of the fear of the old gods into Cleos. Catelyn Stark observes Sir Cleos, and she knows that he really doesn't look anything like a Lannister. He looks more like the Freys. He doesn't have kind of the blonde or golden curls of, say, Jaime Lannister and Cersei. He doesn't really seem to have the face and the good looks of the Lannisters. He seems to have more of the Frey features, with stringy brown hair and a thin face. Robb tells Sir Cleos to rise, his voice a bit of maturity beyond maybe his years and kind of shaped by war. She doesn't think it is, like Ned's voice, for instance, where Ned could be very cool and icy. You think about his interaction with Robert and Cersei at the Crossroad Inns and the issue with, Joffrey getting bit by Nymeria. He doesn't have that voice to him, but he definitely seems like he's aged a bit, right? He's not the same young kid that he was at the beginning of a Game of Thrones. And Sir Cleos seems very anxious, and I would as well. If you think about this, Robb has a sword basically on his knee, basically threatening you. You have all these other lords that don't like you. You're not being treated the best. And not to mention the real thing that puts him on edge, as Catelyn thinks, is the presence of Grey Wind next to Robb. And I want you guys to remember, as we go forward in this story, Robb and Grey Wind's relationship does not seem to be as strong as it is here, where Grey Wind is always with Robb. If you think about by the time we get to A Storm of Swords with the Red Wedding, this is something that's obviously a sign of bad things to come that Catelyn points out. But if you think about Grey Wind as well, from Cleos, he had been fighting for the other side, right? He'd been fighting for the Lannisters. He would have seen probably, or at least heard the stories of what Grey Wind did to men in battle. Sir Cleos nervously scrambles up, causing some men to laugh in the hall because of Grey Wind, and he mistakenly addresses Robb as my lord instead of your grace. And Lord Umber is not going to let that fly. He was the first one that named Robb king in the north, and he corrects Sir Cleos, reminding him that Robb is a king. And Catelyn even thinks even more into this Cleos Frey. He seems to be someone that even personality-wise is much more like a Frey, a bit more timid, more like a Frey than a Lannister. And she even reflects how differently someone like Jaime would react. Jaime is somebody that would be, especially at this point in the book where we don't know his true backstory, he's somebody a bit more arrogant. He wouldn't be kind of beat down into submission, kind of like how Cleos has. But as we go on, Robb informs Sir Cleos that he will deliver a message to Queen Cersei Lannister in King's Landing under a peace banner with an escort of 30 men. Now, this is what I find is fascinating, because if you think about where we left the storyline off in Book 1, there seemed like Robb in the North and the Riverlands were not going to sue for peace whatsoever, right? That's something that Catelyn was really pushing hard for, and she was getting shut down in Book 1. And so it right away raises that question is, why is Robb, offering peace terms? How did this come to pass between Book 1 and Book 2? And we'll kind of figure that out in this chapter. But Robb also clarifies, although he is giving Cleos Frey an opportunity to go to King's Landing and deliver the terms, that doesn't mean that he is free. Cleos Frey is still a prisoner of war until he is freed, whether they lose or win the war. As even though, again, Cleos is a Frey, and the Freys are backing Robb at the moment, Cleos Frey had more ties to the Lannisters and fought to the Lannisters. If you think about it, his mother is a Lannister, even though his father is a Frey. It's also going to just kind of subtly remind you that the Freys do have ties to the Lannisters. Robb demands a pledge from Sir Cleos on his honor as a knight that after delivering the message, he will return with the Queen's reply and resume his captivity. And Sir Cleos Frey is kind of put in a really bad spot here. If he was ever going to break this, and I think the temptation would be there, right? Like, think about the way he's been treated already. He's been forced to his knees, openly mocked and humiliated by Robb's camp. Temptation would be there to just, once you get to King's Landing, just stay there, right? There's nobody there that's going to be able to stop you, but would your pride and would your ego, let you sleep at night in terms of, how you abandoned this vow and all those things? But Sir Cleos Frey is maybe not that type of person, as he vows to return after delivering Robb Stark's message to Queen Cersei. Edmure Tully then warns Sir Cleos that the entire realm will know if he breaks his vow. And this seems to make Sir Cleos a bit uncomfortable, but he does agree and asks what the message is. Robb, standing with his sword in hand and Grey Wind by his side, announces an offer of peace to Cersei, which is going to be very controversial. Think about what Stevron Frey in Book 1 proposed, or think about what Catelyn proposed, that they should try and, sue some sort of ceasefire or, a peace with the Lannisters and let things kind of play out. Robb is kind of teetering there, and so some people are not going to be happy by that, as we're going to see, because after he declares this, Catelyn notices the tenseness, and she even sees Lord Rickard Karstark leaving the hall. But Robb remains focused, and this is just a little bit of foreshadowing as to what is to come. Lord Karstark has lost family and sons because of this war, and he wants vengeance on the Lannisters. And even Robb himself also kind of harbors some of that hatred and all that stuff for the Lannisters because Ned died in the last book. But it seems like Robb is able to at least set a little bit of his pride aside to give peace terms. Now, I'm going to talk about the peace terms, but I don't think they're necessarily good, and Catelyn also agrees on that later on, but his peace terms are quite interesting. So Robb then commands Oliver to give him a parchment, which he reads aloud, listing these terms. So the first term is the release of his sisters, Sansa and Arya, with safe passage from King's Landing to White Harbor, Sansa's betrothal to Joffrey Baratheon then also being ended. And the first term makes a lot of sense, right? Get your family back. I feel like that's a very reasonable request. The second term is the return of Lord Eddard Stark's bones to Winterfell, along with the remains of his household guard who died in service. Once again, I would say it's a pretty reasonable term. The third term is the return of his father's greatsword Ice to Robb's hand at Riverrun. Once again, I think that's a very normal term. I think so far, if this was the terms as of right now, this would be accepted. But I think as it goes on, Robb leans into the much more controversial terms. But Catelyn reflects on her past decisions in Book 1, because if you think about why Ned went south, it was mainly because of Catelyn and Luwin, I guess, right? Both of them. Whereas in the show, you also have Catelyn who says, don't go, Ned, and all that stuff. In the book, it's different. Catelyn pushes Ned to go south for their family's position and for kind of power and things like that, the honor of the house, and that's what kind of makes Ned go south. And so when you think about Catelyn in this way, she's going to feel a lot of that guilt and all of that stuff. Now, I don't think that she is entirely guilty for what happened to Ned, but I think a lot of her actions led to Ned's death, things that were out of Ned's control that were basically prompted because of Catelyn's actions. But she also then observes her brother Edmure, who stands silently with a stern expression. And it seems quite clear that Edmure is not the biggest fan of offering peace terms to the Lannisters. And I can't necessarily, fault him, right? There's a lot of emotion going on right now. But I think that peace is the correct route for the Starks. But that'll get us into page 84. I actually forgot to put up 83 for the first part of the term. So basically what page 83 was when Robb starts to give the terms. Robb then continues listing his terms. His fourth term, Queen Cersei must command Lord Tywin to release the Northmen, knights, and lords captured at the Battle of the Green Fork. In exchange, Robb will release his own captives, except for Jaime Lannister, who will remain a hostage to ensure Tywin's compliance. So basically what Robb is doing is he's doing what Ned and Robert did to the Greyjoys by taking Theon as a hostage to make sure that Balon didn't rebel. And it doesn't work here because I think, Robb is in a position of strength, right? He's the one winning all the victories. The Lannisters desperately need, to defend against either Stannis or Renly. They just right now do not have the forces to be everywhere at once. And so the Starks do have a lot of leverage. But again, this is never going to be accepted. You have to give up Jaime. And I know Robb doesn't want to because of what Jaime's done, right? He's killed a lot of important people. He's viewed as this kinslayer, horrible person, one of the most horrible people in this, world. But if you're going to make peace, Jaime has to be freed. That's just something that has to happen. And if that can't happen, then there will be no peace. But after this term, Catelyn notices Theon Greyjoy's sly smile, which she finds unsettling, which is quite weird, right? You think Theon would be kind of alarmed by this, right? Because of what he has experienced in his own life. He's basically playing the role of someone like Jaime, or even if you look at some of the stuff he's going to ask for Lord Tywin and all that stuff, he's going to ask for like hostages, more or less. And so Theon should feel quite uncomfortable hearing a lot of this, but he doesn't really seem to, always smiling and still showing the young kind of man that he is. But the final term is King Joffrey and Queen Cersei must renounce all claims to the north, which will become a free and independent kingdom. The new northern domain will include all Stark lands and territories north of the Neck, as well as areas around the River Trident. And this gets, an uproar from the great Jon saying the King of the North and all that, but these terms just are not going to be accepted, right? There's no real compromise that Robb is making. This is kind of like a treaty where you've already beaten the Lannisters, and this is just kind of your terms of what's going to occur. It's not something that can be accepted. Jaime is not going to be freed, and also you're removing a good majority of the kingdoms. This is just never going to be accepted. And I think Robb even knows that, but at least if you're in Catelyn's position, it's a start, right? And then Robb begins to then specify where the new borders are going to be and what's going to be occurring with a new northern kingdom. He specifies that Lord Tywin must withdraw his forces and stop all hostile actions. The Iron Throne will make no claims to taxes or services from the north. Northern lords and knights will be released from any oaths or debts to the Iron Throne, House Baratheon, or House Lannister. And lastly, the Lannisters must provide 10 highborn hostages as a pledge of peace to be released gradually over time. It's going to be 2 captives per year. So it would basically be like a 5-year hostage situation, which actually is quite lenient. Like, that's actually a pretty good hostage situation for the side that's the losing side. But again, you have to assume that if these terms are going to be accepted, the Lannisters are getting beat down. And that just is not the case at this point. Tywin would never accept this, nor will Cersei. Robb then throws the rolled parchment at Sir Cleos' feet. Again, just being very disrespectful. And so I feel really bad for Cleos. Like, even though he fought for the Lannisters, like, he doesn't need to be treated like somebody, less than him. But yeah. But he says that if the terms are not met, he will bring war once again. And the others begin chanting for the King of the North once again, while Grey Wind howls. Sir Cleos, who is visibly shaken by this, agrees to deliver the message to the Queen. Robb then instructs Sir Robin Ryger to provide Sir Cleos with a meal and clean clothes for his departure at first light, and the meeting then concludes with Robb leaving the hall, followed by Grey Wind, as the assembled lords kneel. Catelyn and her brother, Edmure, walk out together. So this kind of ends this meeting, and like I've talked about, I think with Robb in these terms, it's a start to a possible peace, but there's a long way to go, right? I've already talked about some of the things that just would never be allowed. If there was to be a peace, this is what would have to happen, right? It would have to be Jaime's getting returned for the girls. It would have to be that the North and the Riverlands are still part of the kingdoms. That all that stuff would have to still occur, and right now we're just not in that position to actually have these terms be accepted. But Catelyn does compliment Robb on his performance, but she criticizes Robb for being a boy, right? She's flaunting Grey Wind, at Cleos Frey for kind of like showmanship, for entertainment. And again, it shows that he's still a boy. He still is not this man. He's only 15 years old. He still hasn't really grown up. And Robb is more amused by this, mentioning, Cleos' face to the reaction of the direwolf. But Catelyn points out other things that were going on. Lord Karstark walking out of this meeting, it shows that some of the people or the lords don't agree with Robb's decision to do some sort of peace, even if it is a really bad peace treaty. Robb removes his crown and gives it to Oliver to return to his bedchamber. And Edmure totally expresses frustration as well on talking with peace with the Lannisters as they ravage their lands, arguing they should be marching on Harrenhal now. And Edmure, to me, is not very wise. And Edmure is acting out of emotion, something Catelyn will do quite a lot as well. But at this time, if they marched on Harrenhal, the Lannisters would easily defeat the Starks. It's just not even close. If they even tried to attack Harrenhal, they would be killed. And that's something like even Roose Bolton knows. Like, the only way you're going to take Harrenhal without dragons is going to be through some sort of trickery, which Arya is involved in when we see that change hands. And so you really see that Catelyn is kind of right. There should be a peace being made, not marching to Harrenhal. And Robb even knows they don't have the strength for attacking Harrenhal, which Edmure argues that sitting idle only weakens their host, as the River Lords leave to defend their own lands. And Catelyn is right on the money to say, well, Edmure, you're the one who pushed for Robb to send all the River Lords back to defend their lands. And that's a really stupid thing to do, right? It's making your army way more split up once again. Edmure's already fallen for this once at the very beginning of the war, and now he does it again. Robb needs his host to be as strong as possible, and sending some of this strength, back to Seaguard, where they're of no use to anyone there, right? The Mallisters are not being threatened right now. There's no point of them going back to their, homeland. It's just stupid to me. And so I do think that Edmure is kind of in the wrong here. Edmure defends his stance, stating that the River Lords cannot be expected to do nothing while their lands are being pillaged, but expresses concern about losing the support of Lord Karstark, a Northman. Again, showing that we need to make him happy. He does control a lot of Robb's strength. But the thing I look at that is like, yes, in theory, your lords should be protecting your small folk, your peasants, but in a time of war and the war that Tywin is playing, it is not a smart decision to do those things. You're playing right into what Tywin wants you to do. And Robb even agrees. He knows he has to speak to Lord Karstark, acknowledging that he has lost a lot, losing 2 sons in battle, and may not be inclined to seek peace with the killers of his family and Robb's father. Because Robb, even himself, doesn't really want to do peace. He seems to be coerced into it. Because Catelyn says and reiterates what she said in Book 1 during the King of the North chapter, that further bloodshed will not bring back their loved ones, and suggests that Robb's peace terms could have been more appealing. And I 100% agree with Catelyn. If you actually wanted a peace, you would have given them something that you knew could possibly lead to it being accepted. But Robb argues that that wasn't possible, right? He wouldn't give them any sweeter terms. He couldn't stomach that. But the other part of it is also not only Robb, but it's what do his lords want? The people that made him king of the North, what do they want? They don't want peace. They made that very clear when they made Robb king. They want to continue the war and to avenge Ned and all their lost and all of their loved ones. And Catelyn even reflects on Robb's desire for vengeance and his struggles with the responsibilities of kingship, noting his youthful appearance despite his attempts to look older with a beard. Robb really strikes me in this chapter as somebody that is trying to be older than he is. And I think we can all understand that. I think there's a time in all of our lives where, we were growing up and we thought we didn't need, our parents all the time around us, and we were wanting to be self-dependent and all these things and grow up faster. That's where Robb is. He's somebody that's trying to grow up, and that becomes really even more apparent as we get further into this chapter. Catelyn doubts that Cersei will agree to exchange Robb's sisters for her cousins, pointing out that she will demand Jaime's release instead. Again, it's just a completely different power level, right? If you think about the Stark girls, right, even if they had Arya, these are people that are direct, sisters to the king or daughters of Catelyn, whereas these cousins don't have that much sway. And so Jaime Lannister really is the prisoner that you would have to give up to get Sansa or Arya back, and Catelyn knows that. And Catelyn had this talk with Robb before, it seems like, but he would never listen. As seldom do kings really listen to counsel like her son Robb used to. That'll get us into page 86. And this is something that I talk about with like young Griff going into Winds of Winter, is I think, you give somebody a crown and how does that change them? How does the power, being the person that has overall power, you are the person that can dictate all of the policies, all the things going on, how does that change you? And Robb even insists that he cannot release Jaime Lannister even if he wanted to, as his lords would not tolerate it. And he's completely right. If he released Jaime Lannister, his lords would rebel against him, more than likely. Now, I do want to point this out, though. If Robb was getting a peace, and the Northmen got to go home, they were done with this war, because of the piece Robb, did with trading Jaime for his sisters, I think people wouldn't have been as much in an outrage as when Catelyn does it, as when the war is going quite poorly, is when Catelyn decides to release Jaime, not in the position to end the war, but just to get her daughters back. A really bad move, and there's a little bit of a difference here. But Catelyn argues against this, saying that the lords made them his king. Sometimes he needs to, make the hard decisions, and they can't unmake him. But I disagree. The people that crown you can also uncrown you. And that's something Catelyn's going to find out in A Storm of Swords. The Freys are sworn to Robb. The Boltons are sworn to Robb. The Karstarks are sworn to Robb. But all three of those will either leave him or actually turn on him at the Red Wedding. And so Catelyn just doesn't see that. She even warns Robb that many of his lords would want to kill Jaime, and if he dies while imprisoned, Cersei would retaliate against the Stark sisters, who would retaliate against Sansa and Arya. And that is true, but I think it's a bit different here, right? I talk about this as well. Trying to break into the Riverrun cells is much more difficult than what happens in the show, where it's like he's just in some random cage. It's pretty easy to break him out and kill him, or break him out or kill him. So I don't think that this is necessarily warranted here, but Catelyn does have a worry, right? If she doesn't want to lose more of her family already. And Robb reassures Catelyn that Jaime is being well treated and that no one is allowed to speak to him without Robb's permission, but he remains adamant that he will not free Jaime, not even for his sister. And Catelyn is kind of shocked by this, right? Because if he is not willing to do it now, when will that ever occur, right? Because even if Robb wins this war, the Lannisters will just kill Sansa, or Sansa and Arya whenever they get close to King's Landing. There really is not a lot of hope for them at this point. But Catelyn then reflects on how Robb has kind of matured once again, wondering if it's due to the war or the weight of the crown. But she takes one more step that I think a little out of bounds. She crosses that line. She questions if Robb is afraid to face Jaime in battle again. And I don't think Robb is necessarily afraid of having to outsmart and beat Jaime in a contest, like in a war, in a battle, like outsmarting him. But I think Robb would be wise to not want to take him on in single combat. Jaime is one of the best fighters, if not the best, of this time. He would be foolish to do that. And Grey Wind, almost in response to Robb's, emotion, growls as Robb becomes angry. And Edmure tries to comfort Catelyn. Again, he agrees with Robb's stance. But I think Catelyn went over the line. I think she's trying to provoke Robb to do something, and that isn't really what he should be doing. Robb then angrily tells Edmure not to call him a boy, asserting his status as a grown man and a king. He declares he does not fear Jaime, whom he has already defeated once. And I think that is somewhat true for Robb. I don't think Robb, fears Jaime in battle. But I do think that one thing that I do think is very clear, Robb is very insecure about being called a boy, right? That seems to trigger some sort of emotion in him, as again, he wants to be viewed as a man, as growing up and all of those things. And Robb even admits that Jaime might have been traded for their father, but not for his sisters. Again, it shows the difference in status between male and female, of how they're valued in the society, which unfortunately places more value on males. And Catelyn even calls that out, but Robb seems visibly hurt by her words. And she doesn't, want to do that to Robb, but it is kind of the truth, right? Robb is saying that he won't trade Jaime Lannister for, his sisters. That is showing that he feels like they are not as important. And Robb's just in a tough position because he can't both please his mother and his lords. He has to pick a stance. And what he internally feels is usually not what Catelyn wants. And Catelyn even regrets this, feeling overwhelmed by grief and fear for her daughters and, the pain of losing, not only her father who's about to die, but also her husband, Ned. Robb assures her that he will do everything he can for Arya and Sansa, but adds that if Cersei refuses his terms, he will make her regret it, signaling an end to the conversation. Yeah, Robb just doesn't want to talk about this anymore. I think, you think about Robb, who's trying to figure out how to win this war because he knows these peace terms aren't going to be accepted. He's in quite a tough spot because the Lannisters, which he doesn't know at this point, but the Lannisters are about to have another army once again. he's in a really rough spot. He needs to do some sort of action. He can't sit still. The more that he stays in one spot, the more kind of unrest the Stark host has. Because remember, the Starks are really on the offense, right? The Lannisters want to play defense. They want to kind of spread the Stark forces, thin and beat them at a battle that Tywin wants to choose the position of. But getting into page 87, Robb suggests that Catelyn go to the Twins, where she would be safer and could meet Lord Frey's daughters to help him choose a bride after the war. And this is the point where we get to it, right? Robb wants to send his mother away. He doesn't like his mother kind of always being on his back and kind of being, there with him all the time, because he's kind of insecure. If you think about when you were younger, teenage years or whatever, you didn't want to be seen with your, parents in public or something. That was something that people would bully you about, which is so ridiculous when you really think about it. Really stupid. You're with your family, having a good time. Who cares? But that's kind of where Robb is at right now. He's a 15-year-old, boy trying to project that he's a man and he's worthy of the crown that he's been given. But also, Catelyn is usually disagreeing with Robb in a lot of the things he's doing. And Catelyn even realizes that Robb wants her gone, but she declines, saying that Robb is old enough to choose his own bride. Robb then proposes that she should accompany Theon to Seaguard and then sail to Winterfell to be with Bran and Rickon. And if you're Catelyn, it's got to be very heartbreaking, right? That your son is trying to send you away. But not only that, it reveals something interesting, that Theon is going to Pike. He's going to negotiate with Balon Greyjoy. And Catelyn right here, this is her moment where she should tell Robb about Ned's kind of last wishes to her, and unfortunately, she fails at that again. But Catelyn also suggests that her place is with her dying father at Riverrun. And Robb, attempting to assert his authority, hints could command her to go as a king, but Catelyn ignores the suggestion. Catelyn is Robb's mother. You're not going to order around her like a king. It's just not how that relationship's going to go, and Robb knows that. But Catelyn instead goes to the idea of Theon going to Pike. She says that he should send somebody else to negotiate with him, whether that be any of these other lords, Titus Blackwood or Bracken, or even, Stevron Frey gets brought up in the conversation, who I think would be a great negotiator for them. Robb kind of doesn't agree with this, as he defends Theon, recounting how he saved Bran from wildlings and argues that Balon's longships would be more easily secured with Theon's help. And again, Robb thinks of Theon as a brother, right? But Theon, I want you to think about him as a person. I made it really clear in book 1 all of the times in which Robb or the Starks made Theon feel less than. If you think about even that part that he just mentions, how Theon saved Bran's life, Robb was extremely upset with Theon and trying to put him basically in his place in book 1. A lot of those things are going to come up here in this book specifically, starting one of my favorite plot lines of A Clash of Kings and Theon's. But this is a terrible idea, because Catelyn counters this with saying Theon is a hostage. It is a safer way of ensuring that the Greyjoys don't attack the north, because Theon is Balon's last remaining male heir. And even if you think about the histories, Balon is very treacherous. He went against Robb's father Ned in the Greyjoy rebellion that happened not so long ago. And Robb asserts that who cares? If he's the king of the north, why should Balon not be the king of the Iron Islands? Provided that Balon fights, the Lannisters, who cares? Robb would just give a crown to Balon. And that's the key difference that Robb doesn't understand about the Greyjoy culture. You don't just give someone a crown. And Robb ends this conversation. He dismisses Catelyn's concerns and departs with Grey Wind, signaling the end of the discussion. And this is where Catelyn should have brought up that Ned specifically told her to tell Robb and all of the other Northmen to keep Theon close. She fails to sway Robb against this course that is extremely stupid. Catelyn once again sees the transformation of her son from a child to a king. But she abruptly decides to visit her dying father, Hoster Tully, and invites her brother, Edmure, to join her. And Edmure declines, preoccupied with training new bowmen, revealing once again his discomfort of his ailing father. And I can't blame Edmure here. If you think about what's going on, you're having to watch as your father gets weaker and weaker and closer to dying. You're not going to want to, see that, right? It's something that's going to be very difficult to see. As someone who had a grandmother that, passed away due to, dementia and all those things, it became very difficult to be around her. And that's not to say I didn't love my grandmother, but she became someone that was not my grandmother. And so it was very hard to see her in that regard. And I see why Edmure would want to enjoy that, to distract his mind of losing his father. But that gets us into page 88. Catelyn takes the shortest path to the central keep where her father, Hoster Tully, is dying. She passes through the Godswood, which remains lush and green despite the arrival of autumn, declared by the conclave with the arrival of the White Raven. The trees have yet to shed their leaves, unaware of the season's change. It just doesn't look like summer's over yet, but it soon will. Catelyn reflects on the significance of autumn, recognizing it as a very fearful time, with the threat of winter looming and uncertainty about future harvests. And that's the crucial part of it. The Riverlands are being set afire, right? All the crops, all of the food that is trying to be built up and saved for the winter is gone. It's looking very dire if you think about the situation, and this is why it's so key that the War of the Five Kings happens when it does. She arrives at her father's solar, in which she sees Lord Hoster Tully lying in his bed, weakened and frail, with his hair and beard now white. But she finds her uncle, who has just now returned, and Blackfish informs Catelyn that he has not yet spoken to Robb, having come directly to Lord Hoster himself. It shows, his priorities, right, of being there with his brother, through the last moments of his life. He intends to share his news with Robb privately before any public court announcement. Makes a lot of sense, right? Before Robb makes any declaration of what they're going to do moving forward, you want to discuss those things in private first. But Blackfish asks more on how his brother is doing, how is Hoster doing, and Catelyn gives kind of the bad news, right? That he is still someone mostly asleep with dream wine and milk of the poppy for his pain. His health is declining each day, with his appetite diminishing and his strength fading. He describes his father's speech, noting that he speaks less coherently, often mixing up past and present, talking of regrets, unfinished tasks, and people who have long passed away. He sometimes struggled to recognize even Catelyn herself, and once mistakenly called her by her mother's name. Again, it's somebody losing not only their physical strength, but their mental strength. Again, like I talked about with my grandmother, very similar to kind of what Hoster is going through. Maybe she didn't have as much issues in terms of maybe her physical strength. It was more, her mind was going. But I really feel for Catelyn. It's really heartbreaking to watch someone you care about lose their ability to, live. And, any death, that's close to you is very, hard to deal with. But you have kind of the opposite of spectrum sometimes, right? Where Ned's death, if you think about it, was very sudden and was a shocking death, whereas Hoster's just a slow, decline that is someday going to happen. But is that person even going to be recognizable? That's kind of how I had with both my grandparents. My grandfather died very suddenly. It was a shock. He was a very healthy man, and then the next day, he was gone. My grandmother was the opposite. So it just shows kind of how life is. The Blackfish comments that Hoster still misses his late wife, and that Catelyn bears a strong resemblance to her, especially in her cheekbones and jawline. And Catelyn acknowledges that her uncle remembers her mother better than she does, given the many years that have passed. She expresses her anxiety about her father's health, revealing that each time she returns from a ride, she wonders if she will find him alive or dead. Despite past quarrels, there remains a deep bond between Hoster and Brynden, even though Hoster once disowned his brother. A very complex relationship between Hoster and Brynden, but this is still family that you're talking about. And you think about all the good times that Blackfish would have had with his brother, even through, some of maybe the bad times. But that gets us into page 89. Catelyn and Brynden sit in silence for a little while, until Catelyn raises her head, recalling that he mentioned tidings Robb needs to hear. She wants to hear the gossip before Robb hears it. And Hoster Tully seems to almost understand this as he moans and rolls onto his side. And this prompts Blackfish to basically go somewhere else to discuss these things as to not wake him. But the news that Blackfish gives her is not good news. But they go to the stone balcony that extended from the solar, and they both kind of gaze up at the comet. Once again, every chapter does this, but they describe what the red comet looks like to them. Brynden himself refers to it as a red messenger, and he questions the meaning of this omen. Catelyn recounts the different opinions that she's heard about it. The great John had thought of it as the old gods unfurling a red flag of vengeance for Ned Stark, while Edmure sees it as a victory omen for Riverrun, interpreting it as a fish with a long tail and Tully colors. But Catelyn herself sees only the Lannister crimson. But Blackfish disagrees. The comet is not exactly crimson. The sky is more of a red, like in blood. And I think Brendan is kind of right on the money, right? The comment is yes to herald, Daenerys and magic coming back in the world, but also of death and blood to come. Catelyn questions whether the blood is theirs or that of the enemy, to which Brendan replies that wars involve both sides being bled. And that is the truth, right? War impacts everyone, not just, armies, but it affects the farmers and the people, the innocents of this world. And that's what Blackfish is going to talk about a lot because of the tidings that he's heard. He describes the current chaos in the Riverlands, highlighting the widespread blood and flames around the God Eye, with fighting spreading south to the Blackwater and north across the Trident, even nearing the Twins. Brendan mentions a couple small victories by Mark Piper and Carl Vance, as well as by Beric Dondarrion raiding against Lord Tywin's forces, but there's also a lot more bad in this. And Catelyn even thinks that, Ned had sent some of these men with Beric Dondarrion, that they are probably those same people in hopes for their safety, which is interesting given Catelyn's, relationship with them later on. But yeah, Beric would definitely be viewed as a good force for the Tullys and the Starks. But Blackfish, noting the tales that have been told of Beric and his Red Priest Thoros, they have been pretty good at surviving if the tales are true. But Blackfish comments on how Robb had let the Riverlords go back to defend themselves in their own self-preservation. It was all for naught, right? They were all bloodying themselves for no reason. Blackfish tells of Jonas Bracken being wounded while defending his castle, and his nephew Hendry was slain. Tytos Blackwood had managed to push the Lannisters off his land, but lost everything. There was no resources, nothing to even protect anymore. All he had was a scorched Raventree Hall to defend. He reports that the Dairymen recaptured their lord's keep, but after less than 2 weeks, Gregor Clegane attacked and killed the entire garrison, including their lord. And Catelyn is horrified by this. All this violence going on in all these different parts of the Riverlands. It shows you they should have stayed together as an army and been able to actually deal with this enemy as a unit, not as separate, lords commanding and all these things, as things go terribly awry. And Catelyn notices that the Lord of Derry was only a child, and this leaves the Derry line in doubt, right? But that'll get us into page 90. And it's all these reasons of why Catelyn wants peace. All these people dying because of this war, and for what? That's the key point of this. George is telling us that this war is horrible. And Brendan even thinks it made more sense if Gregor Clegane would have kept the young Derry. He would have gotten a really nice ransom, but it's not about that. It's Gregor being told to send a message to the Tullys and the Starks, or even people that are undecided and just, sitting out of it. If you go against the Lannisters, this is what's going to happen. It's using a terror tactic to try and draw the Starks into a fight that they won't be able to win. Brendan wishes that they can make Gregor's head a noble gift for the realm, but also Brendan is smart. He doesn't want to go at the Lannisters at all, to go towards Harrenhal like Edmure and Robb kind of were thinking of. But this gets a reaction from Catelyn. She thinks about Ned's head that had been on a spike above the Red Keep for crows and flies to see. Joffrey's work, and it was horrible the way Ned has been treated after his death. Catelyn even struggles to believe that Ned is truly gone, sometimes waking in darkness, expecting him to be beside her. And this is the hardest part, I think, especially as, you get older and, either you or your partner dies first. How does the other one cope with that? Living with someone for so long, being expected of so many things, it's a really tough situation. Sorry to keep bringing up my grandparents, but this is kind of the situation. My grandfather died first, and my grandmother very much relied on my grandfather. A very kind of traditional relationship of their time where my grandfather pretty much did everything for her, and so that was a real struggle when when he died. And that's kind of what Catelyn, I feel like, would be dealing with, right? How do you go on when you've leaned on Ned for so many years? She declares that Clegane is merely a tool of Lord Tywin Lannister, the real danger behind the current chaos, which is the truth. And Blackfish even adds that Tywin is no fool. He is currently safe behind the walls of Harrenhal while taking advantage of the Riverlands' harvests and burning what he cannot use. It's scorched earth tactics. I'm not going to let you get this food. I'm not going to let you resupply yourself. I'm going to wait you out. I'm going to bring your morale down because it's more detrimental to you than it is to me. He warns that Gregor is not the only threat, though, as Tywin has also unleashed new animals to the Riverlands. Sir Amory Lorch, who Arya is going to encounter at some point, and also a sellsword. So these are big things for Blackfish to talk about because they're going to have a huge role in the upcoming story. But he describes the atrocities left in their work in their wake, including burned villages, raped and mutilated women, and butchered children left unburied. How horrifying. And Catelyn even knows that the response to this won't be good. It'll be rage. Edmure, somebody that cares about his small folk quite a lot, will want action. And Blackfish counters. That's the exact thing that Tywin wants. Tywin wants them to meet them in an open field where Tywin chooses the battlefield like he tried to do with the Battle of the Green Fork. Tywin is doing that to provoke them to battle. And Catelyn expresses her concern. Robb is restless, and others will push him to try and fight, especially after his recent victories against Jaime, as they viewed him as like a Aegon the Conqueror type. And Blackfish warns her that it would be foolish to give the enemy what he wants, noting that Tywin wants them to attack Harrenhal soon. Tywin wants to deal with Robb, and the best way to do that is to make Robb come to him. That prompts Catelyn to think on Harrenhal, a vast fortress built by King Harren the Black beside the God's Eye, 300 years ago, during a time when the Seven Kingdoms were divided and ruled by the Iron Men from the islands. And that'll get us into page 91, but we're going to get quite a lore dump onto Harrenhal and how it came to be and why it has such a bad reputation. It took King Harren 40 years to construct Harrenhal, during which time his armies plundered the surrounding lands for resources like stone, lumber, and labor. Basically, Harren took the Riverlands and a lot of the land that he controlled, and he used their populations to basically do slave labor into building his castle, this monstrosity that took 40 years to build. It was King Harren's legacy. Thousands of captives were perished while working on the fortress, enduring harsh conditions year-round. Weirwoods, ancient trees were cut down to provide material for the construction. Very Tolkien-esque description, because these are trees that had been there forever, right? It's destroying the natural beauty of these areas, and that's why I think a lot of the old gods would be quite angry with the South. And maybe we'll see more of that come through in Bran's plotline in the Winds of Winter. Just a horrible thing that Harren did. But on the day that Harrenhal was completed, King Aegon the Conqueror arrived in Westeros, and it seemed only natural to take the greatest castle ever made in Westeros to go against the dragons. Catelyn recalled old Nan's story, which concludes with the lesson that high walls offer no protection against dragons that can fly, as Harren and his lineage were destroyed by fire when Aegon unleashed his dragons on the fortress. It just shows how powerful dragons are, and also it shows how powerful Harrenhal is. If you don't have dragons, how do you take Harrenhal? It is one of the most defensible castles in Westeros. It is a huge castle that has a really big defensible position. How would you even siege it? It'd be a very tough thing to do. It's all to kind of build up this allure of why Robb should very much avoid Harrenhal. But not only that, Harrenhal has a very bad reputation. It seems to be a dark and cursed place, bringing misfortune to any who hold it. She recounts that every family that has held Harrenhal has had a pretty horrible fate. Catelyn expresses her desire to avoid having Robb fight near Harrenhal, acknowledging the need for action against the Lannisters. And that's the issue you come to, right? Is you need to do action, but how do you attack your enemy if they're playing a very defensive war that you cannot take it to them on? That's the major issue that Catelyn is kind of realizing. But Brynden reveals even more bad, as in the west from Casterly Rock, a new Lannister army is gathering. He informs her that Sir Stefford Lannister will command this new host, noting that he is an old man and somewhat dull, but his son, Sir Daven, is more formidable. And we've even seen Sir Daven with Jaime in A Feast for Crows. He is quite formidable, actually a very likable Lannister. Hopefully he doesn't die in a potential wedding in the next book in Winds of Winter, but it doesn't look great for him. But yeah, it's a huge threat because you have already Robb is undermanned in terms of fighting Tywin, but there's also going to be a war on two fronts, a war in the west and a war in the south for Robb. What is he going to do? Catelyn then places her hopes on Sir Stafford leading the army rather than his son. And Brynden reassures her that there is still time before they must confront this army. As you got to think, right? Jaime and Tywin both just brought hosts from the west. How do they have this new host? And it's a lot of fresh recruits. It's a lot of untrained men, a lot of farmers, peasants, people that are looking for food where they can't find any. It's, the desperate. It's a desperate army, really. And so they're going to have to be able to train that army and get them armored up before they try and do some war against a very hardened Northern and Riverland coalition. But once that happens, right, once they cross into the Riverland area, Robb will have to split his forces. He'll have to decide what will he do, and if he doesn't act quickly, he'll be caught between two large armies. And Blackfish even says that, right? Lord Tywin Lannister is not reckless like Jaime. He will wait for Sir Stafford to march before making any move. And Catelyn speculates that Tywin might leave Harrenhal to face another threat, prompting Brynden to ask her to elaborate. And Catelyn is hinting at, again, this idea that there are other forces in Westeros right now that don't like the Lannisters. There's this rumblings of Stannis in the east and Renly to the south. If he gets called off, that would be a really big help for the Starks. It would allow pressure to be put off of the Riverlands and for Robb to take the war to the Lannisters. As we get into the last page, Blackfish considers the possibility of seeking help from Renly, referring to him as Lord Renly. But Catelyn corrects him, just like Greatjon did earlier on. Renly has declared himself a king, acknowledging that if she were to ask for assistance, she would need to grant him the title he has claimed. Catelyn is already figuring out what needs to happen. Robb needs an ally. Robb needs somebody to take away the Lannisters from their area. And the Blackfish seems to pick up what Catelyn's putting down, indicating that Renly will have demands for any support. And Catelyn acknowledges that what Renly will want is homage, the recognition and loyalty typically expected from those seeking a king's aid. And so the plan's already set in motion, right? That Catelyn needs to go and get allies, and we need to open up another front. Something we see like in World Wars all the time. The best way to defeating your enemy is make them stretched, make them being attacked from multiple areas. But yeah, that is the chapter. I really love Catelyn 1 in A Clash of Kings. It really sets the stage for this book extremely well. All right, hello YouTube. Welcome back to the Grease Goblins YouTube channel. Today's video, we're going to be doing, once again, our reread, doing Tyrion 2, A Clash of Kings. This is one of my favorite chapters, going back and rereading through, Tyrion's whole plot line in this book, as it basically covers kind of just a bunch of conversations. And some of the best stuff with Tyrion is his conversations. Specifically, we're going to get Janos Slynt in this one, and then another conversation with kind of Varys and Bronn to close it out. But it's a great chapter. I think for you guys that have either read this in the books or watched in the show, fantastic, event where we see Janos Slynt kind of getting his comeuppance, more or less. So we're going to go through that today in today's video. If you did want to listen to these, on the road or, just not at home, highly recommend, going to the Spotify for the channel. Makes it easier to just listen to instead of having to have the whole video open on YouTube. But yeah, let's get into Tyrion 2, A Clash of Kings. So page 93 starts with Tyrion and Janos Slynt having more or less a dinner. It's in the small hall. It's kind of dimly lit, and really is to show how intimate this kind of is, right? It's only Janos and Tyrion in this close proximity. It's really about Tyrion trying to figure out who Janos Slynt is and what he has been involved with in book 1. So for things like Ned's execution, or whether it's what's been happening with Robert's bastards and how Cersei's been kind of behind that as well. Tyrion describes Janos as being kind of like a frog-faced, built like a keg man. I do think the actor who portrayed Janos in the show did a really good job and actually really presents what I feel like Janos Slynt almost would look like, if not a bit even more big and pudgy in the face. But yeah. And George does a really good job of kind of describing the way Janos eats as a reflection onto who he is as a person. He is someone that's very kind of greedy and crude, and that comes on how he eats, right? He's drinking heavily with this wine, so he's kind of proposing about how greedy he is as a person. And also you think about how he's eating this food. It seems very sloppy and crude. You think about the actions Janos Slynt has done, being the person in charge of the Gold Cloaks under his tutelage. There has been a bunch of unrest in the city and crime, and even him ordered a baby to be killed. Now, yes, he did get those commands from higher ups, but still he had it done, which is kind of insane. It just kind of shows who he is as a person. Tyrion notes how he is clothed in a black satin doublet and a cloth of gold half cape. He definitely gives the appearance of trying to become or wanting to be, a noble, right? He is somebody that was a butcher's son, and now he's, the Lord of Harrenhal. He's trying to play up to that, right? He's trying to show that he is somebody that has power and wealth and trying to fit into kind of the higher class. But Tyrion is kind of setting Janos up. He is having Janos be basically drinking a bunch of wine while Tyrion himself is drinking quite little. He's doing the kind of the opposite of what Cersei does, right? He's getting Janos in a vulnerable place, right? There's not a lot of people here in this hall. He's being very friendly and joking with Janos Slynt, but at the same time, he's winding him up. He wants Janos to give him information before he sends him to the wall. And Tyrion even kind of plays with this with Janos Slynt, because when Janos calls him Lord Tyrion, Tyrion kind of discounts this. Tyrion has all the power. He doesn't need to be named a lord like Janos Slynt wants to be, because that's where all of his power comes from. And so you see that dynamic written right away. It's something I think George does really well in this first page of kind of introducing us into the chapter. Is you take a look at Tyrion and Janos, and they are completely different. Tyrion, all of his power comes from being named Hand of the King by Tywin, but also all these soldiers and all these people he's convincing to his side. Janos Slynt, all he has is being named Lord of Harrenhal, and that's basically hindering that Cersei or Tyrion just doesn't take that away at any point. It's Slynt trying to play the role that he shouldn't be really playing at all. It's not to his station. If you think about how things are done in Westeros, this was a really, really huge thing that Cersei gave him so that he could turn on Ned. And to be honest, it's a pretty fair deal, right? And you have to understand why Cersei did it. But the issue that Slynt has is that even though that he did get on Cersei's good side and he did side with her in the end with Littlefinger, he at the same time could very easily be unmade. But that kind of gets us into page 94. The real big part of page 93 is really just kind of showing us the differences between someone like Tyrion and Janos. But Tyrion even thinks about one of the first things that he did after being Hand of the King is finding the finest cook in the city, which makes a lot of sense when you think about the idea that the food is eventually going to start getting shorted. You want to get the best meals as you possibly can. Also, I can really appreciate Tyrion for wanting his food first. I'm a big enjoyer of food, and as I would assume many of you guys are, you want to have that good quality, right? It's Tyrion kind of flexing his power and his prowess. It's the same thing that Tywin does, because Tyrion is playing that role. Right now, he is the person in charge of King's Landing, even though Joffrey is the person named the king, and Cersei is the queen regent. She before had all the power here. Tyrion is kind of usurping that. He's flexing his wealth and his power over someone like Janos Slynt. And we even see like there's different features, a variety of rich dishes. Every single course, there's a different type of wine, really buttering up Janos Slynt and making him feel, safe, right? To say some of these things that maybe he doesn't want to say if he was, not being coerced. Slynt even kind of jokes about having to hire this cook when he goes back to Harrenhal, and Tyrion, he's using his humor and his flattery, putting Slynt at ease, saying wars have been started for less, just nice little jokes. Tyrion is not going to put on the gas until he's ready, until he's got enough information that he wants to lean into it. But the conversation shifts to Janos Slynt as, Tyrion is kind of, once again, flattering him, saying someone must be very bold to take Harrenhal given all the bad that's come of it, right? All these different families that have taken Harrenhal after Harren's demise, all of them have died out. It seems cursed and all that stuff, which we'll end up seeing with Arya in this book. But Slynt, boasts. You have to be fearless and have a lot of ambition to do so. And it's interesting, right? Because you look at Janos, yes, he has a lot of ambition, but he has quite a lot of fear, as we'll see, as we'll see kind of in the 5th book when he finally does get killed. It's all things that Tyrion's kind of building Janos up to tear him down. Tyrion then shifts the conversation, moving to the idea of who should be the new commander for the City Watch. Janos is not going to be able to do that, given he's going to be going to Harrenhal soon. And so who is going to take over, right? That's the big key point. And Janos has a list of 6 individuals, but Slynt recommends one person in particular, an Alar Deem, somebody that is basically like his right-hand man, somebody that will do all of his orders without questioning it. And Janos even talks about, you have to know your men, which is something that's very interesting, is like Ned says that same thing. And all these different people say this different things along the same lines. But the thing that's interesting about Janos is he's thinking about more of their negative qualities than he's even thinking about their positive qualities. The fact that you have somebody that you can just blindly order to kill a baby is kind of insane. But Tyrion kind of pushes back on this. He brings up Sir Jacqueline Bywater, somebody that Varys has brought up to him, but something Tyrion's not going to say to Janos, but wants to see what Janos's opinion kind of are on Jacqueline Bywater. And Slynt is not thrilled with him, right? Slynt is somebody with very low honor and duty and all those things. He doesn't like Bywater. As Slint says that he is somebody that is rigid and unpopular, even mocking his injury as he doesn't have one of his hands, which is interesting given how we're going to see that with Jaime in the next book, just kind of slightly foreshadowing how Jaime is going to be treated by others as well. And Slint continues saying he prefers Deem because he is a feared person. Janus is somebody that believes in ruling by fear and not love and popularity, which is interesting, right? You see how Janus Slint is very similar to someone like Cersei, and why Cersei might even like somebody like Slint because of his ruthlessness, willing to do whatever, his higher-ups are telling him. But also it shows something else, right? He is easily swayed. His greed takes over. One of the reasons why Littlefinger is kind of his higher up, right? In the terms of Ned's killing you, if you think about that, right? All it would need to be a little bit of gold goes to Slint, and maybe something goes wrong and Ned's head is taken off. That's something that Tyrion's really going to kind of try to lean into with Janus Slint, but that'll get us into page 95. As Tyrion brings up something else that kind of goes against Deem, as it was said that there was some sort of controversy with Deem in a brothel, because, again, you're in a really weird spot right now if you're a city, right? You're eventually going to be getting completely blockaded for any supplies, especially from Renly in the south, and then Stannis, not letting any ships come to King's Landing. So you have this weird situation where you would rather your people, actually like you as an organization. When they hear something like, oh yeah, the City Watch or the Gold Cloaks killed a baby and their mother brutally, and there's no real reason given, the people are going to turn against you. That's what happens to Joffrey. All these people are going to turn against him as this book goes on because he's just not a good king. But again, Slint defends him, right? Slint defends Allar Deem, saying, even though it was a brutal action, he blames the victim. He blames the mother for not getting out of the way. Could you imagine that? You're a mother, and some guy tells you, yeah, I'm going to kill your child, get out of the way. I think most mothers would react in the same way, and Janus just keeps it up to, oh, well, should have gotten out of the way. What? Tells you exactly what kind of person Janus Slint is. But it also shows that Deem is willing to perform any difficult task without question. That is something that is unheard of, right? And, we can compare this to things in our own world, right? If you think about, I won't say certain terminology because I don't want this video to just get canceled by YouTube, but think about World War II. You think about a certain nation that was committing a lot of war crimes. And again, there were war crimes on every side, of course, but one side more than others. You think about the men there, the soldiers, and, what did they question these things that they were being told to do? That's kind of something I think that's very interesting here with Allar Deem. And Tyrion says exactly what we're all thinking. It's just natural that a mother would try to protect her child. That should have been something that everybody should have known there right off the get-go. It just shows a lack of intelligence and or wisdom, and a lack of caring for the innocents. But Tyrion is also trying to distract Janus Slint. Now that we're getting to some of these difficult issues and the difficult conversations going to begin, he needs to butter up Janus again, so he distracts him with this wine and delicate or sharp cheese. Slint continues to praise Deem as a hard man for a hard job, revealing his own acceptance of ruthlessness and disregard for the lives of lower-class people, which is insane. Given that Janus Slint himself came from the lower class, you'd think he'd be a little bit more understanding of some of the things going on in the city, and he just isn't. He's just somebody that is a cruel, just idiot. And he even specifically brings up this terminology that strikes Tyrion, and really is where Tyrion starts to turn on Janus Slint. He says specifically that the woman was some whore and her whelp. Think about that terminology when we get into the next book, right? When, you have Tywin and Tyrion and that ending there. This is going to make Tyrion instantly think about his first wife, Tysha, who he believes was a whore paid, right, to marry him and all those things. And then also Shay, who is also here. That's something that's instantly going to strike a nerve with Tyrion, because his biggest flaw is his wanting for actual love and to be accepted. And he hasn't been able to find that outside of Tysha, but in his mind, he doesn't think that actually was love. Tyrion then tries to probe a little further by casually asking who gave the order to target the woman and her child. But Slint is still a little too wary. He's not fully drunk, right? He knows he shouldn't reveal things like that. And he avoids kind of answering the question directly. Again, he boasts about his loyalty and discretion. He's basically just saying, I got an order, I followed it through, I didn't ask questions. That's basically his answer to Tyrion. And honestly, if you're Jaina Slint, you have to think that that's actually a good thing, right? You might got to be thinking, oh yeah, Tyrion, I'm very loyal. You know, I will do what you tell me. I won't, no questions, right? Or the people below me that I like Alar Deem that I'm telling you should be the person in charge, they won't question you at all. You know, you can tell them to do whatever and they'll do whatever. He doesn't understand where Tyrion is kind of poking at, right? But Tyrion shifts the conversation once again, right? Because there's this mention of the cheese and it becoming scarce due to the war. You know, he's shifting away from something that Slint didn't want to really talk about, just to keep him a little bit off balance once again. But this is where the rug starts to be taken under Janis's feet, right? Because he draws a parallel to Lord Jeor Mormont, right? Because he is someone that also is looking for kind of a successor, right? He's seeing the Night's Watch and it's failing because of the men there that aren't really that great of soldiers or people committing terrible crimes, not really competent people to be on the wall. And he's drawing that idea with this idea of who to replace Jaina Slint with, but he's also showing that Jaina Slint is somebody that's just as bad, right? He's kind of the level of these people that Jeor Mormont is talking about at the wall. And then he kind of pokes it a little further. He suggests sarcastically at first that someone like Slint or Deem would be ideal for the Night's Watch. And again, highlighting that these are men that are not of good quality. And also foreshadowing of where they're eventually going to go. And Slint kind of gives me, the way I read this all the time is I think Slint gives me kind of this chuckling, like nervous vibe, right? Like this is a weird idea for Tyrion to just randomly bring up. And he laughs it off, and, you know, missing Tyrion's obvious mockery and things like that. But that's going to get us into page 96, where it really starts to heat up from here. Because in page 96, Tyrion starts to reference the execution of Ned Stark. Because this is something that Tyrion is trying to get to the bottom of. He's trying to figure out what people are working in their own interests and are not loyal to the Lannisters. And Slint could be one of those people. As Janis in the last page kind of joked off this idea of going to the wall and that, oh, that would never happen, Tyrion kind of brings it back to Ned. Ned's never expected to be killed, and that wasn't even the plan either, right? The plan was for Ned to go to the wall. Something happened there. Joffrey decides to take Ned's head. Joffrey is a young 13-year-old. How did he get this idea into his head? Was it because of just the bloodlust of the crowd? Or was it because somebody, you know, whispered in his ear and others took the action almost because they knew it was going to happen? That's kind of what Tyrion starts to hint at. Because Slint is going to be taken off guard. When Tyrion starts saying, oh yeah, the queen wanted, you know, this to be done and it wasn't, why was that? Janis, you're saying you're so loyal to the crown, but yet Cersei, the person that should be in charge, is completely disregarded. Why did that occur? And Slint, I think, you know, justifiably, but I think Slint has the perfect kind of counter to that, right? Slint says, well, you know, that's what the king ordered. He ordered it in front of the entire, you know, city. That's what he said. He wanted Ned to die. And so I just did my job. But Tyrion continues probing, asking to see Slint's clasp, which is in the shape of a spear. And he uses it to basically question Slint directly. He's done with kind of dancing around the subject. Tyrion's going to go for the kill now. And this is where I want to read, because I think this is one of my favorite parts of the early story of A Clash of Kings. And so I thought, let's do a little read from the book. Again, I haven't done this in the past couple episodes because I haven't thought there have been like really big moments that I wanted to read directly from George's own words. But I think this would be a good time. So let's read about how Tyrion springs the trap on Janis Slint. Hesitantly, Lord Janis drew out the ornament and handed it to Tyrion. We have goldsmiths in Lannisport who do better work. The red enamel blood is a shade much, if you don't mind my saying. Tell me, my lord, did you drive the spear into the man's back yourself, or did you only give the command? I gave the command, and I'd give it again. Lord Stark was a traitor. The bald spot in the middle of Slint's head was beet red, and his cloth of gold cape had slithered off his shoulders onto the floor. The man tried to buy me, little dreaming that he had already been sold. Slint slammed down his wine cup. Are you drunk? If you think I will sit here and have my honor questioned, What honor is that? I do admit you made a better bargain than Sir Jacqueline, a lordship and a castle for a spear thrust in the back, and you didn't even need to thrust the spear. He tossed the golden ornament back to Janus Slint. It bounced off his chest and clattered to the floor as the man rose. I mislike the tone of your voice, my lord, cutting off as he says, imp. I am the Lord of Harrenhal and a member of the King's Council. Who are you to chastise me like this? Tyrion cocked his head sideways. I think you know quite well who I am. How many sons do you have? What are my sons to you, dwarf? Dwarf, his anger flashed. You should have stopped at imp. I am Tyrion of House Lannister, and someday, if you have the sense the gods gave a sea slug, you will drop to your knees in thanks that it was me you had to deal with, and not my lord father. Now, how many sons do you have? That's where I want to cut it off in terms of the reading, but Tyrion goes from 0 to 100 quite quickly. He was buttering him up, trying to see how much information he could get from Janos willingly, but when Janos started to become defensive, Tyrion puts him in his place, calling him out for his lack of honor and how he betrayed Ned at the flip of a hat, taking a bribe to go with Cersei and Littlefinger. And even pointing out that he is part of one of the great houses and he is just basically a butcher's son. And so you come to this idea where it's interesting because if you think about what Janos Slint did, if it wasn't for Janos Slint, Ned Stark would be sitting on the throne right now and all of that stuff. So it's interesting because you can see why Tyrion doesn't like Janos. He's a slithery snake who's very full of greed and is not someone you can trust. But at the same time, he did do your family quite a big, deed, right? Saving Cersei and Joffrey from being arrested by Ned and the rest of the council. So it's interesting, right? Because Tyrion is, in a way, kind of going against his family in a way, but at the same time, he's not, right? Because Janos Slint is under Littlefinger's thumb. So Littlefinger is the real person that Janos is going to report to and, actually be the person he looks to, not Cersei. So that's interesting given the background knowledge we have, but it is interesting, Tyrion's decision to move on from Janos, which I think is a good decision for him because he can't trust Janos, but it is interesting, right? Because all the things that Tyrion is kind of getting on him about are things that actually helped House Lannister outside of, of course, Ned's execution. And getting into page 97, Tyrion at least gives something to Slint, right? Slint is desperate now. He's seen the error of his ways. Tyrion tells, Slint that his family will be taken, after in terms of that the young boys will be fostered and potentially knighted at some point, while the elder will inherit the family title, though not Harrenhal. He will also be in charge of getting the daughter married off to someone. So Slint is still, his family is still gaining something out of this, right? They did go up quite a bit in terms of, possibly having knights, possibly a lordship somewhere, but you lose Harrenhal. And honestly, this is probably a better deal. It's what really Janos should have gotten in the first place. He then further on dismisses the value of Slint's newly acquired sigil by kicking the golden spear across the floor, showing his disdain for Slint's elevation and lack of true nobility. And that's something that's quite interesting, right? Is how do people go from one class to the next? And it's very difficult, right? We see someone like Davos in this book, somebody like Janos in the last book. There's a lot of different people that we do see that are from lower classes make it to higher classes, but those are very much rarities. Those do not occur very often. And when they do, you are looked down to by the bigger houses. And that's one of the main issues that George R. R. Martin writes about in this story is about the classism. It is very difficult to move from one class to the next. At this, Slint stammers in fear, assuming that he may be killed, but Tyrion reveals his fate. It's a bit softer, he's not going to be killed, but it's still a life of exile, to the wall, aboard a ship departing in the morning to join the Night's Watch, where he will deliver Tyrion's regards to Lord Commander Mormont. He is, giving Lord Commander Mormont more men. There might not be good men, and they will have kind of some deep repercussions later on, but still, he is giving Mormont men. But upon realizing that he won't be executed, Slint regains some of his composure, right? Now that he knows, okay, Tyrion's not going to try to kill me, he's just trying to send me into exile, I have a little bit more confidence. Maybe I can pull on some of my friends. Janos Slint's favorite line, I have friends at court. He says that he will use his friends, or his friends will back him up, like Joffrey, Littlefinger, and the Queen. And it's interesting that he notes them in this sort of order, right? Littlefinger has more importance, is someone that first comes to mind more than someone like Cersei. Should tell you where his loyalties kind of lie. But despite this, Slint instantly tries to basically run away. He tries to run away from this confrontation. He's the first one to back down. As he goes to leave the room in a fluster, angrily clattering up the stairs, he only stops to encounter Sir Jacqueline Bywater, the new captain of the City Watch, waiting for him at the door. The presence of Bywater with his iron hand strapped to the stump of his wrist signified the end for Janos Slynt. At least in the King's Landing plot. He'll have some more later on, but that is not here or now. But that gets us into page 98. Sir Jacqueline Bywater arrives with a group of gold cloaks to escort Janos Slynt to the docks. Confirming his replacement as commander of the City Watch, Slynt realizes he has lost control as the soldiers who had once served him escort him out. And you got to be thinking, for Janos, you're on top of the world, right? You had a lot of influence, but Janos was a pawn. He was somebody to be used by others like Littlefinger, Cersei, and even Tyrion. Unfortunately, the Game of Thrones did not go well for him. Tyrion hands Bywater a list of 6 men to accompany Slynt on the ship to the Wall, all the men that Slynt had suggested to be taking his place. And you can understand why. That means they're all going to be brutal, corrupt. Tyrion wants his own man to be at the top of the gold cloaks, because that means that he will have their loyalty as long as he pays them well, and things like Littlefinger had been doing to Janos. But it's Tyrion taking other people's power and giving it to himself. He needs the swords, he needs the backing. Just like Ned did in book 1, Tyrion also needs that support. It's no different. It's a bit more maybe dire for Ned than it is for Tyrion, but the massive thing to worry about first and foremost, which Tyrion has started doing in the first 2 chapters, getting the Lannister men, the household guard there behind him, and also getting the gold cloaks to his side. He wants to have all the swords, the people that could make him his hand on his side. But there is one difference between the rest of the other 5 men. Allar Deem, as Tyrion quietly suggests that Deem might accidentally be lost at sea, a bit of a discreet way of eliminating him as a threat and an undesirable individual, and somebody that killed a baby and their mother deserves to die. I wish Tyrion honestly would have done it like on page, because the guy is just a horrible person. We will see Janos, in his death and later on, but he should have died here as well. Honestly, I wish Tyrion would have just killed them all. And Bywater understands what Tyrion's kind of intending, but he remarks on the stormy northern waters and leaves, stepping on Slynt's discarded cape as, again, a nice little symbolic gesture of the fallen lord's downfall. In the span of only about 400 pages, he has gone from the top to the bottom. But this leaves Tyrion kind of alone at this. And Tyrion, I think, would be kind of frustrated from this, because one, he's finding out that, it was probably Cersei that ordered the killing of this baby and this child and Robert's bastards. And also he figures out, and also something else he'd be frustrated about is, I don't think he got all the answers from Janos that he truly wanted, right? In terms of Ned's death, Janos kind of gave like a cop-out answer, and Tyrion couldn't push him further. And so I think Tyrion's a bit frustrated by, one, the events that were taking place in book 1 to book 2 before Tyrion got here. And also, he's just kind of discouraged with all these things he's learning about. At this, Varys then enters, praising Tyrion's handling of the situation, but noting Tyrion's sour mood. And Tyrion is, again, Tyrion is feeling the way I just talked about. He's feeling frustrated with everything going on with Cersei and the gold cloaks. Varys, who had known this detail, did not share it. And this is something that's interesting, because Tyrion is going to be somebody that's going to have to realize he can't truly trust anyone here at court. Yes, Varys may play his side, give him good information sometimes, do what he does in this chapter, but he didn't tell Tyrion what was going on with the gold cloaks and that Cersei was behind it. That's something that Tyrion's going to think about. And Tyrion kind of damns both Cersei and Varys. He's just kind of frustrated, as that gets us into page 99. But Tyrion also feels frustration because he can't do anything about it to Cersei. He doesn't have the power over her necessarily, confront her at this moment on the things that she's done. He demands Varys, provide him with more detail in the future, right? Because Tyrion wants Varys to be on his side. Having an asset like Varys is really crucial. It's the information game. Can tell you who's trying to get you killed, who's trying to do this. And we're going to see parts of that in this chapter. I do want to point out, though, The things that we see in this chapter, I think, are a lot of the reasons somebody like Eris II would have gone mad. But Varys kind of counters, because when in the talking of Robert's bastards being killed, he actually had taken measures, right? He'd actually gotten Gendry out of the city. He had never thought that they would actually kill a bastard child by Robert. And that's something that's interesting because it kind of confirms what we already knew, right? Gendry is with the Night's Watch crew going up north because of Varys. But also something that's interesting is, why does Varys take so much interest in Robert's bastards? The same reason somebody like Littlefinger, also takes that, because it's going to be later on, if you can produce somebody like Gendry, proving the Lannisters to not be truthful, right? Because all Stannis really has is he knows, right, that they are all bastards. He can't prove it necessarily without Edric Storm. That's one of the other reasons why Stannis gets Edric, because he can kind of flaunt Edric around to show that Joffrey is not a true Baratheon. Same thing kind of applies here. And Varys even acknowledges the tragedy of the situation. The girl that we had met in book 1 with Ned, the girl that seemed to love Robert Baratheon, as she is dead, and her child as well. And Tyrion doubts the capacity for love in a core based upon his own experiences, right? With Tysha and the lie that Jaime was forced to tell. And even with Shay. Shay, he realizes, doesn't love him. Shay likes to be around him because he pays her well. Very similar to, like, say, for instance, Bronn. And it's Tyrion, which is something that he's going to battle with really more, I would say, in the beginning of the next book, but this book as well. Understanding that Shay is not somebody that loves him. Shay is somebody that is around him because he pays her well, and he basically wants a girlfriend, so he pays for one. More or less what Tyrion is still conflicted by. But he then begins to kind of contemplate what actually had occurred with Janis and the talking that they had about, for instance, Ned's death. And he seems to indeed tie it to Joffrey being the culprit, but Varys kind of takes a reproach. He seems to allude to someone else maybe being in power. Now, Varys does confirm that Joffrey commanded Stark's execution, and that, for instance, Slynt and Ilyn Payne carried it out without hesitation. But again, that is weird, right? Let's just take a step back. Let's say that you were in a play, right? You're in a play and you all have all these roles and all these lines that you're supposed to do. What would you do if, for instance, out of nowhere, two people in the act that you're with change their lines completely and they do different actions? That doesn't come out of nowhere, right? And that's Varys trying to point to that. There was some premeditation. There was an idea already put into people like Janis and Ilyn Payne that would have led to some different outcome, that they were almost ready for it. And that's what Varys is alluding to. And Tyrion acknowledges that having the City Watch under his control puts him in a strategic position to prevent further rash decisions by Joffrey, though he notes he must also account for the loyalty of the Queen's household guard. And Tyrion doesn't really kind of think about what Varys is really telling him, because he is, to an extent, right, saying that, okay, now that he has the gold cloaks under himself, Joffrey's not going to be able to order around them to do this action or that action, but he's not taking it even deeper. Who is the person that actually truly premeditated Joffrey killing Ned? That's what Varys was kind of alluding to. But Tyrion also expresses his confidence in Vylar, who is the person in charge of the Lannister household guard, believing that he is loyal to House Lannister and will protect him from Cersei's machinations, right? Because he has been sent here by Tywin, and Tywin has more power than Cersei does, and Vylar is going to know that, right? So until Tywin comes back, he knows that he has full trust with the Lannister guard. But that'll get us to page 100. As Tyrion kind of continues, right? He's got more men of his own. He had the mountain clans that came with him to King's Landing. He has the sellswords that Bronn is hiring. He has all the men he needs to defend himself from Cersei. But he even thinks about this, like Ned probably was feeling the same way. And he's right? Like Ned at no point really felt like his position was bad. He believed that, okay, yeah, he could bribe the gold cloaks, that everything was going to be okay. And it didn't go so well. So it's Tyrion kind of putting himself in Ned's shoes. And Varys kind of even backs him up more, saying that Sir Jacqueline was courageous, honorable, obedient, and grateful. Somebody that Tyrion could rely upon. But again, Tyrion can't fully trust Varys, and so he has to kind of question his motives for being helpful. And Varys gives his logical, and Varys always gives his answer that is obviously not true, but it's what he says on the surface. He serves the realm, the king, and Tyrion as the hand of the king. And at many times his actions go against that. Perfect example is Book 5, the very last chapter we have before Winds of Winter. He acts against the realm, right? Kevin Lannister was beginning to heal the realm, and so Varys took him out. So there's a lot of that going on as well. Even if you even go into the plot of, for instance, Viserys bringing over the Dothraki, the carnage that would cause on the realm, Varys very much is not what he's saying he is. And Tyrion, like I mentioned earlier, he kind of thinks about the previous hands' deaths, and Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark, both who probably also felt safe until they were killed by Lysa and also by Joffrey. Varys assures Tyrion, though, he is not in danger, then brings up his past riddle from chapter 1, or Tyrion 1, I should say. Who has the true power, right? If you are some sort of sellsword and somebody comes up to you and they're a king, a priest, or a rich man, who are you going to slay and who are you going to follow, right? It depends on the person. That's what Tyrion basically tells Varys. And Varys elaborates on the riddle again, suggesting the swordsman's role in determining power. If that's the case, right? If this guy with the sword is the one truly with power, why is it not that the best swordsmen rule the world? Why is it kings? Why is it Joffrey? Why was it, Robert when he was drunk and he was, really fat and he didn't really do anything, right? Why were those people in charge, not people like, for instance, Barristan Selmy or Jaime or the Hound or, the Mountain? Why are those people that are really skilled with their swords not the people that are truly in power? And Tyrion kind of acknowledges, well, the swordsman holds the power of life and death, right? And Varys questions what I just said, right? Why would you follow somebody like Joffrey then? And Tyrion kind of counters, saying that, well, these kings, they can call on other swordsmen to fight for them. But again, you go back to the same, you're going in circles. If those swordsmen then have the power of who lives and who dies, is it truly them that's in control and in power? And Varys kind of pokes holes in this, like I just said, right? He pokes in those, he makes Tyrion question it even more, and he implies that knowledge, the gods, and law are various sources of power, but points out their limitations. And he goes back to Ned's death. Like I pointed out later, Varys is trying to get Tyrion to understand what really was going on with Ned's death, right? Because during that point, Varys, who had all this information and knowledge, he couldn't stop it. Cersei, the person in power, couldn't stop it. Nobody could stop Joffrey from killing Ned. So why is that the case? And Tyrion's kind of tired of this game. He challenges Varys, asking if he is providing answers or simply complicating matters. But Varys finally lets it out. He concludes that power resides where people believe it resides. And Tyrion reflects on Varys' statement, questioning if power is merely an illusion or a trick. And that gets us into page 101. But we're getting to the point of it, right? Power is where men believe it resides. If Tyrion shows himself as this powerful figure, it's what Tywin does. Think about, the Battle of the Green Fork, Tywin and his really great armor, and it was very richly dressed, and he, has this reputation that he shits gold, and he's all these things. It's projecting power is more important than actually having the power, because the projecting of the power gives you power, gives you people fearing you or people wanting to be you, and the love of that. All those things are key to understanding what Varys is telling Tyrion, but also to question the power behind Ned's death. Where did that come from? And that gets us to page 101. Varys remarks about shadows, suggesting that even a small man can cast a large shadow. Again, implying Tyrion. He's trying to get on Tyrion's good side, stoking Tyrion's ego, right? Using something that everybody uses against him, his height, and using it as his biggest strength is basically what Varys is kind of telling him. And Tyrion even kind of grows a little bit fond of Varys because of all this kind of wordplay. But Tyrion then wants to ask something else. If we're talking about shadows and the illusion of power, Varys is somebody that does that all the time. He asks Varys who he truly is, referencing his nickname, the Spider. And Varys responds that spies are seldom loved, and insists he is a loyal servant of the realm. All of these things are not necessarily true, but it is what Varys projects. But Tyrion acknowledges kind of the differences between them, because they're both looked down on, right? Tyrion is looked down on for being an imp, while Varys is looked down on for being a eunuch. And he asks Varys who made him like a eunuch. How did that story go? And Varys seems to have some sort of emotion hiding deeper inside of him, but he deflects, saying his story is long and sad, and he shifts the topic to treasons. Now, this is the point that I want to reference Aerys the Mad King. Something I talked about a lot in that series was how could somebody that seemed to be a rational mind go to the extent that Aerys II became. And part of that is knowing every little thing about people that are trying to maybe talk treasonous to you or doing little petty things that could be viewed as treason, all these people that seem unloyal. It's basically if somebody was over your shoulder, 24/7, right? And, you make one, wrong joke, and here's Varys to tell somebody about it. So that's kind of what we're going to go through with the rest of this chapter, as Varys kind of tells some of plots going on within King's Landing. He reveals that there is a plot involving the master of the King's Galley of the White Hart to offer allegiance to Lord Stannis. Tyrion sighs, suggesting the need to make an example of the traitor. And this is something you're going to see in war. People shifting sides. Who do they believe is the true person that can either A, win the war, or the person that they back? Varys then proposes that Sir Jacqueline could arrange for the traitor to vanish, but a trial would be better to ensure loyalty from other captains. And Tyrion agrees. Unfortunately for the captain, that means he is going to be basically tortured by Joffrey and all those things, but it's a public example. It's this idea of don't turn against us or this is what happens. It's what Tywin bases his whole persona on. Varys then notes the next issue that Sir Horace and Sir Hobber Redwine have bribed a guard to escape and sail away disguised as oarsmen, and Tyrion jokingly suggests keeping them as oarsmen for a few years, then acknowledges his sister's feelings about, their departure. And so he does something different. He instructs Varys to inform Sir Jacqueline, seize the bribed guard, and make him serve as a brother of the Night's Watch. Just more men going north. Tyrion then orders that the men be posted around the Moonrunner to prevent the Redwines from escaping if they try again. Moonrunner being the name of the ship. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but just let me clarify that. Varys then makes another mark on the parchment, not acknowledging Tyrion's orders. And that gets into page 102. But think about all these stories, right? How does Varys find these things out? And you think about knowing all this stuff of treason around you, you become very paranoid. That's something that Aerys dealt with for years. Varys then informs Tyrion that Timett, his man, killed a wine seller's son during a gambling dispute because he accused him of cheating. Tyrion questions whether that accusation was actually true, and Varys confirms it was. And Tyrion then kind of lets it slide, right? The guy was cheating. Timett, harmed somebody that kind of had it coming, and so they move on. Varys then goes to the next one, which is another interesting one. A rise in the number of religious figures is come about due to the comet. And Varys describes how these holy men are speaking fear among the populace by predicting doom. And what can you do about that? But think about, for instance, the taking of the storm. If you think about, for instance, the storming of the dragon pit, at the very kind of end of the Dance of the Dragons, it's that same idea. Religion still holds a very big part of many people. And even though their religion and their power waned during the years of the dragon and the Targaryens, it still has an influence over people. Think about, our own history and how certain religions have basically formed whole cultures, right? You think about, ancient Greeks, or you think about, Norse mythology, you think about, even getting into Christianity and all the wars fought over that idea. Kind of the same idea here, like that religion has a big sway on people. And Tyrion is kind of just like, yeah, let's just let them rant. There's not much you can really do to kind of calm that. That's one of your least of your problems right now. But Varys counters, saying that their actions are creating fear, to which Tyrion quips that is Varys' job to spread fear. And yeah, again, you have a situation where there's going to be fear regardless, right? Without the religion, right? You have people coming to take the city, whether that's Renly, Robb, Stannis, Balon Greyjoy, whoever. There is a open war happening at any time. There could be a sacking of the city, and people will remember what that was the last time. Then Varys gets even more personal. He mentions a recent supper held by Lady Tanda, revealing a jest made by Sir Balon Swan regarding the king. And Tyrion just flat out interrupts this. Right now we're talking about table gossip. That's the thing that would have driven Aerys mad, because maybe in the beginning Aerys maybe had the same idea of Tyrion, right? Like, whatever, right? Who cares? But in, for instance, Aerys's case, when you have somebody like Rhaegar, who is getting more and more attention, and there's that growing divide between them, Aerys might start to take these more seriously and lead him down a worse and worse road. These little things where they might seem minor for us, right? But think about every day. You're getting a new report from Varys about people talking against you, all those things. It's going to get to you. And that's something that I think Varys uses sometimes as well. But Varys then compliments Tyrion's wisdom and gentleness, then discreetly pockets his parchment and takes his own leave. Tyrion then reflects on his sister, on how she will react to the dismissal of Jaina Slynt. I think she's probably going to be quite worried, because I think Cersei believes she had Jaina Slynt under her thumb. And so now that somebody else is in power and they're more leaning towards Tyrion, Cersei's going to feel much more vulnerable. He anticipates that Cersei will not take the news well, but thinks she can't really do much, right? All she can do is maybe protest to Tywin, but Tywin's in the middle of war. He doesn't really care about Cersei's complaints right now, and he has basically said that Tyrion's in charge. So Cersei has no real power over Tyrion at this moment. She's going to try to find those things, but right now, Cersei can't do anything. And once again, Tyrion feels secure, right? He feels like he has enough support that he shouldn't have to worry, but even then, he doesn't feel great about it. But even after Varys leaves, the Red Keep seems to be some dark and quiet place as Tyrion exits the small hall. Bronn had been waiting for Tyrion in a solar and inquires about Slynt. Tyrion basically informs him of what had occurred, at the dinner, as Janis will be sent to the wall in the next morning, and speculates that he may have replaced one of Joffrey's men with his own, but suspects that he has instead replaced a man of Littlefinger's with one of Varys's. And that is the truth. That is the key to it, right? Who does Jaqen serve? Now, it seems like likely that, and we know Janis was under Littlefinger, but what are really Varys and Jaqen's connections, right? How woven are they? Bronn attempts to inform Tyrion about Timot's actions, but Tyrion cuts him off. Varys was 2 steps ahead of Bronn, to which Bronn doesn't really seem to be all that shocked. That gets us into page 103. Bronn does go a little further, though, saying that the guy basically underestimated Timett, seeing as though Timett only had one eye. It didn't really save him. He describes how Timett killed the wine seller's son by pinning his wrist to the table with a dagger and then ripping out his throat. Quite savage. But, if you're Tyrion, these are the people that are loyal to you. So, on one hand, yeah, really scary, type of death thing, but these are the people that are backing Tyrion. So, you would want them on your side. Tyrion then interrupts, asking Bronn to spare him the gruesome details as his supper is sitting poorly in his stomach. Tyrion shifts the topic to Bronn's recruiting efforts. Bronn reports that he has recruited 3 new men that night. But Tyrion, like I think a lot of people, would wonder, how do you know which people to actually take, right? You have to make sure people aren't spies and all those things. And we even think about some of the men that Bronn is going to get are actually Littlefinger's men. So that's something that Tyrion questions, and we know that Bronn does not do a good enough job in selecting his recruits. But Bronn explains that he examines the men, questions them about their past combat experience, and tests their ability to lie. All good things, and Bronn would know a lot about people like that, but he still isn't good enough in my opinion. He also gives them a chance to kill him as part of his evaluation process, which is also a wild thing, because if you're Tyrion, one day Bronn just might not show up. But with that being said, Bronn basically makes a joke of it. If he does die, well, that's the person to hire. But then Tyrion gets to the meat of it. Tyrion, who has been deeply disturbed by Jaina Slynt and kind of the actions that he did and his underlings did as well, he asks Bronn if whether Bronn would kill an innocent infant if instructed to do so. Bronn then responds he wouldn't do it right away with no questions asked, but first he would ask for payment. And Tyrion reflects on this, right? Thinks about he has plenty of men of his own and considers the implications of Bronn's willingness to kill. It shows that Bronn is loyal for money. Once Tyrion's money runs out and his ability to upgrade Bronn's status runs out, and Tyrion doesn't have much value to Bronn, right? And so this leads him to a lot of mixed emotions because it's another person that isn't kind of going with him because of, the love or respect they have for him. It's for gold. Tyrion has all these relationships in this book that are based upon money. He doesn't have people that actually have his true interests at heart, and that's made quite apparent as he kind of has this mix of emotions to end out the chapter. Some parts of him wanted to laugh, some wanted to cry, and most of all, he wished for Shae. And that gets us to the end of the chapter. I really love Tyrion too. It's a really strong chapter. It really picks up and paints how Tyrion is as a person and what struggle that he is going through right now is. A great character, great chapter, and that'll get us into the next chapter, which is an Arya chapter. So yeah, we're already on our third Arya chapter of the book. Just shows you who the dominant POVs are, right? Tyrion's already had 2, and now you have Arya coming in with her 3rd chapter. All right, hello YouTube, welcome back to the Grease Comedy channel. Today's video, we're going to be continuing our reread. We're going to be doing Arya 3 of A Clash of Kings. Like I mentioned at the end of last week's reread, we've got a lot of Arya chapters to get through in this book, and George makes it pretty clear that Arya is one of the main POVs of this book specifically. Given the fact that she has 3 POVs and most of our other main POVs still have yet to even get a 2nd chapter. And if you're even looking at Daenerys, she hasn't even gotten a single chapter in this book yet. So just shows kind of where George's priority was with some of the characters in the story. But I want to give a shout out to my Spotify. If you don't want to listen to these on the road, it's probably easier to listen to it on Spotify. We'll have the link down in the description if you did want to check it out on there instead of on YouTube. And yeah, so let's get into the video and starting on page 104. The first page really of the chapter is about kind of describing the landscape, their travel. Again, they're kind of going through the road and the King's Road, trying to get to north. And the farther they go, it seems that it becomes more and more lonely, or it becomes more and more hostile, a bit more of a wilderness feel, right? Because they're on the run from the Gold Cloaks in the last chapter, so they're trying to make good time while also, trying to avoid any pursuit from behind. And so when you look back on Arya 2, a lot of that chapter was to kind of point out what they're seeing on the road and how, people are all fleeing south to the capital. Well, that's starting to kind of stop here. As they're going, further up north and they're traveling into more of the heart of the Riverlands, there is a lack of traffic, which means, again, they won't be easily tracked given that there's just not a lot of people that would have known or seen them this far up kind of north. But on the other side of that, their journey becomes much more difficult as the path is winding and nearly disappearing at times. And other parts of this is just frustration, right? Either they're having to go up hills that their, wagons are struggling to get up, or, getting stuck in the mud. All of that was a burden to them. The wagons, to start with, were a great idea to carry supplies and food, but now they seemed more of a burden than anything. They were struggling through the narrow path, whereas before the roads had been a bit wider. Here, they are much more narrow. Their travel begins to stop to almost a crawl. They had to make frequent stops to free wheels from ruts or navigate muddy slopes, highlighting the relentless obstacles Arya's group faces. They even encounter another person with an ox cart, and because the path is too narrow, it forced them to take basically a long delay trying to, get past these other people coming south. And it really is slowing them down. And what is that going to do? All of their food supplies from down south from King's Landing are going to run out much faster because their pace is so slow. If you think about Stannis in Book 5, it's kind of the same idea. They expected to only take 15 days from Deepwood Motte to get to Winterfell. That eventually doubles. Now, that's because of weather, but either way, it slows them down, so they have to use more of their supplies. They become more frustrated, more beaten down. And that's kind of what's happening on a lesser extent with Arya right now. One thing that I don't even think Arya or Yoren even thinks about is because of how slow their journeying is, the war is encapsulating more of the Riverlands at this time, right? And it's going to even force them to go off track and go more to the west, which is even more dangerous than trying to go north, in my opinion, because when they start going towards the west, you're going to get closer to Harrenhal. You're going to get closer to where the Lannisters are at their most prominent. And that's something that Yoren doesn't think about, but it's also because Yoren isn't like somebody like Robb, who has a lot of the movements of the enemy down and knows where everyone is. Yoren is having to go off of what he's heard on the road, and for the last probably few days, he hasn't heard anything about what's going on in the war. And so that's something that's hard to think about, given that Yoren doesn't have the full picture of what's happening. And something else I want to put to the front of your minds is I think George does a really good job of describing their journeying, because unlike how it was in the beginning when their journey was easier, their journey is becoming harder. It's becoming more cumbersome. It kind of reflects Arya in the mood of these people as well, as they're getting more uneasy about this journey, right? Instead of finding other people that are coming south, all of those things, you're hearing things in the night, whether it's screams or you're seeing fires of holdfasts or villages being burned. It's a very scary journey because instead of, trying to get out of it, you're going directly into the thick of it. But that kind of gets us to page 105. Even during the night, it brought them no peace. Arya would wake at every single noise. Again, because of her training with Syrio, she's tried to become more wary. She's trying to become a bit more aware of her surroundings and using those other senses, something that's really at the forefront of Arya in her chapter in book 5 when she's kind of blind. It's kind of just a lot of that building to that. And even in the middle of nights, you know, she would wake up grabbing her sword and needle, and she was distrustful of even the sentries, particularly the orphan boys who lacked any type of wilderness experience, which is true, right? You have a lot of these boys that have never left King's Landing. They've never tried to journey in the wilderness. And Arya is a little bit interesting to me because she is as well somebody that wouldn't have a lot of experience, at least journeying on her own. And especially living in kind of a lot of pleasantry type stuff. If you think about their journey from Winterfell to King's Landing in book 1, I do think Arya like has more experience than a lot of the orphan boys would, but she herself is still very inexperienced in journeying, you know, in the wilderness. And that's something that she's really going to find out quite a lot in the next 2 books. But during the night, Arya would also often test her stealth, sneaking out for privacy, or even climbing trees to approach unnoticed, even testing Lami's awareness. While he's on watch, she basically was climbing on trees above him, was directly above him, and thought about scaring him, but thought against it as it would wake the entire party. More to paint how Arya uses, you know, her stealth and things she's been taught by Syrio, but she's also testing the people she's with. She can't trust them. If Arya can do something like that, what's to stop somebody else from attacking them in the middle of the night because Lami's not a very good watchman or whatnot? But something else that's also changed is now the way people view Gendry. Because Gendry is wanted by the queen, all these people are saying, oh, why do they want you? What did you do? And Gendry doesn't really understand what's kind of going on, right? He just feels like he's this apprentice armorer, and, you know, bad things have just happened to people that come asking questions about him. He doesn't know why that the queen would be after him, which makes perfect sense. But then we get to an interesting little claim, because Lami is almost on the right track, as he speculates that Gendry might have been a bastard of the Wolf Lord executed at King's Landing, referring to Ned. And Arya corrects him, knowing that that's obviously not true, and Ned only has 1 bastard, and probably doesn't even have Jon as a bastard. That's probably a lie. But either way, it is interesting that Lami speculates that Gendry is a bastard of somebody. He just doesn't have the right person. And Arya even thinks about, in her kind of nighttime stealth missions, we'll say, she's thought about leaving them all behind. She was as good as a horse as anyone. She could maybe find her way home. Again, really foreshadows some of the things we're going to see later on with Arya in the story. But she realizes that she's safer to just go with Yoren and his company, right? And you got to think about it like this. Arya doesn't know the land that well. She would easily be lost. She'd have nobody scouting ahead of her, nobody being able to watch over her while she sleeps. And so she realizes that, yeah, it's better to go kind of in a bit more strength with Yoren. But Yoren then informs the group that they are nearing the God's Eye Lake and decides to avoid the risky King's Road by following the lake's western shore, taking a more concealed route, which is true, right? It's probably really smart to get off the King's Road here because there are going to be probably people that are going to be watching the King's Road. But at the same time, and this is the thing that you have to argue, is it's just more time that you're going to have to delay, right? And as the war goes on, it's going to be harder and harder to travel. And so, you know, you're kind of in the situation where if you're playing like a game, right, and you get an option, take the risky path, take the safer path. Yoren tries to take the safer path with the information he has, but actually going west is actually putting them even in more danger than maybe even going on the King's Road is. And something that even comes up here as well is that they just don't have the resources, right? At this time, all of their food from the south has run out. They're having to send people like Kaz and Kurz to basically go forage the land, try to get them food, take down animals, do whatever they can so that they can be fed at night. And that's something that's going to be very difficult to sustain as well, because you have a bunch of armies trying to do that already. And so the longer that you try and do that is you're going to put Kaz and Kurz at more of a risk of being captured or being seen or being discovered. And we even see that during these foraging points, like Kaz and Kurz are going to find like danger in front of them because of this. So I do think this is quite interesting, right? It is good that they're trying to kind of conceal their movements, sending people in front of them to gain resources for them. But again, it just shows taking your time, taking a safer route has its costs. If you think of something like the Oregon Trail, I'm kind of referenced that in a video I did, you know, last week, but it's kind of similar to that, right? If you take more of these lengthy routes, your resources dwindle, and the higher likelihood of you not reaching your destination actually, I would say, increases in this type of situation. But that'll get us into page 106. But that was not all. As Kaz and Kurz, yes, they were sent to forage. Also, others in the party were as well, trying to find maybe berries or to find anything they can on their march. Arya is one of those people that actually likes to do that. She likes to go off by herself and try to find, food and things like that. And even once she had caught a rabbit, and she had kind of a sense of pride, right? Because she was bringing food for them to survive, and she was even rewarded by Yoren with one of the legs, which she splits with Gendry. And people are going to really like that. And even Jaqen shows gratitude to her. Again, he's kind of seems like he's learning that Arya could be someone of great interest to him. As we're talking about all this foraging, it also comes with negative implications as well, because at times you're stealing food from people's farms or they're living more or less, trying to survive for the winter. And you see these, Night's Watchmen who are coming north very suspiciously when you have all these different, people about like the mountain, like Lorch, all these people that are setting fire to all these different places. People now have to hire, sellswords and field hands to defend their crops, and they run into a situation like that as well, as a few of the farmhands at a certain field actually confront Yoren and make him pay for what they're stealing. And Yoren is very bitter at this because, back in the day, the Night's Watchmen would have been treated much better, and even in the north they're treated significantly better. But I think you also have to go into the idea of what these farmhands would have been going through. People would have been doing this all the time. And this is their livelihood. You're stealing from their livelihood. And it's not like Yoren went to the owners of this field and asked for anything that they could give. No, he took it upon himself to steal. So I understand Yoren's frustration, but I also think that the farmhands and the farmers in general are actually more in the right than Yoren is, because Yoren can say, oh, the honor and the reputation of the Night's Watch is gone down and people don't view it as well. But Yoren himself doesn't hold himself in a way that gives a respectable and honorable approach to the Night's Watch. And not only that, right? So after the field hand stuff and the growing tensions that are going on in the area, Kaz, when foraging, discovers an armed camp of wounded men. And again, just showing that there's been a lot of conflicts in this area. It's not a safe area. And so Yoren is, again, frustrated. He's weary. And basically, he makes them go on a different path. He doesn't know who these men are actually loyal to, if they'll let them pass, what would occur if they even ran into each other. And so Yoren takes the safe route. But once again, what does that do? It sends them more out of their way. It delays their venture. It delays their journey even more. And so they're put into a bad situation where they have to delay once again. That'll get us to page 107. And Yoren tries to basically justify this by saying, what is the rush to get to the wall? You're going to be sworn there for the rest of your lives. So maybe look on the bright side. You're experiencing more of the outside world before your world just becomes the wall. And then on Yoren, on that part of it, I do agree. And it's better to, be safe than sorry, I guess. But I've kind of highlighted, I think, some of the risks of constantly taking the safe option. And again, it just increases in terms of the guarding of farmlands. In one different area, there was a guy basically in a dead tree with a bow aimed directly at them until they left. Just shows the hospitality, the war, how it's changed the land. Even during the night, they see a fire that seems to indicate some sort of village being burned. And this is going to make you not be able to sleep at night. I mean, you're seeing within the distance of where you are, people being brutally slaughtered and killed because of the war. And you have to think about, okay, how are we going to be able to get all the way to the wall without this never impacting us? That's what I would be thinking if I was somebody here. It's going to turn what was an uneasy journey into, I think, a lot of panic, people being scared. And that's what we end up even seeing a bit, later on, especially with Hot Pie and Arya. But upon reaching the burned village, the group sees a landscape of devastation, scorched fields, dead animals, and blackened horses. And this is the big part of this. Dead animals. They're seeing things that normally, why would you ever burn like resources like that? That is very valuable. And that's why you have all these farmhands, trying to defend their land. But it shows you that this is more about terror. This is meant to strike fear into anyone. These people are coming to these villages not because they need the resources, but because they want to impose their terror on the Riverlands to say, if you're not, with the Lannisters, this is what's going to happen to you. It's what Tywin does, and basically prompts the terror of the Riverlands. Yoren then instructs all the rest of them to stay behind as he takes a couple men to go investigate the village. And for a little while, they wait a little while, and Arya wants to go after them. She does not like being someone that has to sit there and wait for something to happen. She wants to actually go to action, and she even kind of asks that of Gendry. But Gendry is kind of against this, right? He feels almost hollow. He says that Yoren told them to wait, but this is the first time that we see him wear his bull helm. And I think that's something interesting, is like Gendry is seeing what the world has come to, and that at any time they could be attacked. And so I do think that's really interesting. And even think about, his helm. Gendry really takes a lot of pride in this helm. He seems to polish it and do all these things every single night with it. It shows kind of his strength and his identity. But that gets us into page 108. Yoren, upon returning, brings back 2 survivors from the devastated village. A small girl that can't even really speak, or maybe she's forgotten how to, and a severely injured woman who has basically lost an arm. And again, they say almost nothing to Yoren's party. The woman seems to say please, please a lot, seeming to beg for her family members or the people that she's seen died. She was left almost as something to put more fear into them. Because it'd be one thing to come to a village and everybody be dead, but then you have the only survivors and they're just gone. They're almost dead already, but it's this physical representation of the horror that they saw the night before. But it also shows something else. It shows that, again, women and children who should be complete innocents in this war are also feeling the struggles of this conflict that's been going on. It's one of those reasons why I have a lot of sympathy for Edmure and how he treats the common people. Even if it might not be the best thing for the military campaign, he is a lord that genuinely cares about his people, and these are the things that he's dealing with right now in the story. And some people react to this horror differently, right? Rorge and Biter find cruel amusement in the woman's suffering, and Murch and Yoren try to show empathy. It just shows the different types of people in this world. And something I think is even more interesting is, like, Yoren is so compassionate about these people and these innocents. He tries to find them a place on the wagon, but if you think about it, it really is a little bit more destructive to their actual travel. You have, a woman who is, shouting, almost giving away any type of stealth. You have this young girl that you don't know what to do with. It's a rough situation that you're in if you're in Yoren's, party at this time. But something else that's going to be a constant reminder now, if you're somebody like Arya who tries to get away from these people because of, the screaming and the please, please, please stuff, it's a constant reminder of the fear that they are going to have to feel the rest of this journey as they're trying to get away from any of the people that are doing it. Popeye even confirms to Arya that he's scared and he never kicked anyone to death. And Arya, almost in a nice friendly way, kind of feels like a nice little culmination of their arcs to people that were on quite opposite ends of the spectrum, are kind of coming together as Arya admits her own fear and how much she's scared of what could happen in the future. Arya even recalls a tale from her childhood about a man escaping giants, I will say. Kind of feels like a fairy tale that we have in real life that George took a little bit of inspiration from, but it goes a little further. It goes a little bit darker, as George always does. Because after he escapes the giants, he only falls into the hands of the others, ending in his sense of hopelessness. And kind of, I think Arya would feel that way too, right? If you think about, going back to a Game of Thrones, her trying to stealthily get away and get out of King's Landing, which seemed impossible until Yoren was able to get her out, just for her now to be kind of almost waiting around, waiting for them to be attacked in the night and killed. It's that dread and hopelessness that Arya's feeling, and the rest of this group would be feeling as well. But the woman that was with them wouldn't last much longer. She died and was buried beneath a weeping willow. And this is interesting, given that's all the woman was able to do was weep. It almost has a ghostly feel to it. And especially given they're really close to Harrenhal at this point, it's a lot of that feeling of this darkness and eerie atmosphere. And Arya even seems to hear pleas whispering in the wind, just kind of showing the significance that this woman has had on this party. And it also kind of shows that Arya, who is somebody that always tries to be fearless and all that, it's starting to play with her psychologically. These are things that no young child should ever have to see, or even anyone, right? You should never have to experience seeing, a whole village put to the torch, all these dead people and all of this, people that are losing their minds. It is just a place now where death is always amongst them. They can't escape it. And that even transitions to their night as well, as Yoren doesn't allow for a fire for warmth or for cooking. It forces them to eat raw, scavenged food like wild radishes and beans, drinking foul-tasting water that Lamy grimly suggests is tainted by corpses upstream. And this is a grim remark, because you have to think about it like this, right? If you get water from, some source, you're always going to maybe want to boil it, try to cleanse that water so you don't get sick. But likely, Lamy is quite right. A lot of the water that they're tasting probably has gone through dead people. And that's a really hard thing to think about. It shows you this is more of a psychological war than it really is a battle right now. Because we, think about, I think one thing that as a young person, when I was younger, I feel like the way we're taught history is you romanticize all these wars to a degree, right? You don't really see, especially when you're younger, the dark sides of it and all these things and the horrible actions that were going on. It's made very apparent that in book 2, George is going to start focusing to that, because we didn't really see the war too much in book 1, but we're just getting on ground, seeing how it's affecting the innocence of the world, and just trying to travel in the country. Think about how horrifying it is right now. And when you're thinking about now going back to book 2, now when you think about going back to Arya 2 and Arya 1, where people are telling them all these stories and that they're walking into death, now they realize what that actually means. But Arya once again wakes in the dead of night. Her senses seem to be heightened, which is interesting given the fact that I personally believe Nymeria is very close to her, given the wolf pack she's going to see in this chapter, or I should say really in the coming page. But I think it's because of Nymeria, right? When she is, having these heightened senses, one thing that becomes very apparent in book 5 in her chapter that she has is that her senses with her connection with Nymeria and being able to warg other animals really comes to the forefront then. He notices Yoren sharpening his dirk in the dark, his calm persistence symbolized by the sound of steel on stone, as there's just restlessness all around them. It seems like here there is some calm, but they're surrounded in eeriness. But that'll get us to page 109. Hot Pie seems to be a bit more confident now, as he's one of the people on sentry duty, as he has that short sword that he got in the last chapter. He even convinces Arya to not go out, to basically go to the bathroom, more or less. But it's really that Arya just doesn't want to argue with Hot Pie. She basically acts like she's going to go back to sleep, goes then to the other side of the camp and tries to sneak out that way. But one thing Hot Pie does is he warns her that they're not supposed to go out further around the camp, because there's wolves about, and probably men as well. But Arya doesn't really take this to heart and still goes against him. But as she is going to the bathroom, Arya encounters some wolves. She sees their eyes in the darkness, and even one of the wolves seems to kind of come closer to her, only to back away. And I very much feel like this is Nymeria and her starting of her wolf pack, as I think that she recognizes Arya, and that's what saves Arya here. I think if it was any other person, they would be dead. But because of Arya's connection to Nymeria, she is spared. But this deeply has another impact on Arya. She thought she was going to die here, right? She thought it was going to be some crude joke that Hot Pie would find her half-eaten body the next day. But Arya survives this one time at least. Arya goes to sit with kind of Yoren. She's too frightened, too scared to go back to sleep, and I couldn't blame you. All the horrors she's seen in the last few days, and then you just go to the bathroom and the wolves are right outside the camp. At any moment, these wolves could attack them. And Yoren kind of is casually acknowledging it, right? He's hearing them in the night. He can sense them getting closer. It just shows the it just shows how Yoren is very familiar as he talks to her kind of about, one, her identity, right? Saying that, oh, why should you be scared of wolves? I thought the Starks had a connection with the wolves. And Arya's kind of like, yes, but not really as well. Like, yes, with the Nymeria. Nymeria is a dire wolf, but not actual wolves. But it really, I think what Arya is kind of longing for is for her, her home, any sense of her family. Nymeria being the closest thing she has to family where she is right now is interesting, right? But it also should be like obvious to Arya. It's like, well, why didn't these wolves attack you? You know, there seem to be a number of wolves looking at you, but they seem to allow you to go. It is interesting that she doesn't kind of pick that out. That'll get us into the last page, page 110. Arya then kind of opens up about, you know, Nymeria and what she had to do to get her to go away from her, because if she would have stayed, Nymeria would have been killed. Arya regrets that. Arya thinks that maybe if Nymeria would have been, you know, with her in the capital, Ned wouldn't have been killed. Now, we know that that's just not the case. One direwolf can only do so much. And also, if Nymeria wouldn't have been separated from Arya, Nymeria would have died. And Arya is feeling this longing for home, wanting to be back to her old life, you know, to interact with her siblings, but now she's in the thick of it. And Yoren kind of bluntly counters Arya, saying that it isn't the wolves that we should be scared of. It's the people, not the animals. And this is interesting because of all the things that you should be scared of, it's not exactly the wolves, right? Because the wolves seem, even in other circumstances, to be scared of, you know, men in large numbers and even fire. It's not those that they should be worried about. Think about the atrocities that they've seen men commit in the last couple of days. Yoren is 100% correct. And Arya is kind of put back in the brutal reality that she's facing, that it's going to be a dark time trying to go back to her home. And Yoren, trying to make her feel a little bit more at peace, you know, shares his experience. He's been going back and forth from the wall, from the King's Road for, I believe he says 30 years. That's a long time. He would know almost all the different routes of getting away from the King's Road and all that stuff. Now, I will say one counter to this is Yoren has never been doing this during the Riverlands openly being in conflict with, say, like the Lannisters, right? The times that he would have seen, for instance, would have been more like the Greyjoy Rebellion, but again, that didn't really affect the mainland that much. So I will say, yes, he does know all these areas and the ways to get to the north quickest, but it's different during a wartime when you have multiple different, you know, parties that would kill you easily. But something else that he kind of thinks about is maybe he made a mistake, right? Maybe they should have taken a ship to Winterfell. Maybe it would have been safer, but he didn't because of his familiarity with what he's done going back and forth from the wall. And that is going to doom him, unfortunately. That decision costs him quite a lot. But it also kind of paints the end of this chapter very eerie, right? Because you can still hear the sounds of the wolves howling. Even though they may be faint, Arya seems to be hearing imagined screams, or maybe they are real. Either way, the story ends on a tone of foreboding of the possible danger that's coming ahead. Again, I really love this chapter. I think it's the best Arya chapter so far because it mixes the best qualities of Arya. You know, having to see the horrors of the world and the war and the atrocities men can do to one another. It's Arya herself dealing with her issues and even being scared, something we see Arya do quite a lot, but she overcomes it, right? She's very brave. And this chapter, she seems to be almost breaking, kind of remembering that she's just a child.